sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, saying y'all collapse. Now scoop first, where your homies at? Come my team with me right now. My team's so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. wanna with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really tryna solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top.
Player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse, sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 2 of the Challenge Group stage here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is the Hound. We're going to be your commentators for today as we jump into day number 2 of this group stage. How are you doing, my man?
I'm feeling pretty good today. I do hope that everybody's having a wonderful Sunday. Free day means a free time to check out some of the best teams within the Southeast Asian regions battle it out against each other. We've already managed to get some of the matches done and dusted yesterday, with some surprising turnarounds that kind of threw the predictions out the window. As the running theme is today.
As is tradition, isn't it?
Anyway, for those of you who just joined us, it's great, right? If you haven't told any of your friends, tell your mom, tell your dog, tell your cat, bring them all along. Just go check this out, right? You can check it out on YouTube, you can check it out on Twitch. And of course, we are going to be having the qualifiers, groups and finals, challenge groups and challenge playoffs. Basically the format all here. Victor, break it down, please.
Yeah, so everything all started with the open qualifiers where basically you can register your own teams, but then you'll basically at the end of it, only the top 8 will qualify to the open groups. And this is where they will play a finals in order to determine 2 of the slots for the top teams in that region. And then that's where we come to today, where we are in the challenge groups, where these top 8 representing all different regions in MSBP are going to be playing against each other in a round-robin format. By the end of this, though, there will become a 5-team double elimination in the challenge playoffs, but that is going to be left to the future, though.
Alright, so it is going to be a very long day of League of Legends or Wild Rift action. As you can see from the challenge groups, right, all of these teams will be able to at least go up against each other once, right? So it's a single round robin kind of format. Because of how the games have been split, I'm thinking that a lot of these teams have been able to work quite a bit in terms of the knowledge that they have. I think there are going to be some changes and adaptations from a lot of these teams from the regional brackets, and I'm thinking that also the fact that they're interacting with different regions give them a whole different kind of perspective in terms of their approach towards the game. Isn't that right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, even yesterday itself, we did see different regions having like different kind of like strategies, different types of play styles, or even different types of drafts, really, that they try to test basically against each other. And that's why these kind of like competitions are so important, especially between different regions, right? Because we want to be able to see how these diversity and play styles and ideas are going to work, especially in the battlefield that is the Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a very interesting one. Let's talk a little bit about prize pool, because what is a game without the stakes? The math isn't exactly like the most easiest to digest, but remember, it is in Singapore dollars, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, it's Singapore dollars, so it's a converted currency here. That's why the numbers look a little bit weird, but nevertheless, the basic thing you need to be, you only need to take note of is that if you get the first prize, you get the bulk of the money, the prize money in this prize pool.
In that case, 14,625,000 Sing dollars. Second place is going to go 10,575. Third place, 4,680. Fourth place, 3,645. Similarly with fifth place, and 6th to 8th, it's going to be 2,610. Remember, all Sing dollars, so it definitely is going to be a very nice trip to the money changer for sure for all of our teams.
Those who managed to get the prize, but
Of course.
Of course, we're talking about like the top 8 teams here, so at least none of them will go home empty-handed. But granted, they will all definitely be gunning for those top 3 because that's where the bulk of the money lies.
Definitely for sure, and even then also through all of that they have been up to, at least they will be able to, like you said, not walk away empty-handed. Let's talk a little bit about the leaderboard. Let's keep up to date in terms of what happened yesterday. RRQ, Nigma, EVOS, and Buriram United winning big yesterday, 1 game each, and I think we've only had a 2-1 for I think it was EVOS Esports, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, yeah. So those, for the most part, it looks like the Filipino and the Thai teams have shown some pretty good form yesterday, though not necessarily the cleanest of matches though. Some of those, especially that one that went a full 3 series, was quite a closely fought one, but nevertheless by the end of day number 1, this is how it all stands for these top 8 teams here. So today we're hoping to see, especially for those guys who are from 5th to 8th, to be able to improve on the chances and hopefully be able to propel themselves further up in that leaderboard.
Alright, so what is in store for all of our viewers at home? So Summoners, check it out. These are the matches for today. Victor, break it down for us, please.
Yeah, so for the first matchup for today, we're going to be having RRQ, or Rex Region Kwon, versus Cerebus Esports. And then after that, we'll have another matchup here that's going to be between Team Flash and EVOS Esports. And then the third matchup of the day, and this is going to be an exciting one, Nigma Galaxy versus Buriram United Esports.
I can't wait for that one.
That's going to be explosive, isn't it? Then finally, we'll have Persis Esports versus Echo 4 Tier, and that will be the last matchup for day number 2.
All right, a little bit of an Indonesian versus Indonesian affair at the end of the day to sate the Indonesian viewers out there. But of course, regardless of where you're from, which region you're from, it is going to be exciting. Definitely going to be a highlight to watch all of these teams go up against each other. But I'm definitely very excited for how Nigma Galaxy is going to be going up against Buriram United. Both these teams are very, very talented in terms of how they play. They do have their flaws, but I'm thinking that looking at how Nigma Galaxy has been performing, I'm pretty sure that it is going to be a run for the money for Buriram United.
Well, that's the thing. Both these teams in yesterday's matches did win their specific matchups, so they're both coming into this as winners. But then the thing is that whoever loses that specific matchup, they're going to be finding themselves behind the winning team in that leaderboard. So I think it's going to be a bit of a battle of egos there, especially knowing how big both of these organizations are. You'll be pretty much expecting fireworks to go off.
Oh, definitely. And coming into day 2 of the challenge groups, it is going to be a very good one indeed. Well, before we would like to begin going and breaking down what happened yesterday a little bit, let's talk a little bit about our sponsors here, right? Right, so we got Snapdragon Elite Gaming, so thank you guys very much for that. Remember, when winning matters, that's what Snapdragon Elite Gaming is all about. And of course, next, a big shout out to our other sponsor, our official energy drink of the show, Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the beast within here. Of course, our socials. For those of you who like to just go at it with us back and forth in terms of your theories, break it down for us at our official Discord, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. I'm fumbling a little bit in my words. It's a little bit early in my morning. I'm a little bit hopped up on my coffee. So Victor, break it down for us. What did we see yesterday?
Yeah, so yesterday we saw the first day of the challenge groups, and this was basically the first opportunity for a lot of these teams from different regions to fight against each other officially. So what we did see yesterday, I mean, the first match itself was basically a 2-0, but then basically, yeah.
All right, so we're looking at Rex, Regum, Keong. We were just talking about them yesterday, right? So this is their lineup. This is what they're happening. This is what's happening today. Hyde, Chaz, Helios, Viper, and Exocid are going up against the team that is going to be standing across them. Let's talk a little bit about RRQ. Yesterday, they were able to just throw us for a loop, going 2 for nothing. There were some really interesting pickups here. The Senanasis winning big time for them. The Set Ziggs, I felt, was a little bit shortcoming here from Team Flash because the scaling didn't actually work for them. We were talking about it. We were beating over it like it was a dead horse. Every time you fight against a time limit, what happens? You have to end the game before 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is that once you hit that point, it's literally the point of no return because the scaling will hit and it's going to be impossible to catch back up in that farm. So for RRQ here today, we're comprised of Hyde, Chaz, Helios, Viper, and Exocid. We're going to be expecting to see them be in top 4 coming into this matchup here. Yesterday's match was really good for them, but then now they're going to be facing up a new challenger, and this is going to bring new challenges along with the mix.
Okay, we've talked praises upon RRQ. Let's take a look at the other team, Victor. Here they are. Oh, wait. Before that, I got a little bit too excited. The key player, Rex Rigokon. Very, very sorry about that, guys. I was just so excited to just see what is happening because I just can't wait to get into the game. Our key player for today, Chaz in the jungle. We saw him very, very much dominant with his Kha'Zix. The Morgana as well has been a staple pick for most of the teams as well. But RRQ, with the stats that we see, very, very strong indeed. Break it down for us.
Yeah, I mean, a KDA of 8.1. It's not the highest we've seen so far in this group stage, but it's certainly way up there. A kill participation rate of 64.3%. That's pretty much holding himself in a really good role as a jungler because he's getting a lot of action as well besides playing his role as a jungler. GPM of 841.6, DPM damage dealt, which is 1,116.9, and damage received is 843.3. So quite balanced, I would say, more or less. But then the DPM, that's really, really high.
Yeah, it's definitely so, considering that he was playing the Morgana, so he was able to stay safe, and the fact that Kha'Zix as well is very slippery, I'm thinking that's the reason why there's a huge gap between damage taken per minute as well as DPM. Let's take a look at the opposing team and their full lineup. Taku, Meliodas, BMM, Genza, and Duckbee.
Yeah, so Cerebus Esports, they did fumble a little bit in yesterday's match, but be assured they're still very, very strong and quite formidable. Taku in particular had been putting out some good and sometimes almost stand-up performances for his team. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough for them to be able to overcome their matchup yesterday, so hopefully today, fortunes may change for this squad.
Definitely. Let's check out what is in store against each other. These two teams going up, Viper and Agenza. Both of these teams now are focusing mostly on their bot lane matchup, the Dragon lane matchups here. 8 KDA to 3.3. We do see a common theme here in terms of the scaling. One goes for Nasus, another one goes for the Senna. Either they go for that or the Corki or Karma respectively. I'm liking what I see across the board. There is a bit of a discrepancy here, mostly because of, I'm thinking maybe the utility formats of Genza focusing on the Senna as well as the Karma, doing a little bit of siege damage accordingly. But you can see that the DPM is where the biggest difference is. KDA may give a little bit more to its Viper, but that may be revolving around the picks.
Yeah, it's mostly because of the picks here, but in particular for Viper, you know, he's one player where even though he doesn't take the main stage role, that's usually reserved to the other ADC of RRQ itself. So, but then he does play a very, very good supporting role wherever he does play. So it tends to be that a lot of people focus on others, but then they don't really focus too much on Viper himself, and I think that sometimes is a mistake that they often would cost them some games.
Sometimes it does take a while for some of these marksman players who play off the marksman, because marksman has fallen off by quite a bit. We do see Kai'Sa come back into the game once in a while. Lux plays a little bit of a marksman in terms of it being an APC, so it does count a little bit like a marksman because the Dragon lane has been a little bit of a mess lately, not favoring too much on the scaling for certain marksman champions, favoring a lot of the early engages that they have as well as the utility. But we do see that the scaling towards late game, especially to the 15 minutes that comes with the Senna, that comes with the Nasus, definitely puts them on the forefront.
Yeah, it certainly does. So for RRQ in particular, I'm looking forward to them to be able to carry forward their form from yesterday and be able to pull off a performance. But then for Cerberus Esports, I think it's going to be kind of a redemption day for them today, because having lost out the matchup for yesterday, they're definitely looking to try to secure some good points to put themselves up on that leaderboard.
So we're going to be seeing a lot of jungle intervention here on both opposite sides of the maps, I feel. Sometimes we do see that there were some pathings that I felt that went from all the way from Baron lane to mid to Dragon, and we see junglers just getting so much resources for themselves, catapulting them forward. But we do see a few drop-offs here, especially for non-scaling lockdown jungler champions. We do see it like Vi sometimes, because there is a bit of a drop-off. You have to make a very, very strong decision. Do you want to go a little bit of damage on top of what you have to give up a little bit of tankiness, to give that damage boom immediately when the fight starts? However, let's talk a little bit about predictions here for each and every one of you guys on the Twitch chat. Drop us your votes. Whether it's picks or bans, whether it's which team is going to win, score lines, just let us know so we can take credit for it and pass it off for our own. That's the running joke right there.
So, yeah, I mean, kind of back to your point about, you know, the kind of strategic choices they have. Yeah, I mean, that certainly does limit the sort of kind of like things you can do against scaling types of matchups, right?
Yes.
So what do you think will be the best kind of approach then that teams that are facing these kind of scaling matchups? Like yesterday we had the Sender Nasus, and it seemed like it can be a very formidable kind of combination to work around with. So what do you think is going to be the best approach here? Do you go for the hard counters, or do you attempt to do something else in order to try to disrupt sort of like the scaling that your opponents are having?
Like I said, delaying the scaling is definitely going to be the case here. We're all going to go for RRQ today, just so for you guys know, right? Because we're getting into our own predictions here. RRQ and Cerberus, I think we're all in agreement that from Contra to Husky, myself, Pondo, and you are all going to agree that Pondo is ahead, so we're all going to follow Pondo's good predictions from now.
I mean, he's been very reliable so far. He's the only one who managed to get a 100% prediction accuracy yesterday, so I'm pretty sure that, you know, unless things went way beyond whatever predictions Aaron can put out of. I mean, if you think about it, if Aaron couldn't even predict it, you know, how else the rest of us are going to be able to?
It always gives me a big smile on my face looking at memes like that come full circle. Yeah. Anyway, right? Let's talk a little bit about RRQ, Cerberus, right? Before we get into the game, a little bit of pre-game warm-up for those of you at home, right? So you were touching a little bit on the counters, right? You were talking a little bit about, okay, is it going to be a race of scaling? Is it going to be a hard engage on top of jungle intervention to try to push off the scaling? The thing about scaling is the longer the game progresses, the probability of them winning and still hitting those scaling marks is just about delaying the inevitable. Am I right? Right? Based on how Nasus just stacks, based on how Senna is able to get those miss with her passive, get more range as well on top of that every 20 stacks. I feel that's going to be something that is going to be so difficult to deal with. How do you deal with scaling? You have to go all in, try to play on the weak side and create opportunities for your team to scale even harder, to always keep the pressure on them on the back foot. But you lose out on so many other things as well. Speaking of which, picks and bans. Let's get into it.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get started. It's going to be the first game of our matchup for today, and it's going to be the first draft for today. So what do you think is going to be some of the expectations coming to this specific one? I mean, we did see some of the games yesterday, and I do believe you've also been keeping track of some of the bans that these teams have been doing throughout yesterday itself. So yeah, what do you think is going to be some of the more popular bans today?
Speaking of Lucian has been banned really, really hard. The reason why Lucian is banned really hard is just because the level 2 ability of him to go all in. You couple him with the Leona, you couple him with the Alistar, he is very dangerous. Even with the Senna as well, there is some good synergy there, but give up a little bit of that kill pressure and tankiness. Harder to pull off a little bit, but a little bit more leeway to get away. As you can see for Cerberus, they want to ban out the Senna. They want to take away the scaling options here for RRQ. So So Corki could be in play. We did see Corki play out quite a bit. We did see from a lot of the teams in terms of RRQ. Lucian, Castin, and Jace were banned out on the first rotation. Team Flash responded with Yumi, Karma, and Camille. That's for Team Flash. For this one, they're immediately going to go for that same kind of cadences. I'm thinking that we are going to be sticking towards maybe a Lucian being banned out as well, because you do see Senna being banned out. That immediately throws the Nasus for a spin. You have to give out a bit of sustainability and utility for Karma. Karma is alright. Karma is great. There's a lot of potential there. However, you give up quite a bit in terms of global presence with the Dawning Shadow. So we do see Cassidin being banned out here for Cerberus towards RRQ. What do you see here?
Well, I mean, it's just pretty much outside of that send up ban here. I mean, it's stuff that we already kind of seen from yesterday. The typical kind of thing to do in these first round of bans is, of course, to take out some of the stronger champions that are inside the pool here for Wild Rift itself. So it's only after that that you, once the first round of picks do come in, that's when we're going to be able to hopefully be able to see what these squads will be planning to do in terms of their drafts. So at this stage, though, it's just more about seeing what kind of options they can limit from their opponents, trying to see if there's certain kind of pathways they could potentially open up if they want to try to pull some good drafts here. So it's going to be quite important. We do see a Zed being banned out in the Jace, as you have highlighted here. So yeah, one more ban to go, and then we'll be seeing what the first pick is going to be coming out from RRQ.
All right, Lucian there being banned out. Zed, I think, could be a targeted ban, because they did pick Zed in their clash against Nigma Galaxy. I think it was in game number 1, if I'm not mistaken. So it was operated by BMM, and I'm thinking that there were some issues with that. Karma is going to be a pick for them. They could couple it with the Gragas. A lot of kill pressure there, and a little bit of AP scaling on either side here. But they do give up on the AD potential that could come from it. So that's going to be something that RRQ could actually take advantage of. They're going to go for the Riven on Hyde.
Yeah, so again, not too much I can glean for that. Of course, going for the Karma first, that already, when you already have the center out, then Karma is going to be the most obvious pick, isn't it, from there? So, but with the Riven, it looks like RQ is going to be pairing that together with the Gragas. What do you make of this?
I think they're going to try to get rid of the Gragas for Cerberus here. They don't want it to go to Duck B, or they don't want to go to Meliodas, but they do release the Olaf, though, and I think that's going to be an issue. We did see Olaf being banned out from Nigma Galaxy to Cerberus here, so I'm thinking that this could be something different, because if they're able to get that Olaf online, the fact that he's able to go Ragnarok, can't be disabled, a lot of lifesteal, especially when he gets lower and lower in HP, the more attack speed he gets, this is going to be a huge problem for RRQ to see an angry Olaf just coming up to you. Camille as well got loose out as in this game, because Nigma Galaxy actually banned it out against Cerberus. With this Cerberus lineup here, there is a lot of lockdown with the Hextech Ultimatum that comes with the Camille. Helios immediately responds with the Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that Cerberus is going with the Camille here. I mean, because in patch 3.3c, Camille has experienced quite a lot of nerfs, actually. Like,
for the hook shot specifically.
Yeah, hook shots, and in general, I think like they've kind of reduced the sort of mobility that she had, because in the past she was quite insane, because she could actually traverse the map a lot, and that allows her to have a lot of presence, especially during team fights in opposite ends of the Rift. But then now that's going to be severely nerfed in this current patch here. So I wonder if they're going to be using Camille more of like more of a sideline here to basically enable a lot more farm for the other ADCs. So I don't know, it's going to be interesting to see where Cerberus decides to take this.
All right, Morgana being banned out here for Chaz, and I'm thinking that's going to be a very wise choice. The long-range snares with the Dark Binding, the Soul Shackles as well, could be a huge problem. Ziggs being banned out, I think this is going to be great. Why? Because they could actually pair out the Ziggs onto mid-side, or maybe even go Genza with the Ziggs and give Taku, and Taku would give Karma towards BMM. So they do have quite a bit of flex options here. We do know that Olaf could actually go top or even in the jungle, and Camille as well. But I don't think Camille is going to be going in the jungle for the most part. I'm thinking that she wants to be staying in top lane and maybe trying to get that pressure, opening it up and getting that control over the Herald. Now looking at the second ban cadences, we do see Corki being banned out alongside Morgana. What do you make of this?
I mean, obviously with the Ziggs and the Corki out of the way, that's two very important nukers that are going to be out of the pool now. So that's probably going to force some of these guys to consider some alternate picks here for sure. So let's see where they're going to be going with this.
All right, we're going to go for an Ezreal for Viper, a very, very poke-heavy composition here that relies on Viper to keep hitting those Mystic shots and Essence Flux, if I'm not mistaken. For Genza and Duckby, I'm thinking they're going to go Ashe and Sion in the bot lane. That's going to be very interesting.
An Ashe. That's going to be an interesting one to watch here. I mean, I don't think Duckby is going to be the one playing it, but Ashe and Sion on lane. Wow. How do you think it's going to shape up in this current patch, though?
Okay, right. Here's the thing. As much as we want to talk about specific numbers and nerfs, right? We have to focus on the fact that what do each of these teams do really, really well. There's a lot of mobility that comes with Genza and Duckby being paired together. If she hits one of her slow arrows, I mean those enchanted crystal arrows, or even her passive arrows, and just keeps stacking those shots and gets into hyper focus, if I'm not mistaken, the first skill, she'll be able to do a lot of DPS. However, there is quite a lot of explosive power that relies onto RRQ. Viper will be able to farm safely from quite a bit of range, but if Genza is able to get at least one arrow off onto Viper, it's going to be a huge problem because Duckby will be able to just run up with a bit of shield, a little bit of that movement speed buff, and just drop an enchanted first ultimate first skill, and it's just going to do so much damage on top of Ezreal. I'm thinking that there is going to be a bit of a problem here for RRQ if they don't play it right in the Dragon lane, but there are still other moments for RRQ to actually do really well, provided that jungler intervention focuses on some of their strong sides.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that especially they're talking about the Camille leader. They're very doubtful is going to be playing jungle. In fact, if she does play that role, even I think, especially with these current nerfs that she's experiencing, she's not going to be that effective in that role anymore. So I'm going to be very curious to see how Cerberus is going to be approaching this. For RRQ in particular, I think their draft looks pretty solid. It's just and there's certainly a very good game plan there that you have highlighted there. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to see.
All right, we're going to go into the game very, very soon. And we're going to go break down a little bit more in depth when we go into game, right? As soon as it starts, because we may actually see a little bit of early game engages, because I believe Ezreal is one of the strongest level 1 champions out there, alongside with Jhin, right? But the way that he's able to set up has to allow himself to stay far and just sling spells non-stop. Essence Reaver, Tear of the Goddess into Manamune is going to be the standard build that he's going to go. We're going to see him maybe pick up. Sometimes we do see Black Cleaver come in just for the extra CDR, and on top of that, Cyril's Grudge for the slow. Let's get into game. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, summoners from across the world, game number 1 for the Snapdragon Pro Series Day 2 Challenge Group is underway. Cerberus on the blue side, RQ on red.
Yeah, so we already see the Ashe and the Karma for Cerberus already in the bottom lane. Sorry, the Dragon lane, I meant. And they're going to be up against the Ezreal and Gragas there. Mid lane is going to be... I can't quite see exactly who is that on the Cerberus side, but nevertheless, Taku is already putting some moves into hype. But mostly Baron laners will always be trading health. I mean, if they aren't trading health in those early laning phases there, then you know they're not doing their job right here. So at the very least, with this Camille being on the top lane, that's why I expected. Like, she's going to be mostly playing a kind of supporting role here. That's going to allow the Ashe and perhaps even the Olaf to actually take the main stage, so to speak, when it comes to the team fighting stage. So yeah, let's see how that turns out.
All right, another time where Sion has been picked out. The last time it was picked out was by Nigma Galaxy, if I'm not mistaken, here against Cerberus. And I'm thinking that Cerberus right now want to try something new, mostly because we do see Sion actually play in the mid side and top side, sometimes in the jungle as well, fairly flex. With Duckby over to his bot side, you can see already Genza is slowly going to get turret priority. Lane priority, and because of that, Viper playing the Ezreal is one of the weakest under turret because he won't be able to farm effectively. So it's really important. But over to top side though, a little bit of a fight and exchange here between Taku and Hyde.
Yeah, yet again, just trading the health. Though Hyde is going to be a little bit behind, it looks like, in the health pool, and Taku still has the fruits on the side of the lane there, so certainly not lacking support. You do see Lee Sin lurking around the corner though, so perhaps they are sensing some weakness in this Baron lane right now. Chaz still hiding inside there. I can't quite see, but I don't think there's a ward there, so Taku may not be that aware. The thing that's fortunate for him though is that Karma has just joined him in the lane, and senses that he might need a little bit of backup, especially especially against in the top lane.
All right, so we're seeing Dagger as well as Phage that are being completed by Meliodas. Oh, but wait, before that, we're going to be seeing BMM now getting hit with the Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike is going to be a huge problem here. He has been hit with the Cripple as well, but no follow-up there. Very nice charge onto 2. Over to bot side. Maybe we might see a bit of an exchange, but focusing onto Helios and Chaz, maybe they might go for a dive.
Yeah, the BNM is still a bit low, but Melodius is joined in the fray, and now he's trying to aim in on the Chaz. Almost gets a lot of health, a chunk of health taken out of him, but not enough control, not enough lockdown actually to keep him in place. Meantime, on the bottom lane, looks like Genza is going to be having the backup coming in from the jungle, from Duckby, and he's just aiming in onto the other one. He does get links onto 2 of them, but still no follow-up there, so that's going to be enough to keep them backed off, and that's going to allow Cerberus to try to clear out this wave of minions, so this is just going to try to keep control over this bottom lane.
All right, Uncle Hound got to go with the old memes. 2 chains, but it didn't lock through, so unfortunately for RRQ, they're able to get away with it by Helios right now.
Yeah, he tried to bring out the cloud there, but it didn't seem to be able to. I think it was more of a defensive move, actually, because now he's being sieged really, really hard for this Tier 1 turret, but still, they're just going to go ahead and back off right now. BMM is going to go ahead and try to gain some control over this topside river here. It seems like Cerberus is already starting to think ahead. They're already starting to plan out, or rather mark the areas of this rift they want to try to control.
Outside of our view just now, RRQ were able to get a kill onto a Baron lane and getting them the first blood. So RRQ draws it very quickly, and it seems that goal discrepancy is starting to build up slowly for RRQ. This could be very interesting as Cerberus right now are playing it relatively well, but Hyde does have quite a bit of pressure. Taku is around, but Chaz is also there.
Yeah, so Hyde attempting to try continuing to stalk Taku throughout this entirety of this top lane here. The Lee Sin is still going to be around the corner, still continuing his farm, and so far in that regard, he's still trying to get himself up to level 7 as quickly as possible. Hopefully it'll be really close to there. Exorcist, though, going to get focused upon by Dugby and Genza. They're already sieging them quite closely there, and now it's going to be forcing Viper to move in there to tank some of the damage. Brings out a barrier and barely survives, but no, he did not. I thought he was going to be able to get away with it, but it looks like that last shot literally hit the mark.
It was actually the Ignite there. Duckby was able to get the Ignite off, and because of that last tick, Meliodas now in a little bit of trouble here as Helios and Exosun are going to go for a beautiful flash belly flop right into it. The Kunai hit it up. Duckby now.
Yeah, probably another one there because Genza is going to be focused upon, but watch out, BMM coming in from the side, knocks down Helios, gets the kill done. Kali is deleted just as the Infernal Dragon comes out. Bad timing.
Aboard the Scion Express. Choo-choo, full steam ahead. If it wasn't for the Scion intervention from BMM, it would have been bad days for Cerberus. Cerberus right now coming back into it. It is going to be a dragon fight here. Chaz in a little bit of trouble. BMM gets taken down. The passive is going to come in. We do see a lot of trouble. Beautiful looking Chaz. There's the arrow.
Nice.
Right into the Hexa ultimatum. Viper tries to get away. Exorcist as well. Managed to limp away from that trouble. Taku takes quite a bit of damage from that. Meliodas comes in right as Genza pushes pressure onto mid side.
The thing is, as good as that fight was, they still conceded the dragon to RRQ, and I hope that wouldn't lead to bigger consequences in the future. But now that leaves the Rift Herald very much wide open here for CS to pick up. Only Hyde is around, but then you can see the rest of the squad already closing in. Akali's a little bit halfway through though, and we also see Exorcist trying to jump in. That's a good blast away. That's going to allow them to keep and Melodius completely under control. Now CS, they're going to have to turn tail here because the rest of RRQ coming in extremely hot. They're aiming it onto BMM and the Scion, but Scion still is able to at least get an assist there as Melodius falls to the ground. Now he's going to be focusing on the Exorcist. BMM unfortunately locked down right in front of the turret. That didn't allow him to get the different range to finish off Exorcist, so Exorcist survives that onslaught.
Very nicely done there by Cerberus, able to take it down onto his RRQ, working out very well despite the fact RRQ was able to steal away the Herald, if I'm not mistaken. That steal was definitely highlight worthy, but the kills that came after from Cerberus, a little bit too much. Exhaust comes down over towards Chaz. We're going to be set Hyde as well. Takes so much damage. Nothing but black bars and a hint of red onto RRQ's Hyde. Chaz definitely going to feel his heartbeat. doop raise for sure.
Yeah, they're very strong right now, Cerberus Esports, and I worry that RRQ might be on the verge of losing control over some of these lanes now that Cerberus is starting to extend that influence. So let's see what they're going to try to do in counterattack. It looks like they're going to try to focus in on that tier 1 turret in the middle now. Viper, Chaz, and Exocet. Viper having already a chunk of health out, and now Chad's going to get focused upon here against Melo that's trying to very best to defend against this Rift Herald, who probably will be able to knock that turret within a hellish breath. Oh, actually, it does completely take it away there, so RQ pretty much succeeds in this first turret take, and that's going to be the cue now for Cerberus to back out.
I personally thought that the Herald was actually going to get taken down just in time, but was able to charge up. But that was just very well done from RRQ. They were able to turn a successful steal, but they lost so much out of it. But unfortunately for Cerberus, they didn't actually were able to convert those Death Simers into something profitable in terms of pressure. RRQ right now winning in terms of pressure and objectives. One Infernal in their pocket. We do see 2 turrets as well. Now we're going to seeing a very strong skew of gold favoring the side of RRQ. The Filipino region now definitely clamoring, definitely cheering, whereas Vietnam a little bit more hopeful in terms of them getting this back, because Cerberus right now does have quite a bit of opportunity to extend the fights, but if they're not able to dodge all of these skill shots that's come from Viper and Helios coming into the fight. Wait.
Yep, BMM gonna get focused upon Mahai and Chaz, but then looks like he's gonna try to turn the tables around, gets a double stun. Now focusing to try to burst down Hyde's damage. The barrier is gonna be coming out for him as he attempts a Spell, but doesn't quite make it though. Sion still gets the kill done. Chaz though is gonna be able to pick up some health fruit, so he is gonna be able to sustain himself in this lane perhaps a little bit longer, but BMM, he's still coming in hot. And speaking of coming in hot, excellent Viper trying to get a trade onto Genza, can't quite get a lockdown onto the Ash though, as BMM continues to fight, continues to take down that turret, and now is looking to see if he can get out of the way of Chaz here, but he gotta watch out. The Gragas is already coming in from the river. He needs to try to end this fight as quickly as he can before the Gragas inevitably comes in, knocks him down, and allows the Lee Sin to get the kill onto the Sion before BMM revives back in.
Alright, very nicely done here from Cerberus. They know very well that they're starting to lose out on some of the pressure here. This is where they're going to try to turn it around. Helios comes in to aim onto Genza. Genza gets taken up beautifully with the execution by Helios, and it seems that 2 members now lost for the count. BMM as well as Genza will be able to get more. Beautiful explosive cast by Exosen. We're going to see the follow-up there. Chaz jumps over the wall with the Dragon's Rage. We're going to see one more get taken down. Saku now is going to see the gray screen. We're going to see Cerberus now up against the rope, but not too far behind. We're going to be seeing a slight change in terms of values of goal, but RRQ, Cerberus, I think they're still very much even. Slight advantage towards RRQ in terms of pressure as well. Let's take a look at what is happening with that beautiful setup.
Yeah, I mean, watch out for where Chaz is. I mean, he knew exactly once those double stuns came in, he got himself right in position there, and that pretty much was the end of Genza in that specific regard. But now with that one turret on the bottom lane taken down, that's already opened up 2 objectives now that RRQ could potentially go for. So they do still have the mid turret, which is only having a sliver of health, but that's going to be enough support that they need, because CS doesn't have any tier 1 turrets left in their lanes. Now CS is going to be desperate to try to keep control of his Rift Herald. They're going to be starting that Rift Herald right now, even with RRQ desperate trying to get that red buff as quickly as he can. Now that the red buff is done, Viper is going to try to move in here, try to see when initiation can come. Chaz tries to go for the steal, doesn't quite get it though. CS still picks it up. Now they're going to try to go for the fight though. The stun that comes in really keeps him here. The Hexael comes out to take down the Akali, and then now Hyde finds himself in big trouble. Riven is down again, and then now BNM looks for his next target on the list before Viper and Chaz flashes away to ensure that he wouldn't be able to be the next victim of his prey.
True shot barrage followed up by Viper there, very nicely done, alongside with Exosin being able to use the explosive cast to mess up that fight. However, Cerberus right now does have the tempo here, slowly closing that gap. If this turret, if this objective goes down, it is going to be the Mountain Drake. It is going to give them a little bit more tankability here, but we do see Exosin nearby, doesn't have that explosive cast, but we do see the follow-up. Could it be possible? Nope, it is going to go over to Cerberus Esports here. I'm going to see RRQ bite off a little bit more than they could chew.
Ooh, that's CS taking both objectives despite the fact that they don't have the support of the tier 1 turrets. That's seriously impressive, but that also goes to show the level of strength that they have already at this stage. So RRQ may be in a bit of trouble if they aren't able to overcome this right now. I think itemization-wise, they're still looking a little bit weak on the RRQ side.
Yeah, I do see that there is going to be a little bit of issues here. We do see Twin Force on top of the Manamune. We do see Hyde right now on top, beautifully done there. We do see Viper trying his best best to hit his second and first skills there. Trishal Barrage comes out, will be able to get the snipe. Snipe City, right turn. Sion took a wrong turn there, immediately gets blown up.
High ground? What high ground? There's no high ground if you're on the ground with me, and me and M unfortunately had to face that reality for the next 20 seconds as he stays out of the Rift. Melodius continuing to tip out some buffs. Are they going to be thinking about making some additional pushes now that they've already taken down BMM here? It does seem like RQ is just settling in at the moment. I think mostly because they're still quite behind in terms of itemization at the moment, so perhaps may not be fighting at that full strength quite yet, and that's going to be a bit of a problem, especially when objectives are not quite on the map.
Okay, so they're going to be focusing around the positioning towards the Drake here, Vixer, and I'm thinking that the setup is going to be good because they do have options here. True Shot Barrage is down. Genza does have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Long range stuns are there, but wait, Exosin gets hit. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful cask right there. Follow it up with that.
Yeah, Senza comes out of the stasis now. He's going to be desperate to try to get out of the way, but Hyde's not going to let him go without a fight. Takes down the Ashe now, but the RQ unfortunately staying a lot of damage. It can really sustain this fight, and now Helio's going to find himself baited out, and Ataku almost gets a catch. BMM though, he still goes in, gets a link, but doesn't quite get the lockdown. So now it seems like CS is still going to continue to siege, and especially the River Hell coming out the mid lane, they're looking to at least get one or maybe even two towers, especially if they can get a pick off here on the Exorcism, but still they're going to focus in on objectives there, especially with Shelly coming in with the charge, will be able to take down that tier turret. Now RQ, they're going to see this as a Q to strike, but no, they're not going to be able to lock anyone from CS down. The CS instead going to try to take the red buff. While Viper and Hyde now tries to steal it. I don't think they got it though. CS still going away, taking the tier 2 turret and the buff.
Very well done here from Cerberus. They know that it behooves upon them to just keep the pressure running. We do see Hyde there on his own. He's going to run away immediately there. Immediately spots out that the scanner was disabling these wards here. Very wisely done from RRQ to follow up at least to know that they're going to be able to get the pressure back.
Oh, no,
but they have
hunting.
to be very careful though.
Yeah, they're trying to hunt down anyone from CS who sticks around the jungle a little bit too long, but then they spotted them immediately and decided to peel off and go for the recalls instead. So RQ at least will have a temporary control over the jungle, but with the buff already taken there, Lee Sin is just going to only be able to farm the jungle minions now in order to try to catch up on his farm. He's still at level 12 at the moment, whereas the Olaf or Melodius is already on 13, so he needs to be able to keep on par with that champion there, or else CS could potentially roll things over and may get a bit out of control by the time they get to this late stage.
All right, we're going to be taking a look at the items very soon as one of the observers open it up, and we'll talk a little bit about it. I'm predicting that BMM is going to be using the Hullbreaker. We did see him on towards the Dragon side, on towards the Drake lane. Oh wait, Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Yeah, oh boy, it's going to be, he'll get a Hextech ultimatum. Two people get stunned there. Exorcist and Chaz split up there, and that's going to allow them to focus in on only Exorcist. The Gragas is now out for the count here, and the CS pulling back a little bit here, trying to bait out any response here from RQ, but they're not going aggressively to try to counteract this, and that's going to concede the blue buff now to CS as it continues the dominating kind of role around this lane. They're still continuing to stick in the middle right now, and already peeled off. Looks like they're going to be trying to focus on that top lane, which is the minions has already pushed it around that halfway point, and RQ are thinking they're just going to try to keep in position here in case CS decide to continue that push, but it seems like no, CS is going to try to regroup a little bit here and think about that next team fight.
All right, so I'm looking at the objectives that have been scored across the board here, 13 to 10. 2,000, almost 2,200 goal advantage in favor of Cerberus. Nothing that RRQ can't come back from, but considering that Helios is having a little bit of a hard time because every time he goes in, he gets exhausted. Oh wait, before that.
Oh boy, another big fight here in the middle. Hyde is going to be first one, going to be focused down and taken out, but another follower comes in here. A good stun going to be set up onto Viper, and that's going to be the end of the Ezreal. Double kill now for CS. They continue to make this death alley right now up in middle lane, and RQ unfortunately are the victims of that atrocity.
All right, Ezreal gets taken down. I think it was very much against the interest of Viper to get caught in that way. It was against the interests of a Viper to just keep staying there, try to sling his spells from far away. Baron take is going to happen for the side of Cerberus. Oh, there goes Enchanted with the arrow.
Yeah, Taku and Duckby just basically gatekeeping majority of RRQ there for being able to counteract this Baron take. So Baron Buff is going to be up for the next 2 minutes here from CS. It's going to be a critical time now for RRQ because the next siege here will be quite painful. And let's hope they won't be able to take won't be taking too many losses, but it looks like those losses may be quite huge here as now another Drake falls to the hands of CES. So that's 2 Dragon buffs now, plus the Baron buff. That's a lot of power on the side of the Vietnamese squad.
All right, looking at the Vietnamese squad, it seems that they are very much pulling on the strings of the priority that they're working on because of the amount of turrets that they're able to close compared to RRQ. On top of the Baron buff here, it seems that RRQ right now has no choice but to play it very, very defensively. Turtle up.
Yeah, Chaz riding them in. Oh, but my goodness, BMM still is able to hold his own though, and that's leaving RRQ to try to back up. But no, Lutek Chaz though, he ran straight into Duckby and Taku, tries to take down Duckby, but Taku ends him immediately there. And now another kill there comes in onto the Riven of Hyde. So there's still 2 more of RRQ constantly getting themselves killed out there, and this is not going to bode well for this next push though, because CS are knocking straight on the tier 3's door.
37 seconds as well, so they only have 30 seconds to outlast. Oh, there goes another Enchanted Crystal arrow.
BMM jumps straight in there. That forces RQ to back off a bit, and that allows them to just take that tier 3 turret with very, very little drama. And now focusing onto that mid lane now. I think that's not going to be long for this, as well as Taku and Melodius jumps in there, smacks down that tier 3. And now the only thing left, perhaps, is a Nexus as it goes straight in, collapsing onto RQ, who are just defenseless against this onslaught. CES continues to get kills done while they pound the Nexus, but inevitably, that one will break to give them the first game.
All right, that was very, very well done indeed here from here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, Day 2 Challenge Group, our first game of today between these 2 teams. I'm thinking that it has been a relatively bumpy ride for RRQ. I was thinking that it was going to be smoother against Cerberus, but Cerberus, I think they made the necessary adjustments. RRQ wanted to go into the fight very, very well, and they wanted to follow up with the Lee Sin delivery system, and the Gragas being able to at least use the explosive cask to disperse the fight. But it seems that when that happens, every time that happens, immediately members of Cerberus just go, I run straight at you, bro. They have 3 champions that are designed to just run up at you. The Hextech Ultimatum with the hookshot combo, that's one. The Olaf just going okay, and Sion going "Rawr" as well. You know, there's a lot of gurs and you know, machinery sounds. You know.
Yeah.
But before that, I'm very sorry to just interrupt you because so many things are happening at the same time. I think we've got replays, right?
Yeah, we got replays coming up. So, you know, to the point, to your point, yeah, there's 3 in-your-face champions that are really difficult to deal with here for RQ, and that kind of made it very hard in that mid stage there, especially when CES started already having the ultimates and they were already gaining a lot more confidence in these team fights against them. So even though RQ did well to try to secure some objectives early on, especially those tier 1 turrets, it's still CS, the power and their ability to fight has really worked out well for them, especially even despite Gragas' best attempts to try to perhaps interrupt or maybe even nullify a little bit of what Sion's able to do, but BMM still too strong, still able to get good kills, and that really went a long way towards his power level, and that made him almost virtually unstoppable by the time we got to the end stages of this game.
Okay, I'm really liking what I saw from this highlights here from the replays, mostly because of just how effective RRQ was in some stages, but Cerberus just immediately were very, very aware of what they needed to do to get the control back. Because of Genza playing the Ashe, right? Oh, but this snipe though, that was a right turn onto the wrong side of Sniper City.
Yeah, that was a really good one there. So, but then by this stage though, I think RRQ already realized that they can't really deal with this this kind of the death ball that CS has been doing all throughout this mid lane, and we saw them constantly conceding kill after kill to CS, which only intensified the gulf between the two teams. And unfortunately, I think some of these engages were maybe not that necessary for RRQ's sake, but then they really were kind of running out of options, I think, by that point in order to try to stem the tide. And by the time it came over them, they were literally overwhelmed.
All right, so this is the post-game stats here. 18-10 in favor of Cerberus, Taku, Meliodas, BMM, Genza, and Duckby. All of them at least have recorded at least a minimum of 2 kills. The biggest winner here is definitely going to be Duckby. Only 1 death, 5, 1, and 9. But looking on the other end of the spectrum here, the biggest performer here has got to be not many of them actually. I mean, the numbers do not actually reflect the utility that Chaz was actually playmaking for a lot of the members of RRQ, but just Cerberus just knew what they had to do. That draft kind of countered the fact that RRQ, if they are not able to get that damage off immediately and use that delivery system to basically destroy any high priority targets on Cerberus, Cerberus just says, okay, all their ultimates are done, let's just close in on them.
Yeah, but I think that the crowd control from RRQ wasn't that effective, especially we got 3 in-your-face champions there. I think the Gragas was probably overwhelmed a little bit about who exactly he needs to prioritize at any given moment, because at any time, either the Olaf, the Scion, or the Ashe could be, the Camille could be in RRQ's lineup, completely wrecking them, and Gragas is just going to be having to decide between the lesser 2 evils in that sense. But then that still is going to mean that the lineup RRQ is still going to get decimated either way. So I think it's a very, very tough situation there, even for the Gragas.
Okay, now a lot of times when we look at these numbers, right, it doesn't paint a clearer picture, but it does at least give us a story, a tonality, so to speak, right? Cerberus, in terms of their damage share, quite a number of the champions that require to do the damage. Meliodas, Genza, Duckby are doing more than 20% damage, and that's a really good damage share in terms of them dealing damage. On the opposite end of the spectrum, Helios, a measly 14%. Viper was the only one doing 35%. But for that 25,275 damage, compare it to Genza. Look at that. I mean, it's not entirely that huge of a difference.
I mean, it's not that big of a difference, but it still goes to show how abysmal the performances were for the Lee Sin and the Akali here, because they were just constantly getting killed over and over again by BMM, by Melodias, and it didn't help as well that Genza providing that fire support from a distance really much forces them to fight with a very low health pool either way, and with champions that aggressive, and especially with CS just amping up that pressure in the mid stages of this game. That's why things swung so heavily into CS's favor, you know, very early on actually. Even by the 10-minute mark, you can already see RQ just struggling to try to keep CS at bay, and once the levy breaks, everything just floods all the way through.
I think you got the two teams turned around here. Cerberus was actually having a hard time in the early stages of the game goal-wise.
Yeah.
Because Cerberus is on blue, right? So as the game progressed on to like 10-minute mark here, that was where there was a big spike, because they were able to just run up to them. Early stages of the game, I felt RRQ had a lot of the grasp and control, but similar problems in terms of scaling comps. Run at you comps as well. If you go for sieges, right, and you're not able to do the necessary damage, it's definitely going to be a huge problem here for the team. For this bit of data here, we are going to see a little bit of a clearer picture here in terms of how Cerberus was controlling some stages of the game with some of these skirmishes and fights, but RRQ overall controlled it, but the margins were huge. At about the 11-minute, 10-minute mark, look at that spike from 0 to 31,000.
Yeah, I mean, that was all of the two back-to-back like team fights that won CES both objectives with Rift Herald and the Dragon as well. So there was a lot of value that got straight out from that point. But yeah, I mean, exactly that 10-minute mark already shows exactly which point that CS were already overpowering RRQ. So it was just that even before that point, RRQ, I felt, struggled to try to slow down the scale that was coming out from Cerberus' side, and it really shows over here that they really struggled until the very bitter end there. But it was kind of just delaying the inevitable, I have to say.
Yeah. So looking at how the inevitability of Cerberus closing down onto RRQ, I felt like the early game stages could have been a little bit more forceful for the side of RRQ if they were able to actually build quite a bit of quite a bit of an offense against members of Cerberus, because we did see that early stages of the game. We did see a Herald. We did see also a Dragon. I think it was a Herald steal, and I don't know whether it was a Dragon steal or a Dragon take for the side of RRQ. A little bit of that short-term memory loss right there.
I think it was a take actually, because like BMM was just fresh off of an attempt to gank onto him, and he was already rotating towards the Dragon Pit, but by that point RRQ was already more than halfway through with the Dragon, and they took it before BMM could even get in range.
I've always felt that for RRQ to actually turn it around, they need to actually play around the fact that their early game stages is actually pretty strong. They need to, like I said, yesterday when we played some of the games, right, there was a little bit more clearer in terms of the distinction, right? There were bigger shifts in terms of how the game pivoted in such a hard way, right? But today we're going to be seeing a little bit more of a steadier push-pull, which indicates to me that the teams are starting to get comfortable with the meta. They're starting to get a little bit of confidence in terms of the tendencies. They're starting to realize some patterns. But speaking of which, we've got a bit of love for our sponsors here, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, it mattered the most for RRQ, but unfortunately for them, Cerberus takes away that hope. Monster Energy Drink will be unleashing the beast within you. www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. That's where you want to be. Check it out right now. And for those of you who are social butterflies or just want to type out your thoughts, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. That's where you want to be. That's where you want to be sharing some of your knowledge, and of course be picking our brains or each other's brains in terms of what happened to RRQ in game number 1. Upcoming match, we're gonna run it back. Cerberus going up against RRQ for game number 2, Victor.
Yeah, the next rap is going to be coming out. I'm going to be curious to see if RRQ is going to try to change up the way they handle the draft, or Cerberus going to be able to, Cerberus is going to be able to continue using this very aggressive type of lineup against them. So we'll see, have to see, because the draft is going to be coming up real soon for that. But I wonder if this burst of confidence we're seeing from Cerberus is a result of a lot of soul searching they did yesterday, because the match against Nigma was not exactly the worst kind of match, but it was definitely a rough one to kind of take to lose that first matchup of the day. So yeah.
We'll have to find out those questions as we continue today, but for now, we're going to take a short break. He's Victor Cax, I'm the Hound, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll be with you again shortly for game number 2 between Cerberus and RRQ. See you in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear.
Oh, I didn't see you guys there. Welcome back. Snapdragon Pro Series, a Day 2 Challenge Group Match 1, Game 2. My name's Hound, alongside with Ms. Victor, and we're going to be your commentary team for today. And I don't know about you guys, but man, oh man, RRQ is definitely feeling a little bit of pressure here. But of course, it's an early game. It's an early day, first game of the match. Despite a very turbulent start for Cerberus, they were able to readily come back into the game. But before we go into the past, let's go into the present. Let's talk about our key player from that match.
Yeah, it's going to be Genza here, having a KDA of 7.5, a kill participation of 83.3, and as an Ashe, it's not really surprising to see. He was really pulling in a lot of damage there for his team, as you can see from the damage made of 1,235. He certainly played his role very well as the Ashe to provide the fire support, while the rest of the champions from Cerberus Esports were able to get in the faces of RRQ and were able to nail down those kills. And that wouldn't have happened if the Ashe wasn't there to provide the damage, the nuking that was required to bring them down low enough to allow those kills to happen.
Kill participation of 83.3. Damage taken per minute, 675 compared to damage per minute, 1,235. That indicates to me that all Genza was doing was just poking from far. Every time someone comes close, he's just started stepping all the way back, doing as much trying to maximize the damage that he's able to do with his ranges focus, if I'm not mistaken, not hyper focus, ranges focus on the first skill. I mean, as soon as you hit 4 stacks, you are able to just hit a very crazy amount of attack speed onto any of your targets. But like I said, when it comes to starter setting, sometimes you have to be very careful with how you do it, because if you don't do it right, the follow-up that could come is very detrimental to its Genza. Genza is going to be very squishy, but looking at the damage taken per minute, very low indeed.
Yeah, I mean, that's just staying out of trouble there. Perfect way you're going to be paying the marksman, and I'm pretty sure for someone as skilled as Genza, getting those 4 stacks is not that difficult at all. So, you know, and that's a hallmark of a really good marksman player. So anyways, we're going to be jumping into our second game really soon here. And I don't know, I just kind of want to have your thoughts a little bit about Cerberus here, because yesterday, you know, they had a relatively turbulent time against Nigma Galaxy, and I was thinking that, you know, this first game win here might be just a boost of confidence they need in order to try and improve the form. But what do you think, though? You think that the yesterday's performances could be looked at more as a fluke, or you think that Cerberus really had a lot of adjustments that they made here today?
I think it alludes to the fact that for Cerberus, they have made some of the adjustments. RRQ does favor trying to build a little bit of early game jumping aboard
forward for themselves based on what we saw from this game, right? Let's not take the game that they had against Team Flash as a sample set. All right, let's look specifically from game number 1 for match number 1 when they went up against Cerberus. They were trying to build a little bit of a power, not to say a power spike, but a springboard to get off of. But the problem is, when Cerberus was able to come online, Camille, Olaf, Sion do have very high amounts of HP pools, right? And because of the siege potential that only comes from the Ezreal, I felt RRQ wanted to do too many things at once, I felt. They wanted to have the Akali go into the backlines, try to smash the backline Ashe, or try to get towards Karma as well, but Karma just has shields for days and the ability to just run away from those fights. And if Ashe is actually nearby, an Enchanted Crystal Arrow basically creates a little bit of breathing space if she decides to get taken, if any like Akali decides to come in and basically close out on towards the Ashe. However, looking at it, those are the only 2 viable options for RRQ to be able to take. And that immediately puts Cerberus on the advantage at certain segments. The windows of opportunity to close out fights were better for Cerberus as it progressed.
So that does really bring a forth like kind of argument when it comes to a strategy, right? It's like, is it better to have something a lot more straightforward and simpler, like what Cerberus did, which is more of like in-your-face kind of battling, whereas like RQ, they try to go for a touch more complicated approach that requires a lot more coordination. But it feels like that if you are able to pull off the coordination, probably it will definitely work out. But then it seems like in the heated battle, especially in this kind of skirmisher meta, it seems like the simpler kind of strategies may be the more favorable kind of strategies, doesn't it?
Yeah, I do think so. The fact that the Ziggs was out, I think, from RRQ towards Cerberus, or from Cerberus towards RRQ, kind of actually put RRQ kind of in a really interesting spot. I'm pretty sure they wanted to go for kind of like a mixed siege potential along with some explosive follow-up in the form of the Akali and the Gragas and the Lee Sin. But the problem is, Cerberus actually has a lot of kiting potential with the Ashe and the Karma. Ashe that kites really well outside of the fact that the Karma's around, and Karma's able to create a conducive environment for Ashe to thrive with a little bit more shielding, with a little bit more movement speed. So how do you deal with that? When you have a team like Cerberus trying to come up at you at full force, running towards you, you want to do what Cerberus does when RRQ decides to go in, fight going backwards. You can't do that with an Ezreal as effectively as an Ashe. And the fact that Gragas is only able to disperse the fight, but not give the Ezreal in this case any tools to actually supplement the damage or even give a bit of utility and survivability, means that the damage share is totally on Ezreal's shoulders.
Yeah, that definitely does track with the statistics we saw from the end of the first game. So yeah, it does make sense. RQ tried to do a potpourri of many different things at once, but then none of them were able to stick that well. And I think that really contributed to the loss here, I feel, because again, you get that sense of struggle that RQ was experiencing in that first game. So let's see whether or not this second game, though, the struggles will no longer continue, as we will hopefully be seeing a different draft coming out from them this time around.
Yeah, I do think so. We're going to go into pick and ban soon. We're just waiting for the little pop-up to come up for us, and I'm really wondering whether or not RRQ is not going to like put their foot in the water a little bit and not commit on this siege on this like siege mix-up, right? I want to see them commit to the siege. I think they do have potential of pulling it out. It all really depends pulling it off, excuse me. It all really depends on whether or not they are able to consistently sling out the damage onto these champions, because one of the easiest ways for you to counter a siege is to just go with teams that are able to run up at them and go all in. But if they create opportunities like how Karma created for Ashe, opportunities to fight going backwards, then RRQ does have a big advantage, provided they win and control that early game 5-minute stanza.
Yeah, it seems like everything always depends a lot on those performances in the early mid game. You can't really put everything together there. It's just going to compound problems over and over the more the minutes tick on. So nevertheless, though, let's go ahead and jump into this draft now. They're certainly taking a sweet time over at RRQ side to make those first bans come out. So I do think that, you know, the last draft there certainly has allowed them to kind of think a little bit longer and see, especially with the way that CS has kind of overpowered them that last one. Maybe they might want to try to keep it short and simple. We'll go ahead something a little bit more straightforward and hopefully put a little bit less burden on some of the individual members of RRQ here, and instead the whole team itself can focus more on taking those fights.
All right, so I've been told by production that Cerberus is going to be missing out on their first ban. It is going to be a disciplinary action. We will get some more information as that progresses. But however, let us focus not on the disciplinary action of missing out the ban, but what the implications are. You miss out on one ban here, it's actually a big deal.
It is.
Especially at this state of the game. It actually frees up an opportunity for RRQ to maybe go for a counter pick, or maybe even target Cerberus to try to get them into a certain pick cadence that offers them an opportunity to get something strong to counter the first pick that is going to go towards Taku. The fact that Lucian has been banned out as well, I do think that this is going to be a repeat in terms of bans from yesterday and today as well. We do see that specific tendencies have been shown across the board. Castin and Lucian, Yumi, these three champions, and I do think sometimes Fiora and Senna as well sometimes do get banned out. I'm not okay. Let me pull that back and reiterate, not Fiora, Senna and Nasus sometimes get banned out as well, right? Or even just the Senna to ban out, just to make sure that Nasus will not be able to be conducive with the double scaling matchup, right? So, with that being said, Karma being banned out for the side of Cerberus by RRQ. We do see that Zed as well being banned out. What do you think about this?
You know, banning on the Karma definitely is just a response to that first game. Obviously, they don't want to allow what the Karma brought for CS in that last game, which was made in an environment that was so conducive for their in-your-face champions to be able to take those fights. So yeah, and especially with CS already losing that first ban, that does mean that, yeah, in terms of that draft cadence here, the tempo of that is completely thrown out the window when you miss out on that first ban. So I'm thinking that this could be RQs to try to secure a coup, and they're already going for the Senna. Nasus, yeah, Nasus is in the pool.
I'm really thinking that RQ is going to go for that, but no, they are going to go for the Senna and Riven. Maybe they might actually open it up for another champion for Viper. It really depends. I think a Karma would actually be good on top of a Senna as well, because Karma will be able to farm up, get a pretty good wave clear, and Senna fast at a certain amount of time and certain amount of caps of souls that she's able to harvest. She's going to come online from passively just staying in lane and farming up those souls, those mists, excuse me. Meliodas going up for the Morgana. I do like this Morgana pickup here. We have seen Meliodas play Morgana in the past. If in the past I'm not mistaken, is mostly targeted to Chaz to make sure that Chaz isn't going to be the utility monster that he is on that. But Kha'Zix's coming into play, and we have seen Chaz decimate people. This is the RRQ I want to see. This is the RRQ that's going to be winning the game, because looking at Cerberus, they do have Taku with the Jace, with the I mean, being able to just use the hammer to just knock him away, sure. But if Helios comes in at a surprise here with the invisibility as well as Dustblade of Daktar, it's going to be a hard time for Taku to be able to at least try to get that damage off. He has to see the Kha'Zix coming. He has to see Chaz come. Chaz approach him in order for him to try to get that huge amount of damage off before Chaz can get to him. We do see that Gragas is in play as well. Galio being banned out. Ziggs and Corki. What do you think about these bans?
Yeah, I mean, again, it seems more or less similar to what they kind of tried to do the first game, but you know, with the Kha'Zix already picked up here, this means that, you know, for CS, it cannot be as straightforward a game as game number 1 here, because taking these fights here, now they have to watch out for a sneaky little cockroach throughout some of these fights, and that could potentially disrupt the tempos that they can potentially do, especially when it comes to that, the push pulls that will happen in the early to mid game stage. So last round of bans will be coming. The Nasus is going to be banned out here. So, you know, I mean, RQ, they seem to be quite firm on like not picking up the Nasus also. I'm thinking that they're just going to be using the Senna more in that hard support role here. But nevertheless, though, the last pick's going to be coming through here for both CS and RQ. So let's see how this will go.
All right, judging from what we see already, Taku on the Jace, Meliodas on the Morgana. I'm thinking BMM is going to be swapping with Genza.
Oh, singed.
I'm thinking Taku could actually switch with Genza here. Wait. It's going to be Renekton bot. It's going to be Renekton mid. Singe and Gragas in bot lane. Senna's going to go bot lane with Set. Kha'Zix's going to go into jungle. Chaz is going to give Riven towards Hyde. Exosin plays. Will be playing. Will be giving Ahri towards Helios. Excuse me. Stumbled on my words there a little bit.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, that's going to be really interesting. A Singed game, and we also have an Ahri in the mix as well. This is going to be a really fun one, I think, for game number 2 here. And certainly it's going to be a very different game overall because, like, CS, especially with the threat of the Kazakhs and now with everything on hand here, they're going to be going for something a little bit more sneaky, it looks like, especially on the RQ side. So, yeah, this is going to be an interesting match. I wonder, given the form that CS had in that first game here, hopefully some of their confidence will carry them forward coming to this one here. But I think RQ's definitely got a much stronger draft this time around compared to what it did in game 1.
If I'm not mistaken, Cerberus's Jace is going to be playing in the jungle. It's going to be played in the jungle, right? Morgana is going to be going bot lane alongside with Gragas. Singe is going mid. Renekton's going top.
Oh, okay.
All right. So for RRQ is a little bit more traditional in that sense, right? They are going to be going with the Set and Senna. I do like the amount of CC that comes in from the fact that Set, actually, if he farms up really well, he will be able to be not only tanky, but do quite a bit of damage as well. The Showstopper, the fact that his passive does quite a bit of damage as well, the fact that he can make the Face Breaker to actually initiate fights on top of the fact that Senna will be able to hit with the skill 2, with the scaling, with the snare, excuse me, not the scaling, and of course with the miss, hiding inside the miss, does actually create a lot of opportunities for Senna to catch up some fights, because if Kha'Zix is hiding inside the miss, right, and he just activates his ulti, boom, it's going to be surprised. Not so nice to see a cockroach suddenly appear in your table now, isn't it?
Hopefully the Cerberus brought the bug spray because they're going to need it for sure coming into game number 2 here against Rex Rigum Keon. Let's go ahead, jump into the Summoner's Rift now and see how this first matchup of the day will conclude.
All right, Cerberus with 1 win on the table already. This could be an opportunity for Rex Rigum Keon to actually recharge themselves, come back into the game stronger now that they have seen a little bit more of Cerberus and what they did in game number 1. Looking at game number 2 for match number 1 between Cerberus on blue side and RRQ on red side. Again, a little bit of a similar blue-red side dynamics here across the board from game number 1. But seeing as how these two teams are going to be interacting with each other, it is going to be apparent that looking at Cerberus, the damage variety here on Taku, Meliodas, is very good because they do have AD damage. They have physical damage. They also have magic damage with BMM on the Singe, as well as Genza and Duckby. And of course, the same meme comes from League of Legends PC all the way to Wild Rift. You never want to chase a Singe here. So Cerberus actually can get Chaz to be in a toxic cloud, and if he's not able to blow up BMM, it's going to be a hard time for Chaz here, because we did see that exhaust is going to be on Genza, and they do have the ability to at least mitigate some of the damage by 30% at least when Chaz decides to jump in.
Yeah, that's going to be one thing I really want to watch out for later on when the fights do begin. But at least for this laning phase, things are going to be pretty much calm and steady. At least for some of these lanes, though, Genza is going to get focused on a little bit. And now they're going to have an opening here to allow Duckby to get a belly flop onto Exosun, but that is not going to be enough damage there. Hopefully enough intimidation on that lane here to keep them from pursuing this tower dive, but still, it looks like Duckby will still be able to get a recall in. In the meantime, though, Helio's going to get surrounded on both ends, and not long for this will is that Ari First Blood's going to be conceded yet again to CES. Not quite the start I think the RQ was looking for.
Cerberus, Meliodas goes up to the skies, drops the hammer down, and immediately takes out Helios from the game. Helios is going to come back with the Lost Chapter. We do see that Hyde is unaware of Meliodas. Meliodas is in it, goes for the Shock Blast with the Hyper Acceleration Gate, goes to the skies there to get a little bit of a spot here. Chaz is going to be nearby, not going to be able to commit to the fight, but I don't think he's going to be going into it. I don't think he's going to get anything out of it. Over the mid side there, Orbital Deception comes out, hits on 2. As Viper here is out of his lane to try to affect with a roam here, because Gragas actually left the lane to leave Viper and Genza to fight it off against each other. Exosun and Genza to fight off against each other.
Yeah, I mean, this is a roaming Singe, and Gragas is just constantly prowling around the Rift here, trying to find any champions just a little bit out of position and hopefully be able to punish them for that. And for RQ especially, they really need to try to get some trades here because they've already conceded 2 kills so far to CES, and that's already going to put them a bit behind now in this early game phase. It's not exactly what they would be looking forward to. Well, Taku trades somewhere hella high, but that's going to force Chaz to come out now to bring in the stun. Oh, Taku is going to finally eat the dirt now that Hyde finally is able to get one up onto him. But is there going to be more depths on the cards here as we continue to see the Singed and Gragas still roaming around that river here, but still not able to get any sort of leg up onto this Ari of Helios.
Okay, so looking at how both these teams here are going to be interacting with each other, Helios is going to try to get his level best wave clear here against BMM and Duckby. They want to be freeing up mid lane because priority is starting to build up for RRQ on towards bot side and top side. So mid is where they want to be focusing a little bit of attention here because they want to be setting up for the Drake that's going to be coming in a few more minutes. So I'm thinking that for either side, between Cerberus and RRQ, they have to be a little bit wary of the positioning of where Chaz is going to be. Chaz does have quite a bit of steal potential here now that he's already at alt weight.
Oh, he's keeping his eye out for the prize there. Taku is going to try to get some damage down to the Hyde, but Chance just waiting for Taku to be out of position. But no, Viper comes into the mix now, so it's a 3v1. Taku gets burst down yet again here. The Renekton not having a good time at all this top lane. Now, Duckby comes in a little bit too late to save his buddy, but at least going to keep some presence in this lane. But that might be the kills that RQ might be looking for, and they're certainly identifying some weaknesses here onto the Renekton.
Hiding under the shroud of the black mist here from Viper actually allowed Chaz to be able to come in and stay hidden. And I do like the fact that Hyde was actually baiting it. Oh, showstopper right to Meliodas.
Yeah, Meliodas tried to bounce Exosun away from the turret, but didn't quite nail it down. The burst damage comes out, but it's not enough to stop Exosun in his tracks. He still gets recall anyway. Chaz and Viper picking up the blue buff now. So are they already thinking about objectives because the Dragon is going to be coming out soon? But look at that, Duckby, Meliodas, and BM around the corner. They've already opened up the ward now, and they definitely have spotted RQ, who just only got the blue buff in the nick of time and was able to peel away against Duckby in the middle. Now they have their eye on Hyde right now, and they're trying to take away those health fruits there. Hopefully try to bait him to get a little bit too close for comfort. But for now, they're going to be maneuvering around the top side, and we're going to see whether or not this first Rift Herald, who is it going to be that's going to be able to take this Shelly here. Duckby's going to get it started for Cerberus at the moment. RQ are actually going to be moving a couple of their champions down towards the river, and that might meet up with the Singe there, along with the Gragas. So perhaps a big another fight coming down for the Dragon now as they all collapse onto it. Chad's gonna be forced to jump out of the pit, and Viper and Helios forced to try to hold their own here, while CS continue to try to hold their ground near the Dragon pit, but now they'll be forced out of the pit here. They managed to get the nice route there onto the Ari, but Helios is still able to leap forward now and continue to chase CS out of the way. No objective for them this time. RQ gets that first Drake.
Very nicely done there. Chaz was able to get that zoning done because of the help of Viper and Helios. Now they're going to be able to get quite a bit of pressure here. I do believe that the Herald is going to be opened up in top side, if I'm not mistaken. So this could be an opportunity for Cerberus to get their turret as well.
Yeah, I mean, the top side has been very weak so far for Cerberus Esports, and Taku definitely will be able to benefit a lot if that tier 1 turret is just taken away there, and you wouldn't have to worry too much about Chaz hiding in that dark mist. But in the meantime, though, the rest of RQ are just coming out of the rift right now, and it looks like they're already sending us in place. So it might be cognizant for them to just continue that push on the top, because it should be maybe a one push away from taking out the tier 1 turret. But for now, though, look at where the Morgana and the Gragas is going. They're already maneuvering their way up top. Melodious coming now. Taku trying to get a jump on the high, but can't quite nail them down. Didn't work out for them, but RQ just backs off.
All right, let's talk a little bit of itemization now that it's come up here. We do have Luden's Echo for the Morgana. We do have the anti-healing sword on towards a Viper. I keep forgetting what the name of that is, but we're going to see Melodious there.
Yeah, Exosun going to get caught out by Taku in the middle here, but Chaz comes to the rescue, forces Taku to back off. Disengage comes true from Cerberus. They all gather around the mid lane. Looks like they're thinking about taking that tier 1 turret. The Rift Herald is going to be brought out, this time through the middle, actually. So Helios is going to be the only one to defend here, while in the meantime, the rest RQ going to be rolling in. Looks like the fight is about to begin. BMM already has a barrier up. He's going to try to aim it onto Viper. Viper attempts to try to get away, but gets caught out in the middle and gets taken down. And Senna's out for the count. RQ unfortunately wasn't able to hold that turret as Shelly did manage to get her charge. So now that's a tier 1 turret down in the middle, and CS solidifying their lead.
Right, Viper there being taken down for the count, operating on the Senna, was going to be the main target for Cerberus. 4-2, one turret in favor of Cerberus compared to RRQ. Not too big of a change, not too big of a valley of disadvantage that RRQ are in. But if this keeps up, the valley is just going to get deeper and deeper in favor of
Oh
Cerberus.
no, Hyde, you gotta run away because there's so much damage coming your way. Melodis and BMM a good gang at the bottom, and meanwhile on the top, they're gonna aim in on Taku. Good jump there by Exocet. That's gonna be able to take down the Renekton for sure. Duckbeat still able to step away, but not much you could do in that situation. Morgana trying to come in, see if she can try to defend the tier 1 turret, but with 4 people from RRQ already having the eyes set on that prize, that tier 1 turret will fall.
Something to note about here is the fact that itemization is going to be slightly skewed towards Meliodas. He does have the Black Cleaver alongside with the Serrated Zerk, excuse me. We do see that Duskblade of Draktar has been completed for Chaz as well. We do see immediately Yomu's Ghostblade that coming up from Meliodas, and I'm very sure that the 4-0-1, the 4 kills, no deaths, and 1 assist definitely helping him get that stasis as well. Whereas we do see that Chaz is going to have a hard time here if Meliodas is going to be the target. He can't go after Genza as well because Genza is going to be in the middle of it all, throwing out, slinging out as much stuns. If he goes in for the Soul Shackles and is not able to take down Genza in that brief frame of time, it's going to be very terrible for Chaz there because Helios as well as Viper, Exocet and Hyde, they have to coordinate with Chaz. Chaz will be able to penetrate the back lines here, but it has to be on Genza. It has to be on Duckbeat. BMM is a little bit too tanky now. Now they have his Rallies as well.
I mean, that's such a small window of opportunity. It's certainly a lot of risks on RRQ's side as now the Shelly is already on the map and we can really see CS moving in to try to set up that take. RRQ is looking around in the middle here and they're just definitely around if they want to try to counteract this, but no, none of them will be able to take away the Rift Herald, so it does fall into the hand of CS yet again. Now this time around, they're going to have their eyes solely focus on this Baron lane now. That turret should be taken down within this next push here. Melodis snaps it down. Not much Helios could do in that situation. But is he looking for a fight? Can't quite catch him in time. He recalls away.
Okay, so let's slow it down a little bit, right? I mean, the thing about Wild Rift is that fights just keep happening and happening and happening, right? So I want to slow it down a little bit, not talk too much about the itemization there because we're just showing for each and every one of you guys down on your screen here that itemizations are slowly coming into fruition for Cerberus. We do see that there is a slight little gold advantage here, definitely felt in the forms of the items that are being shown for Cerberus. RRQ there, still in the competition of the game, 5-3 at 10 minutes here. Both these teams playing very conservative, being very, very respectful to one another, but Cerberus still very much not too gun-shy.
Oh, they're definitely not shy at all. They're going to be going straight for the Infernal Dragon. This could be huge for them if they're able to pick it up. But RQ, given their very narrow window of opportunity, they need that Dragon really to, to maximize the use of Chaz. But no, Viper's going to get caught up in the middle as the rest of CS collapses onto RQ's line. They already took 2 kills right out of the bat. Even the shield from Exorcist will not save him that time as CS completely mops the floor on the Dragon Pit and will get the reward in the form of the Infernal Drake's buff.
All right, so working on wonders here. Both teams now being able to secure buffs for each other, a slight kill advantage as well as a goal advantage favoring to the side of Cerberus Esports. I do believe that also the 3 turrets working in favor of Cerberus actually opens up the map in a huge margin. And RRQ right now are playing it a little bit more gingerly every time they go into the jungle, mostly because that Cerberus do have quite a bit of opportunity to either build some of this priority here and make members of RRQ lose out even more. And I'm thinking that this could be the turnaround that this could be the closing of that turnaround that RRQ really needs, and they might not even have to go to a 3rd game if Cerberus keeps this up. Unfortunately, today's Cass's curse may actually come through.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm going to still be happy anyway because Poundo is going to lose his streak. So
yes. We're all taking it for the team here.
Well, CS at the moment still having a lot of intimidation factor there. That's why RRQ is keeping their distance, wisely so. They don't want to get caught up in another big team fighting and potentially lose even more ground to CES than they already have. The tier 2 turret is still up on all the lanes here for RRQ, so at least they have that going for them. But now now with Shelly bearing down on that tier 2 turret. It's only a matter of time before RQ is going to be forced to strike. They do jump onto him though, but unfortunately BMM moves up in front, just forcing RQ to split away, and that is allowing them now to have the distance to set up the disengage as Hyde takes up some damage. A bit of a poke here and there, but not much damage done. No champions taken out as CS continues to roll on. They're not quite done yet. Tier 2 turret on the bottom is done and dusted, and finally do we see CS pull back into the recalls.
What am I saying about this game, right? Is that Cerberus is very well aware that they are kind of operating on a time limit here, because it is only a matter of time before Viper starts to come online, right? So immediately we do see at the 13-minute mark, about 7 minutes shy, 5 turrets, big opportunities to deny Viper to be able to farm effectively.
Yeah.
Because when you are pushed up beyond the tier 1 turrets, it's a lot riskier for Viper to actually push out on her own. Why? Because Meliodas is there, BMM is there. There's not much mobility aside from the 3rd skill of Viper, which is on a fairly long cooldown here.
Oh, watch out, Chaz, though. He might get caught up in the middle. He's trying to jump away, and CS just realized that he has been in their midst all along. Good shot there, but that's not enough to keep him locked down. Helios is going to try to get in the mix, though, but he's still able to survive this. The rest of the RQ move in, but did not able to collapse onto CS. They were afraid of this. They were afraid of the counterattack, and look at that. The wave is just going ahead and roll through their entire lineup, getting a double kill now for the Renekton, and this might be the opening that they need to get into the base. They're already moving in. Exorcist is going to get taken down, and with those pickouts out of the way, all of RQ are deleted from the map, and CS will massacre this entire base, taking out the Nexus and securing CS the matchup win here with 2 games in their hands.
I knew I should have just voted for Cerberus. I could have been the Pondo today. I could have been like the guy like, yeah, I'm smart, guys. I know it. I know it. You listen to me and I predict properly. This is what happens. But at least we all take the L today. For those of you guys who predicted the right way with Cerberus, definitely feel like you need to give yourself a pat in the back because you saw something that we didn't see. We tried our level best to make it as entertaining and fun as possible. And of course, educational for those of you who are big how to say, enjoyers, not even casual enjoyers, hardcore enjoyers of meta stuff and theory crafting. But hey, we get it wrong once in a while. We're human, right?
Yeah, we're all human.
I think so, at least.
Yeah. I mean, Wild Rift is just that technical of a game, so you know, it's virtually impossible to be able to cover all the bases here. But we really do our best, you know, to deliver the show for you guys. So,
okay, wait. Just before that though, what was the biggest standout moment for you closing out the game?
Oh, closing out the game. I think for the most part it was like, I think it was really hard to pinpoint a specific moment actually, because like for the most part, once when the Senna lost out on her scaling, it seemed like RQ was just playing a much more passive game all throughout. So a lot of times I'm just seeing CS just being able to just literally get them in the face, similar to what we kind of saw from game number 1. And you know, it's just I just feel that RQ kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit here today, and it's just surprising to me that they weren't able to match up to what Cerberus was bringing to them in this second game. So yeah, I mean, again, I can't quite pinpoint any specific moment, but for the most part, it just looks like Cerberus was really that strong.
Well, for those of you at home who need a visual aid here are the replays to help us get better, to better explain some of the stuff that happened yesterday. So as you can see here, right, the early dives here from Taku, coordinated with other members of Cerberus, it definitely worked wonders, but the counter dives as well by Hyde and Chaz are definitely one of the stronger points of RRQ towards the early stages of the game. Despite the fact that the tempo was slowly taken away by from RRQ by Cerberus, they were handily able to at least draw out some of these fights really well and be able to tie it up. But this is where, excuse me, some of the changes in terms of tempo here may actually start to show itself, because Cerberus here, they're very well aware of what they needed to do against RRQ. They needed to split them up a little bit, allow BMM to just get into the middle of Viper, throw him into the glue pit, and fling him over the shoulder. As you can see here, it's a very hard time because Melodious is there to drop so much damage in a very short amount of time with the Hyper Acceleration Gate, Shock Blast combo, which I think is just a huge problem that Chaz was dealing with, Viper was dealing with, heck, even Exosen also was deleted many times due to Melodious jungle intervention.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point because for the most part, I really didn't see outside of some isolated ganks where Chaz was able to fully come into his own as a Chazix in his lineup. So yeah, I think overall quite disappointing performance from him there, despite having some early game successes against Taku in his lane. But you can see the disparity between these two teams. Virtually 0 deaths for 4 members of CS. Only Taku had been the one getting ganked on, but that was really only the early game. After that point, like I said, it was CS domination from that point on.
Right, so as you can see, right, all the high-value targets, Melodious as well as Genza actually went up for the stasis, for the Zhonya's stasis capabilities here, mostly to deny Chaz from blowing them up. The fact it remains that stasis can be a double-edged sword sometimes, right?
True.
You go golden, you can't move, you can't do anything, you have to passively look at everything happening around you, and at least it gives you a little bit of breathing space here, and it puts Chaz in a bit of a spot of bother, despite the fact that everyone on Cerberus is definitely performing really well, with the exception of Taku being ganked over and over again. We do see that Chaz was the only one that was did something, I guess, you know. I mean, unfortunately for Chaz, there wasn't that much that he could get onto Genza, mostly because of the stuns that came in or even the exhaust. Let's take a look at the damage share here. Melodious actually went 38% in terms of the total damage dealt here. And whereas RRQ, a little bit more mixed up here, but Helios is going to be not too far behind with 31%. Doesn't this actually scream RRQ in game number 1 in terms of their damage share, with the Ezreal being about 35-37% of the damage, right? Yeah. But this is where the executions, this is where the story of execution plays a huge role for Cerberus compared to RRQ.
I mean, the thing is that, like I said, the combination that Melodious and Genzo were able to do completely nullified whatever advantages RRQ might have had with the Kha'Zix. Chaz is completely not a factor at all, you know, even the statistics. But I think the statistics, more than anything else, underscores what an insane game that Melodious had, because he basically, CS had a very simple game plan, I felt, which is just make Melodious fat. And once he was already at that point, it looks virtually unstoppable. 38% of damage share for him. I mean, what a crazy game here that CS has pulled off.
All right, now let's take a look at the goal disparity here. There were moments I felt that RQ were able to turn it around, but the jump from the 6-minute mark to about the 7-minute mark is very huge indeed. It went back to 0, basically 0. For those of you who aren't very statistically inclined and get really confused in terms of us talking about the stats, right? 0 is where there isn't that much disparity between these two teams, right? So because there can never be that much of 0 disparity between teams, because it's always a very dynamic thing, right? You do see that there is going to be some peaks and valleys. For teams that do really well, you want to see a steady growth. Very high peaks, very low valleys, right? Yeah. So that's the consistency that we are being shown by Cerberus visually on the screen. Now let's take a look at the next batch of data here, Victor.
Yeah, the next one should be the gold, and very much similar, though it seems that RQ at certain points, especially during the early phase, actually had been able to keep up very well with Cerberus, but unfortunately they didn't manage to have the Kha'Zix scale up that well, and that unfortunately lost them a lot of the objectives you know, in the later phases. And even in the early phase they did manage to get that one Drake, but that was about it. So yeah, you can see a very steady rise coming out from CS, and I think that's just off of the backs of like RQ just not able to counteract the sort of plays that CS was able to do against them, and it really goes to show in that data.
I think the data actually speaks for itself here. I mean, a steady climb by Cerberus compared to RRQ. They did have their moments, not going to take that away from them. But for the most part, if you're just even across the board with a small little margin of maybe 300, 400 goal, then it's a very, I think, a very comforting brief moment of comfort.
But if you don't do something to try to extend that comfort, then you're just gonna fall behind. And as you can see visually from the graph that we just saw, it was just all the way up.
Yeah, there's no not really any effective ways to counteract Cerebus Esports that round. So, yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but nevertheless, let's go ahead and celebrate the successes that Cerebus Esports has been able to do. Melodious picks up the MVP, very much well-deserved, especially for his performance in game number 2. KDA of 8.75, a kill participation of 75%, a very much a round number there. GPM 862, very high. So is the damage potential here, especially compared to the damage taken, 1,124 to 482. So that's like, again, twice the amount of damage he's able to put out compared to how much damage he actually took as a champion.
All right, so we're going to be seeing here from Melodious and his ability to just run up to people with the Olaf. I think that's definitely going to be a reason why he was just so damaging towards them. He was fairly tanky as well. The lifesteal was able to negate some of the damage in. But this DTPM number here definitely is, I mean, 13 to 3, right? So it's going to be a huge skew here, almost 3 times the number of damage that was taken. I think this particular stat is definitely going to go just for the Jace, mainly because that, I mean, as soon as he comes out from the jungle, he just drops up. BMM is always with him. So at the most part, BMM serves like kind of like the first foot in, the first foot through the door, and Melodious is there to either snipe or clear the room.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, all the setup is pretty much done very well for Cerebus, and that all facilitated Melodious's plays during that second game that ultimately won them many of those fights, especially in those mid stages. So very well done for Cerebus Esports. Certainly a victory they can be very happy about for today, and it certainly is going to do wonders for them in terms of the confidence going forward here, because they've taken down a really big organization here in Rex Rigum Kuon. So RIQ conversely, they're going to have to re-examine what exactly went wrong for them in that game. Perhaps, you know, having so many complicated ideas, trying to mesh them all together may not be the right approach. Perhaps they need to try to simplify, trim out the fat a little bit, and see what strategies are more practical to use in these kind of matchups. So, but nevertheless, though, a very good first matchup for today.
All right, so you like before I want to close out that particular statement, I want to yell out to the sponsors, yelling them out to them. Nothing but love for Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning mattered the most. It seems that RRQ kind of fell a little bit short because they were able to get handily defeated by, because they drank a lot of our official energy drink. I did that really smooth right there, right? Monster Energy Drink, they unleashed the beast. www.monsterenergydrink.com/gaming. You are definitely gaming if you are sipping on that Monster Energy Drink. Socials. For those of you who are social butterflies, love to interact with the community, go on over to our official Discord, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. That's where you want to be. Now, to say it, right? I don't want to make it sound like it's how to say it sounds offensive, but you got to keep it so simple that even a baby can just do it, right? Why overcomplicate things, right? Just make the setup revolve around one particular thing. But the problem with metas is, right, there's a lot of champions that do some things better and do a lot more things better. So how do you balance that out?
No, see, like the point I'm trying to make though is not to kind of like trim out so much fat that there's basically no meat or bones left.
Exactly.
You still need to have the core ideas to work out in your draft. But when you have so many ideas, or rather so many pathways, potentials, kind of like put out there, you get a little bit overwhelmed, especially in this kind of skirmisher meta where, you know, you have to make snap decisions. You have to be able to be on the point. So obviously, if you're going to be going for that kind of thing, those kind of combination of ideas, you need to have the execution. You need to be able to coordinate yourselves well as a team in order to pull off those kind of things, or else it's kind of pointless to put it, because practically it's not going to win you games if you cannot pull off those combinations.
I guess that's the reason why when we see like in the pro scene, right, they try to avoid players that are a little bit too rigid, like those one-trick players. Yeah, sure, they are able to just use it to their benefits or their advantage, right? But if a team actually is able to play around that and work around their limitations, then the one trick is muted.
So in any case, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having our next matchup coming up very, very soon. It's going to be the second one of the day, so make sure you guys stay tuned on this live stream here because my name is Victor Cax. His name is Hound. We're going to be right back after take a short break, but then when we do, we're going to be continuing the Snapdragon Pro Series with our second match of the day, so stay tuned. We'll be right back after these messages.
See you in a bit, guys.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me, yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me, my fire's burning, now I'm always learning, tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey, yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited, keep it 300, King Leonidas, strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride, working on me every single day and night, there comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for
and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top.
And welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, coming to you live from a nice little cool cool studio in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I'm feeling pretty cool. So for those of you who are feeling pretty cool out there, man giving you some warmth, man receiving some warmth. Thank you guys very much. That's real positive energy that I feel right there. I'm Hound, alongside with me is Victor Cax, and we are going to be your casting team for today. Gear match number 1, done and dusted. 2 games needed, not a third game tiebreaker even in the mix here. The discrepancy of kills, the discrepancy of scores, way too big between between Cerberus and RRQ for it to be casted any doubt.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. This is such a strong performance here by Cerberus Esports, and that's certainly going to help them a lot going forward in this group stage. So certainly that's something to kind of like bear in mind, though, that this is going to be a long kind of group stage. So there's still plenty of chances still for RRQ to try to find their form again. But you know, this loss here certainly is going to be a bit of a damper, I think, in their journey so far. But nevertheless, though, we're going to go ahead and focus in onto our next 2 teams that will be coming up on this matchup now, and it's going to be 2 teams that lost respective matches, I think, yesterday. So first off, we got the EVOS Esports. They had a rather messy game against Persis yesterday, didn't they?
Oh yes, they did. There was, I think it was with EVOS where they dropped 1 game and we needed to go to the third match, right? It was with EVOS and Persis.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's going to be on EVOS's best interest to not let it happen again.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
So looking at it though, I felt like you know, like that equivalent of a brain fart, right? Your brain's not working. You may not be like as sharp as you were. I think that's the case for EVOS here heading into the game against Persis. Looking at the fact that they had more than 24 hours to just come back into it, just how to say, just review what they had done wrong. Preferably, I'm looking at them going up against Team Flash with a more how to say, a more composed and a little bit better in terms of their strategy.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Team Flash as well, yesterday I was thinking that out of the teams coming out from Vietnam, that they were probably going to stand kind of the best shot against some of these Filipino teams, but their match against RQ wasn't really an impressive match at all. So I'm hoping that at least today now they're going up against an EVOS that isn't quite on top form either, that perhaps it might be a much better chance for them today, hopefully. But then again, I might be calling out my biases a little bit because I did predict them yesterday, didn't quite get it right that time around, so maybe I might be just a tiny bit miffed about that.
All right, so let's take a look at the leaderboard there. Miffness aside, Nigma Galaxy 1-0. 1 win thus far, along with EVOS as well as Buriram. Cerberus winning 1 and losing 1. Similarly with RRQ, making it a little bit of a 2-way tie for 4th and 5th. And I'm thinking that for Persis, Echo Fortius as well as Team Flash, it's really important for them to at least win 1. But for between Persis, and Echo Fortius, I think it's going to be a huge problem here because one of them may have to take a second L.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a position you want to be in, especially in the Swiss-style group stage like this. So that's going to be something to watch out for, but that's still the last matchup for the day. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that because there's a lot of Wild Rift action happening here today at the Snapdragon Pro Series. So coming into the first draft, like, we did see what EVOS kind of brought to the table yesterday. We also saw what Team Flash brought to the table today. But what do you think was kind of like what do you think kind of the things they might be able to bring to the table here today? Because obviously they will need to change up their form a little bit. So what are your thoughts, though, about these 2 teams?
All right, while we talk about the teams, let's take a look at EVOS, the team lineup here. And it's going to be EVOS first, and I'm not mistaken there. Tipper, Valdez, G4, VVV, and Supporter. These names definitely very experienced with one another. They are from the wonderful region of Thailand, the land of smiles, if I'm not mistaken, right? The land of smiles and beautiful, beautiful people. And you do know that behind the beauty of Tipper, Valdez, G4, VVV, and Supporter lies some of the fiercest, spiciest players out there. But it seems that for them, we are going to be focusing on one player here, their key player, and that's going to be G4. His roams here, especially when he uses the Kassadin, is definitely going to be very detrimental indeed. Some of the stats may not actually reflect his entire presence, how impactful he is in the mid lane with the Corki, with the Diana, and the Kassadin. But maybe today it's going to be a hard time for G4 to be able to get his hands on Kassadin here, mostly because of how Kassadin has been banned out from games, from match 1, game 1 and 2.
2
Yeah.
for the previous game.
Yeah, consistently a lot of drafts will usually prioritize those early bans onto Kassadin, but then one time that the EVOS actually allowed the Kassadin to be in the pool, they managed to get the Kassadin instead. So that certainly skewed the stats, I feel, a little bit for G4. But what's been consistent about this player so far is that he is a very formidable presence on the battlefield, and certainly even on the Corki and the Diana, he's strong enough to take them on.
All right, so next up on our roster is going to be Team Flash here. Shai, Zissou, Coyote, Ellie, and MT. These 5 young gentlemen here have been making a few waves, but unfortunately for them, their first debut yesterday was a little bit lackluster against RRQ. And now that RRQ has been in a bit of a rut themselves, losing out 2-0 against Cerberus, it's going to be interesting to see how Flash is going to be interacting with EVOS.
Yeah, this is going to be a completely different matchup for them here. So hopefully that fresh new perspective is going to help them a little bit for today's performance. But nevertheless, though, I feel that we still haven't seen the best yet to come from Team Flash. And hopefully they will be able to improve upon their day one form here with hopefully a good draft here in the first game.
All right, so looking at how all of these players are going to be going head-to-head in each other, we have to pick a one matchup, and it is going to be the Marksman lane or the Dragon lane here. Lux, Nasus, and Karma, Ziggs, and Karma here for Ellie, for VVV and Ellie respectively. Damage per minute, damage taken per minute though, skewing very heavily for VVV, and sometimes I'm thinking it could be based on the fact that he is going to be playing a Nasus here, whereas Ellie plays a little bit more rangy spell slingers in the form of the Karma and the Ziggs.
I'm not sure that is actually the damage taken. It might actually be the damage per minute, which will actually make
sorry
more
about that.
sense given that VV does play the Lux, which tends to be a huge damage dealer for EVOS' side. Whereas like for Flash, you know, even though he does did play the Ziggs, I think twice, he still keeps himself relatively up there, though definitely not as impressive as VV's stats nevertheless. But everything else looks like it's quite even between both of these marksmen here, which does tell me that this could be a really even matchup between these two teams, at least for that marksman lane.
Alright, so gold per minute may actually be very similar across the board here. Okay, with the KDAs, so almost mirror values, but the kill participation here a bit of a 6.5% skew towards Ellie, which isn't too much of a knock on Ellie as well. I'm thinking that maybe the roams are a little bit more beneficial. That's why his GPM is slightly lower than VVV, but then again, when you are playing a Lux, you don't entirely have to leave your lane that much. Similarly with the Ziggs, but I think the Lux ultimate's a little bit more instant comparatively.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Ziggs is more of like more useful in those kind of sustained fights, and especially given that Ellie does also play the Karma as well, I feel that he takes more of a supporting role as compared to VVV, who usually will be much more instrumental in his lineup, especially during team fights. So, but then I digress though. I mean, both of these guys look to be quite even in terms of their skill level as well as playstyle. So hopefully that will translate into an even sort of like spread between the players when it comes to this matchup between EVOS as well as sorry. My bad. I lost my train of thought, man.
Yeah. All right. So it's all good. I mean, it is a very, very crazy day indeed here. So let's take a look at predictions here. For those of you guys at home in the Twitch chat, do remember to answer your predictions here with Snapdragon. Cast your vote in the Twitch chat. Let us know, who do you think is going to pop off? Who do you think is going to be the winning team? And of course, we are going to go for Team Flash 1 and 2. And I'm thinking so too. I'm thinking that Team Flash will drop a game. But EVOS kind of looks a little bit suspicious, mostly because of their first loss against PSO. Maybe it could be a fluke. Maybe it could be a bit of a mental fart here. But Pondo, oh no, Pondo is going EVOS. All right, that means EVOS is gonna win.
Ah, dang it.
EVOS is gonna win.
Oh,
I
no.
feel it, I feel it. We all took the L just now, right? And now that Pondo has gone the other way, we know for a fact that Pondo is definitely going to be the biggest winner here across the board. 100%. He hits 100% of the shots even if he doesn't take it. So anyway, we're gonna be seeing all jokes aside here in this second matchup, game number 1 that is gonna go underway. We are gonna be going
going into the picks and bans relatively soon. But before that, we do have to talk a little bit about pick cadences and pick tendencies here. We do see bans, Yuumi, Camille, Jackson, Alistar. I think maybe a top 4 ban here from the side of EVOS. Whereas we do see from the side of Team Flash, Yuumi, Karma, and Camille. We do see that Set, Ziggs, and Riven were picked up as well. For Team Flash in game number 2, match number 1, yesterday, they were able to ban out the Yuumi, Morgana, Senna, Shen, and Lux. So this is going to be very interesting. 2 to 3 global ultimates immediately banned out for Team Flash against RRQ. That could have been specifically targeted towards the members of RRQ. Whether or not that is going to be the case with EVOS, we shall have to wait and see, because we will never know what is going to happen until 2 teams fight against each other.
Yeah, and the thing is that drafts are always very dependent upon like what options your opponent picks most of the time. So very much a lot of bans tend to be situational at best. So in terms of the situation now, EVOS will have that first ban though, so that could go a long way for them to try to set the terms of this first game here. But certainly they will want to try to highlight and focus on to whatever sort of weaknesses we might have seen from Team Flash's performances yesterday, who, mind you, I think probably has a slightly worse form compared to EVOS, though granted EVOS match against Persis was messy, but they still managed to pull some good fights even in that. Whereas like for Team Flash though, they definitely need to be able to come right out of the bat here with like a good draft, so that they can at least, for this first game here, handle EVOS quite well, and hopefully that will give them the boost that they will need in order to be able to handle this series.
Alright, so Lucian and Lee Sin being banned out for the side of Team Flash. Yuumi as well as a response towards the first ban of Lucian. So I'm thinking that's going to be working wonders for the side of Team Flash. They don't want to be dealing with the early pressure. Lucian has been a very, very strong, has been a very consistent, first ban, or at least banned in any of the rotations here. Karma being banned out from Team Flash is definitely targeted towards EVOS. We have seen them play Karma, I think, in the past, and I'm thinking that for EVOS, they have to be very wary on the fact that because the Karma might not be in play, they may have to actually be looking towards other poke champions that could be doing more damage on top of that. We may actually even see a Senna being banned out here from TF. Yep. And as I said, it just popped out. They want to maybe be denying the Nasus pick altogether from EVOS, because I think they did pick up a Nasus yesterday at least once. Yes, they did, if I'm not mistaken. No, they didn't. They didn't.
Okay.
Because the Senna was banned out by Persis towards EVOS.
Ah, fair enough.
So that could be a case there why we didn't see a Nasus, but Kassadin or Kassa win into the hands of Tipper.
Oh boy, this is gonna be another Kassadin game here again, and TF, they're gonna have the next couple of picks, and they're gonna go for Renekton first. I'm not sure what's the second pick going to be, but certainly right off the bat, I mean, once you already have a champion that skills as good as the Kassadin, you know that you're going to be running against a clock here, especially for Team Flash. They really need to get that early game advantage as quickly as they can. They need to be super aggressive right out of the bat, because they want to be able to suppress the farm that Kassadin will have, because the longer, rather the faster he gets to his max level, the worse it is going to be throughout a lot of these fights. So Team Flash, just like what I said in the past with the other Kassadin games, is that they need to have a really good early phase, and certainly if they fall back, if they let their foot off the gas even for just one moment in those opening minutes of the match, it can quickly go south there, especially with a Kassadin, especially when the Kassadin gets this level 13.
Alright, so looking at it, Camille being locked up here alongside Morgana and Renekton. A lot of mobility here with Shy and with the pickups from Shy and Coyote. Renekton going in with the Slice and Dice, coupled with the Hookshot, Hextech Ultimatum, Dominus by Shy. It's going to be a very, very threatening combination indeed. Riven being banned out on the second rotation here. They don't want to be playing the Riven into... They don't want to play Renekton into the Riven, or actually opening up the Riven mid.
for the side of EVOS, so they immediately get rid of it. Rakan is actually a very wise choice from the side of EVOS because they know for a fact that Shy and Coyotes, pickups of Camille and Renekton, want to get into the back lines here, want to close the distance between themselves and Tip and G4, who is most likely going to be piloting Kassadin. But we have seen Kassadin be played top a couple of times, I think once or twice if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, with the Camille pick as well from Team Flash, I mean, it's harking upon that right idea, which is more about, you know, if you cannot face a Kassadin in like a face-to-face battle, then it's going to be best that you try to eliminate his support system, and that means targeting the other champions in the lineup here. So maybe the Camille, despite her nerfs, she can still be very viable with her hookshot and Hexay Ultimatum, and certainly will be able to delete either the Gragas or the Kha'Zix in this mix. Sorry, Chazix. So we'll see where the next few picks are going to be coming true from EVOS. This is going to be quite crucial because they need to have something that will be able to deal with this double threat of the Morgana and the Camille.
All right, Nautilus being picked up here from the side of TF. I almost said Transformers for some reason. Team Flash. Wukong also being picked up here. The monkey will be able to spin really hard beneath the shades of stealth, and I'm thinking that's going to be very wise for the side of EVOS, not only to use that as a very strong engage, but also supplement the damage as well. Ziggs going over towards the hands of most likely going to go towards VVV. Ellie now has locked in the Nautilus, and I'm thinking that's really great. That gives a lot of kill pressure here. Empty finally going with the Vi. So Zissou is going to be giving the Morgana over towards Ellie. Ellie is going to be playing Morgana. Empty is going to play Nautilus. I'm thinking Shy is going to be playing Camille. Vi is going to go to Zissou's hands, and Renekton is going to go to Coyote. That's how it looks like to me.
Yeah, I think that might be on my... Okay, yeah, so Shy does pick up the Camille, and Coyote does pick up the Renekton, as you pointed out. Zaisu goes on the Vi and Ellie onto the Morgana. And in the meantime, on the EVO side there, yep, supporter is going to be on the Gragas. That's kind of expected. G4, of course, picks up the Kassadin. So, yeah, I mean, what the Kassadin games they've done last time was mostly just kind of protect G4 most of the time. You know, Tipper and Valdez, they're going to play an extremely important role of being the bodyguards very much for Kassadin, because anytime that Kassadin, you know, concedes any kills, that means that that's already a stumbling block in his way of like reaching his ultimate goal of getting to level 13. And any kind of like attempts on his life must be met by both the Wukong as well as Tipper, and to see whether or not they can keep him alive and allow him to scale practically uninterrupted, and that will basically win the game.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about sports analogies and make it loop around this fact, right? So what's really important for G4 is he's the quarterback. He's the one that's going to be holding the ball. He's going to most probably try to get that offensive line further and further deeper, trying to get as much pressure as they can towards the members of Flash. And looking at how EVOS has been operating in the past, you have said it already, Valdez does like to babysit, at least for the early stages of the game for G4, just to make sure that the gangs don't actually put him too behind. Because every time he gets a wrong recall timing, or he's not able to utilize that recall timing, it gives opportunity towards members of Team Flash to be able to maybe get ahead in terms of a level, right? But this is our matchup here today. So for those of you who are unaware of what those logos look like, EVOS is on the left, Team Flash is on the right. It is going to be EVOS on the blue side going up against Team Flash on red. It is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, a Filipino affair, right? Is this a Filipino affair?
Vietnamese on the side of Team Flash. EVOS, I believe they're from Thailand. So yeah, it's going to be a very interesting match indeed. But for EVOS specifically, you know, it's all going to be about the Kassadin. He needs to be able to get that farm. He needs to get himself up to speed, and he needs to be a presence in these fights. And conversely, for Team Flash, that's going to be the main sort of like problem they need to try to deal with. How do we isolate this Kassadin? And more importantly, how do we remove the support system in the form of the Wukong, in the form of the Gragas here for EVOS Esports, and make sure that the Kassadin won't be that much of a factor, especially during these early stages of the game.
All right, so just to remind you guys at home, right, keep the rivalry as friendly as possible, because I do remember like one of the coverages that I did, the Vietnamese and Thai
how to say, supporters can be very savage to one another. So try to keep the banter a little bit friendly, okay? Don't involve each other's mummies in this situation, okay? Unless it's nice things, all right? But of course, all those jokes aside here, it is going to be rather interesting. Here's a fun fact for you, right? Thais are very happy-go-lucky people, right? And every time you go on social media, you always see the numbers 555 when it comes to relating to something funny. So it's a specific thing in Thai. Oh wait, but before
very
that,
specifically though, Valdez is going to get jumped on by Coyote. First blood already onto Valdez. That might be a bit of a setback, but Team Flash already certainly trying to fight back, but G4 picks up the trade anyway there. So 1 for 1, not too much damage done, but I think more importantly, there's already 1 kill in the bag for the Kassadin.
all right, so definitely a 555 moment here for EVOS as well. As Team Flash, we might see it now go the other way here. Shy goes in for the flash, 1 more hit, and it could be it, but nope, Tipper gets away. So, why is 5555? Oh wait, no, Zissou.
He's still thinking about it.
No, he's not thinking about it. No. Oh, wait a minute, supporter, Zissou.
I mean, what can the Gragas do solo against a Vi, especially at this first level? So I don't think he's going to be able to do much other than try to maybe deny him this minion, but Zissou still gets it anyway. Yeah, I mean, back to the 555s.
All right, so basically in Thai, the number 5 sounds like ha ha ha. So that's why they spam it on social media. So for those of you who are Thai out there, just show some love for your favorite spicy tom yum. And
that's a 5
here we go.
moment maybe coming soon because EVOS maybe trying to aim in on the Team Flash. They managed to get their attention now, trying in order to go into the backline. Tipper does pick up 1 kill there. He does get Vi does get a trade in the form of Valdez at the moment, but then G4 is not quite done. He does go in, takes up the kill onto the Vi, now continues to chase for more as Tipper continues to try to harass them all the way back to the tier 1 turret, but then now they will have the space required for them to try to get some control over the topside river.
Very nicely done here from EVOS onto its Team Flash. Looking at how well EVOS's team is doing, it seems that wait.
Coyote, he's aiming in on the Tipper, but then Tipper is going to get bursted down very quickly. He needs to get out of dodge, but not fast enough. Renekton gets the kill onto the Wukong. Shy comes in, but then he's a little too late. Hopefully he'll be able to hold the line though while the recall does come through.
Tipper made a very solo queue mistake, I feel. You have no resources, you have no escape, and you know
no backup.
Yeah, and you have no backup, and you don't know where Coyote is. You just assume that he's backed out without checking. Definitely Tipper is going to be like kicking himself for a while. Just lost, not to say lost the lead, but at least gave the Coyote a little bit of opportunity to get another kill on top of that. So it doesn't directly affect him because Shy had to back away from that, or maybe they even switched lanes because we were looking at elsewhere during that situation. But with that being said, Coyote could actually use this against G4.
Yeah, VVV in a very tight spot here. Not going to be having much support there other than the Gragas, who's been, I feel, shadowing the Vi of TF quite a bit, actually. A couple of encounters so far in these first 4 minutes of the game, but leading to nothing as the Gragas alone cannot really do much against an early level Vi even. G4 in the meantime, though, roaming his way down to the bottom, so the Kassadin is going to be taking his place here. This might be a good cue to call for Coyote, though, to maybe aim for a gank on this Kassadin, and you can already see the mobilization starting to come in here. Empty also moving into the mix. But in the meantime, though, the top lane is facing quite a bit of pressure there, especially after Valdez has come in here. So Shy is facing a bit more trouble now as a Camille trying to defend this. While in the mid lane, Gragas is joining in with the Ziggs. They want to try to get the Ziggs up to level 7, which already done quite quickly here. So now that the Ziggs is able to play a bit more of a bigger role now that he has his ultimate, hopefully VVV will be able to set up some kills while G4 now tries to get a jump onto Coyote. Where's the backup? It's not going to be coming in very soon because Gragas is going to keep Empty zoned out. But the G4 unfortunately isn't able to complete the kill there. So I think the Renekton should be able to get away with the recall. But this may be a good time now to try to focus attention elsewhere because the Rift Herald is already out. And EVOS once again control. We see Empty and Ellie already making some maneuvers towards the area. And then the Gragas is continuing to try to keep them zoned out. But they need to watch out for that Vi though. She looks like she's going to be coming in very close. They want to try to get a pick off here so that it can open up that Rift Herald pit. But it's struggling to try to find that initiation. Good route there, but then unfortunately he's not going to be allowing the kill onto Valdez quite yet. Zaisu moves onto the minions, forcing the skills to come out from the Zeeks. That's a good shot there, doing some damage there so far, but then no attempt to try to follow up on that. It's just mostly to try to keep them backed off and out of the way.
All right, we're going to be seeing from both these teams here very much even across the board with a slight little nod of an advantage towards Team Flash. We do see that Zissou right now is going to extend that bit of advantage here with the take of the Drake. So we do see that about 2,000 gold advantage, but I think EVOS will be able to close out that not too far off. So not too bad here. Both of them getting the objectives that they need, the trading objectives here. I think a slight advantage towards EVOS and the tower pressure, but it's all also dependent on where Team Flash is going to be, because Coyote and Zissou are going to be swapping to his bot lane here. G4 follows up as well, as we're going to be seeing.
Oh, it's creating the silence on the Coyote, and Valdez jumps in for the kill. Can he get another one on the Zaisu though? No backup for the Vi, but she still has the turret up, so not going to be forcing the tower dive to come in, as G4 is a little bit too low for that, but they do call the Rift Herald, so they're going to amp up the pressure here while they focus on this top lane. Shy very low actually, got into a bad encounter together, and Ellie might be on the cards here to try to do something, as the Rift Herald does get the charge but doesn't fails to actually get the turret, so no turrets get taken down from EVOS quite yet.
All right, was able to at least take down that dragon turret. Oh wait, Ellie tried to be very cheeky indeed there onto a G4. Before I was interrupted by Ellie's cheekiness. The charge actually did work wonders here in terms of EVOS being able to put a lot of damage, but it would have definitely been a way bigger win if they were able to take down that turret in one swift blow. But unfortunately, they'll have to deal with the fact that they were able to get the Vi as well as taking it down. And it seems that Ellie immediately counters back by taking down that first turret over to bot side, freeing up the Dragon Pit here if they're able to get priority for Team Flash.
I don't like the fact that Team Flash is not really applying enough pressure here against EVOS, because earlier on EVOS is actually a bit behind in the farm, but then now it looks like they've already caught up to TF, so this is looking like TF is maybe losing the plot a little bit here as Shy continues to scrap against Tipper, perhaps maybe setting up a big fight here as Valdez and Sportus both spot Empty and Coyote attempting to intrude into their jungle, but fortunately again the Gragas still very capable at this point of keeping them zoned out, keeps them away from their Kong. But looks like this is going to be the setup for a big battle in the middle, as Empty and Zaisu gets jumped on upon. Supporter attempting to try to get the jump on the Zaisu, can't quite get it down, so now they lock down onto Coyote instead, but Coyote comes out of the way there. He does have to tank the damage, so unfortunately Renekton will still fall, but most importantly, Empty still able to stay alive and will be able to get away while G4 tries to pick up some scraps, but only finds the red buff.
All right. We do see that for Team Flash right now, they are going to be behind in terms of 2 kills, but they managed to get that first turret here. It's only a matter of time before EVOS start to tilt the pressure in their favor onto its maybe the Baron side. They want to be establishing a little bit more control there, as we do see that a supporter is going to try to basically push out successfully onto its mid side, maybe going to be feeding some of that resources towards VVV as well. As if he's able to get the turret down to a certain percentage here, one satchel charge and it's done, and it's going to open up a lot of opportunities for EVOS to actually enter into enemy territory and block progression for Zissou to be able to get enough resources here compared to Valdez.
Yeah, G4 coming close to Coyote. I mean, both of them at level 10, but the Kassadin is certainly very formidable, especially when you don't know exactly where the Gragas is. So Renekton will wisely back off and regroup with the rest of his team. But in the meantime, though, there's still a lot of attempts to try and make some incursions to this topside jungle, but Team Flash constantly getting zoned out by that Gragas is becoming quite annoying right now, as Shy attempts to keep the pressure going on the lane here. It's forcing Tipper to try to use some of the skills, and look at that, as soon as the Gragas moves in there, Team Flash just peels off. They don't want to get caught up in a big battle when they don't necessarily have the resources to do so, because they're now trying to go focus on the G4 instead. They got him dead to rights as Coyote picks up the kill, but Valdez comes in, tries to put out a barrage, didn't quite quite nail down Coyote, but now they're going to try to get a trade, or maybe not here. Support is going to get taken down actually instead with the Hexblade Ultimate coming out here. Team Flash does get the trade that they were looking for, but perhaps they want to try and get even more kills because Rift Herald has just come out.
All right, so we're going to be seeing for the side of EVOS as well as Team Flash, it is going to be very interesting to see that if the EVOS will be able to score this, it actually adds a lot of pressure. But with this being a teleport,
yeah, without the Gragas, they can completely collapse onto EVOS right now. Tipper unfortunately had to pull out away, but Valdez was not so lucky. But fortunately, the Wukong was still able to finish off the Rift Herald, so they still have that in the hands anyway. Now that the Gragas is out, I think TF's window to kind of like be that aggressive if it's actually gone way out now. So it looks like they're going to be going back into a more safer approach this time around. But that's the kind of key thing. The presence of supporter on the side of EVOS is actually putting a lot of stress on the TF on whether or not they want to start these fights, because they know the Gragas can easily interrupt whatever combos they do.
All right, Drake is already up and in for play already. We're going to be seeing members of EVOS right now trying to get some kind of numbers advantage over them. Unfortunately for Valdez, he wasn't able to actually do much in terms of stealing that. Yeah. But we're going to be seeing it. Almost tries it.
He tried it, but he didn't quite get it. Now they're going to have to collapse in and try to get the kills done here. But EVOS is still holding it on. Good triple knock up there. But unfortunately, Tipper's going to be right in the mix of it. Support is going to get taken down. The Gragas is out, and now they can focus in solely on the Tipper, who got left out on the lurch. And Vi does pick up the kill, giving her the rampage. This is going to work wonders now for TF.
4 for nothing here in exchange. VVV will be able to get away another turret in favor of Team Flash. It seems that EVOS right now struggling a little bit about Team Flash, as we have predicted. Did you predict the same thing as well? It was only Pondo, right, that went for EVOS?
Yeah.
All right. So it seems that for EVOS, they have to be very wary in game number 1 here. It seems that shades of them not waking up in game number 1 seems to be a prevailing theme here from the experience with Persis, and now Team Flash is actually taking advantage of it. There were some times where EVOS actually had the tempo, or maybe even had some of the control, but they failed to do anything to marginally extend that tempo, to marginally extend that advantage. So Team Flash right now is taking a little bit of that leeway and creating breathing room for themselves. As we can see, Valdez now onto Coyote.
Yeah, Coyote is going to try to get the heck out of dodge, but with 4 people bearing on him, there's not much you can do. The Vi is going to be coming in, but there's no one low enough on the side of EVOS for her to pounce on at this point. Now with the Baron coming up in 30 seconds, I think Team Flash needs to be able to regroup here, but then EVOS is going to amp up the pressure by bringing the Rift Herald up on top. I mean, it's surprising that EVOS has conceded 2 objectives here in the form of the Drakes, haven't taken the tower, but then now they're going to try to make up for it for hopefully through this fight, as Zaisu almost gets killed on the VVV. Now EVOS is going to try to turn it around onto him, but then watch out on the back line there. Shy with the Hexblade Ultimatum aims it onto G4, but fails to get the kill done. I mean, TF, they attempted to try to go for kills. They failed. EVOS tried to counterattack. They failed as well. Now they're going to continue to scrap on, and is really desperate to try to find some trades going on here, but neither TF nor EVOS was able to get a leg up in this battle.
All right, so we're going to be seeing between EVOS and Team Flash.
Oh, wait. Shy. Oh, that was almost a good catch there by Tipper. He's going to bring out his clothes now, attempting to try to keep Shy occupied while the rest of EVOS is going to be rolling in. Can they get a stun? The barrier is going to be able to come out at the gate, and this was skill to try to do to lock him down. So Shy does slip away, but at least EVOS had done successfully defended this turret, which is, I think, in the long run, a much more important thing for them.
All right, so looking at how Team Flash as well as EVOS here are moving in the map, it is very apparent that Team Flash right now, with 2 turrets as well as 2 major objectives of the Infernal and the Mountain Drake, is definitely going to be helping them get more damage, a little bit more survivability here.
G4 going to get burst down very quickly. Thankfully, Valdez was in place there to bodyguard that Cassidin, so Coyote wasn't able to finish it off. But yeah, I mean, go ahead.
All right, so I'm looking at the overall control that Team Flash is actually practicing over members of EVOS, and this is where I think EVOS is having a problem here. They're just losing control of a lot of this real estate that Team Flash is like. Imagine like you own the house and Team Flash is like, you gotta pay to enter your own house, right? So that's what Team Flash is trying to do. They're trying to make sure that Valdez is basically always playing catch up with Zissou,
right, in terms of resources, and they're always trying to stifle his ability to come back into the game and be explosive in that sense. So I do see that the setups here for EVOS is definitely there with Supporter, Valdez, and
Watch out,
Tipper.
Renekton was pushing all the way to the tier 3, but I think he might have overstayed his welcome a little bit. He does get the kill though, the G4. Now he's going to try to get away, but unfortunately he's going to get locked down. But then the rest of TF tries to come in to save Coyote, but unfortunately now going to be meeting the rest of EVOS who regrouped and gathered together and actually reacted very fast to this attempt here. But then now it looks like TF is having a really good positioning here in order to continue the siege against EVOS. It's now focused in on that tier 2 on the top side. Maintain their presence inside the jungle now. They want to bait out someone here. Valdez is going to try to jump on the Zaisu. In the meantime though, as MTA attempts to keep them interrupted and they hold them on the front line while Elliot Zaisu tries to damage him from a distance, and the sustain that MT was able to bring allows TF to continue staying in the lane right now, but unfortunately Wukong gets picked up in the top lane, so maybe, just maybe that top lane might need some support here, and that's going to force EVOS to regroup.
Alright, so looking at this here, for EVOS, they have to be a little bit more proactive in using G4 for the roams here, but because so much of ground is being covered by Team Flash, it seems that G4 actually can't roam too far in with the risk of getting collapsed on by someone like Coyote or even Ellie and Zissou. So I'm looking at it here, I do think that G4 does need a little bit more kills. He's 3-3, and I'm thinking that this isn't a Kassadin that is conducive of creating opportunities for EVOS to win.
Yeah. I mean, there's not really any other kind of standout here that's going to be able to hold their own against to be able to take the attention away from G4 on the Kassadin, and that's kind of an important point. That means that TF now can actually focus a lot more on those individual targets here during these team fights. But nevertheless, though, it's going to be a bit of an attempt on the Kassadin's life, and it actually does work. Coyote is going to be able to set up another fight here, and perhaps we'll get another kill here in the forward of the Gragas, as they will. Stasis on the Valdez is going to allow him to meet his end, and VVV gets caught up trying to rescue his teammate, and Zaisu picks up that kill. What a wipe here from TF, as Shai continues to keep the pressure on the bottom lane. Oh, gets out his ultimate on the tip under the barrier. It's not going to save him that time. The tier 3 turret falls. And it looks like it's going to be TF that rolls them over, gets onto the Nexus. What an ace here from the Camille, and TF takes the first game of this matchup.
As we have expected, I expected a game that was a little bit closer, but it seems that Flash right now just flashed upon them like a flash fire and just dropped the heat. And I feel that EVOS did have some standout moments here, but it was the Team Flash show. Relatively, there were some moments where EVOS was like, yeah, it's my show too, but they were like, you're just a guest star here. Let us lead the way towards the end of the Nexus here. So I'm thinking that's the result that worked out for Team Flash in terms of them shutting down Valdez. I think that was the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Shutting down Valdez, shutting down G4, making sure that every time Valdez wanted to go in and, like, you know, pay tribute, to take a little bit of resources there, you gotta pay tribute, you gotta pay the toll.
Yeah, the thing is that those early pickoffs onto Valdez in particular put EVOS quite behind the early stages of the game, so that's why for the most part they were more focused on trying to amplify the farm, especially onto G4, and that kind of let Valdez kind of out in the lurch a little bit. And then by the mid stage of the game, you know, credit where it's due, Team Flash did a really good strategy by, you know, preventing the roaming Gragas and especially for G4 to be able to include, and that allowed them to basically keep them suppressed and win the game for themselves.
All right, blast from the past, not too far behind. Just a few minutes ago, we are going to look into the replay from what happened from game number 1 of match number 2 between EVOS and Flash. Break it down for us, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, a lot of good attention is going to be placed onto the Kassadin, right? But then, sadly, through some of these early fights here, EVOS really wasn't able to get those kills it needed. And in fact, they lost out kills and they conceded kills from Valdez's side. Coyote, in the meantime, had a lot of things to work on in his play. Not only did he have to keep a lot of presence at the top lane, but it constantly had to try to do some setups. G4 still was able to pull off a lot of good plays, but that's mostly because of the support system that EVOS has built for himself, for themselves. I mean, Valdez plays a really major role here in allowing G4 the space necessary in order to pull off kills like these. But then I think as time went on, as TF was able to keep themselves more spread out, they were able to keep track of the movements of G4 and were able to pick up kills when Valdez was not around to save him that time. And this suppression combined with the kind of catching up that EVOS had to do in the early stages of the game actually put them a bit behind. And despite the fact that Cassidy was still able to get his levels up, by the time they reached that stage, TF was already taking objectives. They've already taken down turrets. It was a very hard game for EVOS, to be fair, even with champion as powerful as Cassidy.
Yeah, so we do see it here from the team of EVOS. It seems that they really bit a little bit more than they could chew. The reason why they were able to shut down G4 really well on team sides is because MT does have the depth charge. The fact that the depth charge could be coupled with the Dark Binding or Soul Shackles along with the Slice and Dice Meek into the stun from the Renekton is definitely going to be a case here, because it takes maybe about 3 to 4 seconds before you get another charge, before your riff walk for the Casdin becomes available again, right? So by that time, when you reach that end of your riff walk animation, right? The depth charge just hits you already, and then the stun chain is just behind it. Let's take a look at the stats. Numbers are very revealing indeed. In the words of Roadman Shack, quick maths is all the story here. 9 to 18. EVOS was very valiant in the early game, but Team Flash just closed it out. A lot of it was definitely set up by Shy with the utility of the Hextech Ultimatum. We do see Zissou as well with the lockdown from the Vault Breaker, alongside with the Assault and Battery. Coyote goes without saying, as well as Ellie with the long range binds, as well as the Soul Shackles with 0 deaths. MT also depth charge right into Dredge Line is definitely a game over in terms of CC.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the amount of deaths that Valdez had to sustain. 5 deaths onto him. On Tipper, sustained 4 deaths. So TF did a really good job here of like eliminating the support system for EVOS's G4, and then allowed the Coyote, Zissou to really come into their own in the late game phase. But I also didn't really catch out the fact that Ellie didn't concede even a single kill, and having 8 assists, so that's not insignificant here for the Morgana. Certainly played a major role in the way that TF was able to dominate some of these fights.
Alright, so looking at how Team Flash actually did, they were very well aware that early game they needed to actually shut down Valdez, which they did, and they needed to be very wary that if Valdez isn't around to babysit G4, then at least 2 members from that was one of the reasons why MT actually went for the roams towards mid-side, as well as Ellie, and to assist Coyote to be able to get a steady advantage over G4. With the fact that Valdez has always been playing catch-up towards Zissou, you feel it already that G4 loses that ability to pop off. Let's take a look at the stats here in terms of damage share. What do you see is the most... What amongst all these numbers here stand out the most to you, Victor?
I mean, G4's 18%. I mean, this goes to show how well TF has actually nullified him through a lot of fights. I mean, even despite having 2 stacks of the ultimates, he was still not able to play his role effectively, and that put a lot more pressure on Tipper and Valdez to perform. But with Valdez being suppressed that hard in the early game, it became a monumental task actually for EVOS, to keep up with TF. So, the combination of having the Vi roam around, the Camille as well, despite the nerfs, still was able to play their role very well. I mean, look at Camille's damage stat, 31%. It's almost on par with Coyote, who mostly was the one actually on the front lines going ahead and dealing that damage here. So overall, very well done here with TF.
I do like the fact that Zissou and Ellie, despite dropping down towards a 15 to 16% damage given share respectively, they did provide a lot of utility. Like I said, Dark Binding, Assault and Battery right into the Vault Breaker here. We did see Zissou actually set up some really good kills that actually admittedly allowed Coyote to be a really intimidating set of crocodile shoes. They're running around, being able to just blow up G4 in many instances, as well as VVV. If VVV wasn't actually privy towards the movements of Coyote, Shy as well. I mean, goes without saying, when you put Shy and Coyote together in this particular game, they just run towards members of EVOS, and wow, look at that. It's a Team Flash story all the way, despite the fact that we did see a few objectives going in the hands of EVOS. It seems that from start to finish, from 0 to 10.5k, Team Flash just had their numbers here. And
I guess it reflects on the fact that the total number of kills is 2 times in favor of Team Flash.
I mean, the 2 objectives that EVOS got even were not that highly valuable compared to the Drakes that TF was able to get. I mean, TF got all 3 Drakes, whereas EVOS got all the 2 of the Rift Heralds. And despite that, they weren't able to convert that into a lot of turret kills. In fact, they really weren't able to put a dent onto a lot of TF's lanes until very, very late into the game. So that, I think, further goes to show how well that TF has set up the early game for themselves. They kept themselves ahead, pretty much stayed ahead all the way until the end.
All right, theoretically, right? Let's take a look at the next page. All right, so looking at the next page, right, there is going to be a bigger discrepancy here in favor of Team Flash. So one thing that I want everybody to note is when you look at the bottom, right, you see the numbers 4 and 8 in between those little lines, right? When you see that the Herald has been taken from the side of EVOS, there should be a small little spike in terms of goal. Why? Because they would actually, like, within that time period of the Herald being available, they will pop it and they will try to actually break a few turrets and maybe get a little bit more pressure out of it. Sometimes it actually nets a kill. But even with that, right, they weren't able to actually turn that Herald into a lucrative form of a resource by taking away those turrets that belonged to Team Flash. And I feel that it really was a waste of pushing potential that came from EVOS.
It's either that, or I'm also thinking that it could also be more of a way for them to ease off a bit of pressure in some of these lanes in order to get themselves a little bit more space to farm, because you can already see that they were both behind in XP and gold. So you can certainly tell that by that point they probably weren't at the strength required to take those turrets in the first place. So, and really, it was just an uphill battle from that point, because even if with the advantage of the Rift Herald, if you're still not able to convert that into turret kills and actually relieve some of the pressure off the lanes, it becomes a losing battle in the end. Even with you know, you have your scaling trump card in the form of Kassadin, that was still not able to come into form thanks to TF's own way of dissecting their lineup.
I'm just going to oversimplify this by saying, why not both? Right? So anyway, there were some, I think, problems that EVOS actually had going up against the team of Team Flash, and with the fact that game number 1 has already been done and dusted already, EVOS still has 2 more chances potentially to be able to come back from this. But enough about the teams, enough about the plays. Let's talk about sponsors. A Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. Remember, it all matters. I mean, winning and losing is fun, right? But winning actually really matters with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. And of course, our official energy drink, a Monster Energy drink. Unleash the beast at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And of course, for all you social butterflies out there who love to give your thoughts, opinions, and criticisms, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series is the way and place for you to be. Just behave yourselves, boys and girls, and everything in between. EVS going up against TF. Game number 2 is up and running soon. We are gonna go for a short little break. We will be back with the Snapdragon Pro Series after this. I'm Hound, he's Victor Cax. See you guys.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, shh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is the Hound. We just witnessed Game 1 between Team Flash and EVOS Esports. How is the next game going to go? We're going to be finding out in a few moments, but let's talk about that first game, though. I mean, Team Flash certainly pulled off a worthy performance there, but, you know, do you think the problem for EVOS is more about the approach they took with the draft, or was it the draft itself that was their downfall?
I think Team Flash just knew exactly what they needed to do. But before we expand upon that, let's take a look about who was the key player there for Team Flash in game number 1, match number 2. KDA of 2.8, kill participation of 77.8, GPM, goal per minute of 904, DPM of 1476 and 1432 for DTPM from Team Flash Coyote in the mid lane. And playing the Renekton here, there were some moments where he couldn't actually do much on towards G4, but because Valdez wasn't exactly that much of a threat and wasn't able to actually create an environment where G4 could thrive and move around the map freely, we could see that members of Team Flash just knew what they needed to do, and they just knew that we have the proper enough tools to disrupt EVOS from actually giving a lot of these resources to his G4, a lot of these resources to his Valdez, and we need to intercept that because a lot of it really revolves around the fact that Valdez actually feeds quite a bit towards G4, mostly because G4 had the Kassadin.
Yeah, and the thing is that, you know, even though the other stats from Coyote are extremely high, the only reason why his KDA is low for this game is mostly because he shared most of those kills with the Vi. So I think like if the Vi was out of the picture, Coyote certainly would have a higher KDA for sure. And with a GPM of 904, it just goes to show how strong the Team Flash's kind of scaling was, you know, in the process of the game. I mean, if Coyote is having this, enjoying this level of GPM, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the rest of Team Flash were enjoying like the high 700s to 800s in the GPM as well. So it just goes to show that this was definitely a very dominant force here by Team Flash. But then let's go ahead and see what EVOS has up their sleeves.
Alright, so I'm very interested to see what EVOS is actually going to adjust and maybe pull a whole different other composition against Team Flash. I think Team Flash actually as a team, they kind of knew exactly what they needed to exploit.
Yeah.
If that is the case, right, EVOS needs to be a little bit less rigid and try to look for alternatives here. Because if Valdez isn't going to be able to come online, then he's going to have to spend time, like he did in game number 1, to basically catch up to what Flash was doing with the Camille, if I wasn't mistaken. Camille was in jungle. No, with the Vi in the jungle, which I felt that shouldn't have actually been able to leapfrog so hard in front of the Kha'Zix. I felt like if Kha'Zix was created a little bit more of an offensive jungler route, it could have worked out. Picks and bans are underway. Team Flash now on towards the blue side, EVOS on red.
Yeah, they will have the first set of bans and of course the first pick as well for Team Flash's side. So this could be an opportunity for them to get even better draft against the EVOS this time around. But you know, it's fair to say that they certainly got their priorities straight. You know, they knew that even in the game against Kassadin, they knew how to prioritize exactly which champions to focus on during the different phases of the game, and that kind of worked out well for them. So conversely, that puts a lot more stress on EVOS's drafters here, because they're going to have to be bearing in mind that Team Flash is going to be very proactive in how they're going to target the weaknesses in whatever EVOS brings to bear. So they have, like I said, have to keep their options more flexible. They have to have other alternatives, and if their lineup relies on even only on just a single core idea, it can be very easy for to figure out how to break that, and hopefully be, and then so for EVOS, it means it's going to be a lot more pressure now for them to actually do this drafting phase well.
Alright, so what's interesting to note is Team Flash is actually going to be banning out the Kassadin, not giving it out towards EVOS at all. So I'm thinking that this is actually conducive of them. Yeah, we can beat you, right? But let's see what else you're going to do if we respond to this. Mostly because that if you are going to be going with the same, what's it called? With the same counters or the same comp, then it could actually bring EVOS an opportunity for them to counterpick because Team Flash is expecting the Kassadin pickup. Or they might actually go for the Kassadin pickup if it goes through. So it's really dependent here. They're playing it a bit safe. They're trying to say, alright, we've already seen your Kassadin. We've already handily beat them. I don't think they want to give EVOS a second chance to rectify their mistakes here. Forcing EVOS to actually draft around a different composition that could actually be maybe even better for them. It could work in their favor or it could not.
Yeah, I mean, with the Senna ban as well, it looks like they want to try to focus on a more conventional game of Wild Rift here. So certainly, it's just trying to spot out because they already knew the Kassadin was going to be strong for EVOS. Now this is just more of a question from them to EVOS' side. What else you got? What other things do you have that we will need to be able to deal with here? So they're going to ban out the Karma on their side along with the Jace. So that's going to be now the first round of picks.
I think maybe we might see a Kha'Zix being banned out here from Team Flash towards EVOS, maybe in the second rotation. Really depends on that. Looking at it, I am thinking that we might actually see the supports as well as the marksman pickups here. I mean, traditionally so, we either see very strong first pickups or they want to leave some of their strong pickups towards counters later on in the ban phase, so later on in the pick phase. So looking at it from EVOS here, they do have quite a bit of options. We did see that in the previous game. EVOS actually relied upon the fact that, Gragas, EVOS relied upon the fact that Gragas was trying to actually mess around the fight here. So maybe it could just be with Team Flash that they want to be able to get that Gragas out. Tipper goes for the Renekton here. He has a lot of time on the Renekton on so many various levels of competition, and I'm thinking that Renekton, if out of control, Tipper could actually be a driving force towards the comeback, to win all comebacks. Valdez now with the Morgana, most likely going to be going either to the hands of VVV or maybe in the jungle again.
Yeah, stealing most of the lineup that TF actually played in the first game, so that's kind of interesting for EVOS' end. But then again, we want to see what the TF is going to try to do and combine with this Kha'Zix. Oh, they go for the Kha'Zix here, Zaizu does. So that's going to be interesting as we have another pick to go here for TF. So Gragas and Kha'Zix, again, it's looking like they are attempting, they're basically swapping, swapping around.
They're basically swapping around.
Yeah, they're swapping around.
If EVOS actually goes for Camille, I'm thinking that Team Flash is going to go for Wukong and Ziggs, and they're going to just like, okay, we're going to show you how to play our comp. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be the case. There might be maybe a few changes here and there, but effectively across the board, it does give EVOS a little bit of an advantage here, mostly because of the ability of the Renekton and Morgana, Camille, Nautilus, and Vi. If they decide to go for that reverse pick, the reverse pickup here, but G4 goes up for the Lee Sin here, who's most likely going to go to the hands of Valdez, which means that VVV is most likely going to be holding the Morgana, or Supporter is.
Yeah, I mean, it's still yet to pick something that's going to be good for G4 to play yet, and there's still a couple more picks to go. So next round of bans come through. Ashe is going to be the first one banned out here. Another ban going to be coming up to TF very soon. I mean, the Riven pickup here maybe might work well with the Kha'Zix, but it certainly needs something to gain them some sustain. I mean, granted, Gragas probably will be able to mostly use the kind of the intermittent fights, as you pointed out. So I think TF definitely needs to try to find something that will be able to get more sustain, especially when you know they got a Renekton and a Lee Sin, who can be both very painful to lower health champions here. So let's see what TF is going to go ahead with in the bans.
Alright, so Rakan as well as Ashe. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to be out of the topic here, so no pick potential for the side of Team Flash. And I'm thinking that that's actually a very wise choice here from the side of EVOS. If I remember correctly, we did see members of Team Flash actually play out the Ashe the Ash and Ziggs, if I'm not mistaken. Or I think it's the Ash and Karma normally that they do. So I do think that the pick potential from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is one of the things that could actually be very detrimental to its members of EVOS here, considering that a lot of their teams here could actually expose themselves. So I don't think that EVOS wants to be dealing with that. But there could be other options from the side of Team Flash that could actually play it around. Galio here being picked out for the side of EVOS.
That's most likely a support to play there on the Galio, and that certainly is going to bring the sustain that Lee Sin and the Renekton would certainly benefit off of here. Ellie's going to be picking up the Lux here, and that's going to be an interesting one here because they're really targeting a lot of more that damage now. As opposed to sustainability, and that's mostly because they want to be able to nail down those kills. EVOS rounds up the draft with the Zed here. What do you make of these lineups here?
Ooh, Darius. I haven't seen a Darius here in a while. I'm liking what I'm seeing. The Renekton is definitely going to be set. It's either going to be the most scariest crocodile out there, or it's going to be as useful as a pair of crocodile shoes, right? So I'm thinking that it's very important that these teams are very cognizant of the early game scrimmage that could actually happen between these guys. The Z on G4 here, we have seen G4 pilot Z to varying degrees of success here, mostly being able to blow people up in the blink of an eye. So that's going to be something that they really, really need to mitigate here. I'm going to be thinking that G4 against Coyote, Coyote's going to be most probably going to be running the exhaust, or maybe at least Ellie is going to be running the exhaust here as well, because she is definitely going, Ellie's choice of champion is definitely going to be the hyper focus of Zed's Rage.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting one here. Hopefully not as one-sided as it was with game number 1. Game number 2 is going to be up on the cards very soon, so who's going to be able to get it? Team Flash or EVOS? Both of these teams vying to be able to get themselves some good points for this group here, and you know, the stakes couldn't even any higher here for EVOS, especially having lost that first game. They really need to be able to make this lineup work. So hopefully the Zed on G4 is going to be one of these opportunities for him to actually show us that he can use that Zed to perfection here. But that's still going to be remain to see when we jump into the game.
All right, 1-0 here for now, heading into match 2, game 2. Heading into game 2 of match 2, excuse me. Team Flash leads the charge here. EVOS very much in their best interest, wanting to go even across the board here. But even if they don't, there's still a lot of chances for them to score at least one more win across the board. Team Flash now awaiting to go with game number 2, match number 2, as we go into Summoner's Rift. Team Flash on blue, EVOS on red.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a flip around as well, kind of complementing the fact that they flipped around their lineups here. So coming out of the gate here, I think TF is having a much more aggressive position here, especially with the Riven being that far in front here. Perhaps they want to try to keep that Z suppressed, or perhaps defend against possible incursions. It looks like no incursions did happen from the side of EVOS until just now with the Renekton just scanning around to see if he can catch someone a little bit unaware of the red buff, but no one to be found from Team Flash's side, so the Renekton retreats back up onto the Baron lane.
Alright, so looking at Team Flash as well as EVOS, early on in the early stages of the game here may signify that, oh wait, Shy actually gets hit up quite a bit here by Tipper. Tipper is actually very, very, very dangerous on this Renekton here, but he's got to be careful that he doesn't let he doesn't let Zissou actually come in and help Shy actually get a hit with big margins here. Coyote's got to get away here. G4 as well, 50%.
Yeah, there's a lot of health traded up between the two of them. He's only lucky that there's Zissou around the corner there to bring him a world of hurt and perhaps even concede that first blood. But nevertheless, we do see that things are just mostly keeping stable in these lanes so far. I mean, they're more focused on trying to get those farms as opposed to trying to catch them by surprise. But Zissou and Coyote wandering a little bit into the jungle there to hopefully catch out Valdez. But with Supporter coming up from the river here, don't think they want to try to start a fight this soon. So, yeah, I think for the most part, they're just going to try to settle in their positions until they feel like they have the strength required to try to take some of those objectives.
All right, so looking at how...
wait a second. Supporter, I think he almost got caught on this Coyote. Tia tried to fight back, but now the Gragas going to have to tank all of that damage here, but they need to disengage as they do just now. So it looks like a little bit too close for comfort there, especially for Coyote and Empty, but nevertheless, they do get out of the way there and conceded 0 kills.
All right, so looking at G4 as well as Coyote. Oh, Supporter gets hit. Oh, Coyote gets taken down. First blood, G4 as well as Supporter will be able to get some of that credit, but it was going to be a lot of G4's work and top of the Ignite for style points to be able to score the first blood on towards Team Flash.
I mean, it's quite funny that, you know, even as the commentators and like even the players themselves cannot really take a break in the middle of these kind of crucial early phases here, because if you let your foot off the gas even a little bit, you're going to be falling behind. So let's have a look at that kill one more time. I mean, the Coyote was very caught up with G4 and didn't realize the supporter was around a corner. So I think that lack of awareness pretty much was the downfall there. But it was also because they were really trying to scrap in that middle there, and they were just really trying to prevent themselves from getting those kills. So I think they kind of let up a little bit. They thought that the EVOS was going to back up, but no, EVOS continued to keep the aggression going and keep that pressure on the mid lane.
All right, so looking at EVOS. Oh, wait, almost hits the binding there onto VVV. Luckily enough, it wasn't in favor of VVV getting hit, but we do see that Valdez right now playing towards the bottom side here, which signifies that at about the 5-minute mark is when the Drake is about to be ready to spawn in. So I'm thinking that all of these teams from TF as well as EVOS now getting ready to set up for the big objectives here, or even the trade objectives.
Yeah, well, still mostly holding a line for now. Ellie and MT continuing their laning phase here against the Morgana and the Galio. Galio now calls back, so Morgana instead is going to try to focus more on getting that farm from the jungle. Zed in the meantime on G4 continue to be quite a bit unopposed here in the middle, not really facing a lot of pressure there, and that's going to be working wonders with Zed's farm. Shy in the meantime thinking he might have an opportunity against Tipper, tries to finish him off but not in time before Valdez comes in for the rescue, taking down the Darius, and that's 2 kills now going to the side of EVOS.
Yeah. So for looking at Team Flash here, not a very good start for the 5-minute mark. Looking at how EVOS is actually holding on towards an early advantage. Not entirely a huge one in terms of goal, but the 2-kill advantage here. It seems that shades of game number 1 from the previous game here is starting to show through for EVOS. If they keep this up, that's the only thing that's going to break it. Tipper now, we're going to be seeing that Shy bit off a little bit more than he could shoot, drops down the Noxian Guillotine, despite the fact that he almost gets it, but luckily enough, Tipper was going to use Dominus, and the extra HP saved him from the bleed damage.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that if he just had a little bit more damage, perhaps he could have finished it off before Valdez came in for the save, but I digress. That's, hindsight is always 20/20, isn't it? The objective's coming up in the next 5 seconds, so there's going to be a crucial moment here to see if they can get any extra pickups here. Shy might be next on the menu, but then here comes Zaisu for the save as Tipper is going to be forced to back up. Supporter is going to be taking the brunt of the attack, and unfortunately the Galio cannot survive that. Now that the pickup is out of the way, this means that the Rift Herald might be right for the picking, and Zaisu starts it here for TF, virtually facing no competition with EVOS because now they're focused on the Drake instead. It's going to be the Ocean Drake up for grabs now as Empty attempts to try to interrupt them alongside with one member that the River gets picked off. Unfortunately, while trying to take out VVV, didn't succeed in that regard. Now Ellie might fall next though because Valdez has found a target here, found a straggler. The barrier is going to be able to keep her alive a little bit, but Valdez puts in the finishing touch and takes out the Lux.
Very unfortunate there over the top side here. We're going to be seeing EVOS right now coming back very strong, stronger than ever here. May actually drop the pipe bomb on towards a Team Flash. 6 for 1 in terms of kills here in favor of EVOS, and it tells a whole different story with 3k goal advantage building in the favor of the Thailand regional team.
Oh, I think EVOS wasn't able to finish off the tier 1 turret, and they already have to back off a bit because the minions are not there to help them with, and the Darius is already back into the top lane. So in the meantime, I mean, EVOS has already taken some really good objectives so far. It's just that the turrets continue to elude them at this point. And then especially now that they're ahead, it's quite vital for them to be able to increase the pressure on these lanes and increase the gulf between them and TF, and hopefully be able to set themselves up very in a way more favorable position by mid-game. Ellie and MT attempting to try to stave off this attack, but Valdez tries to go for the jump. Didn't quite lock down the Gragas though, but perhaps there might be an opening for the bottom lane instead because G4 has got Coyote dead to rights until until Zaizu jumps in, but still the bleed comes through and the Riven still falls. And the EVOS will be backing out of that fight, so there's no chances for them to even get a trade. As now Shy is going to get jumped upon by Sporter and Tipper, attempting to try to force him into the comfort of the turret there, but mostly to keep him zoned out. Now the thing is that TF is going to be desperate to try to regain some ground, and unfortunately they really cannot find an opening, because as soon as EVOS attempts to go for those aggressions, they just as quickly are able to peel out.
All right, so looking at the peeling potential that is lacking for the side of Team Flash, it seems that EVOS right now are playing accordingly. Now G4 is a little bit more proactive here. Black Shield comes out just to make sure that Coyote won't be able to follow up with stuns onto his G4. But G4 very wise indeed there. He plays it a little bit safer comparatively when he was playing the Kasdin. It's a whole different story here moving into it. Nicely done by his supporter there, being able to get the taunt. But the Herald is going to come into play. Zissou now being chased out as well as Shy.
Yeah, that Rift Herald charge unfortunately had to break off this engagement a little bit, but Supporter is going to continue to chase because he sees Zaizu is low and he still desperately wants to get the trade. Valdez goes in and picks up the kill instead though, and that's a good shut up because now that's going to leave Shy completely exposed. He does manage to keep himself alive for a little bit, but the Darius is not long for the world, even with the support of the Gragas around the corner here. And unfortunately, he just had to watch two of his mates die, and not a thing he could do.
All right, so looking at how this is working out for EVOS, it seems that if they just keep repeating this tempo, if they keep repeating this aggression, then it's going to be a hard time for members of Team Team Flash to actually give a little bit of how to say, to get a little bit of breathing room compared to EVOS here. They need to slow down. Not to say they need to slow down, they need to wrestle away a little bit of the control that EVOS is, how to say, that EVOS is imposing onto its members of Team Flash.
Yeah, so at this point right now, very much clearly ahead is EVOS here. I mean, level 10 across the board for Tipper, Valdez, and G4, whereas I think Shy is still one level shy of getting that one last level. So really gonna have to rely a lot more on Ellie here to try to make up for some of the difference, especially in damage, especially now that G4 is coming more and more online as seconds tick on. The Lee Sin and the Galio are attempting to try to keep the pressure going in the top lane. Now that the tier 1 turret is already down, I think it's more cognizant for them to try to focus more on that mid lane here, because it has the last tier 1 turret up, and as long as that is up, TF can immediately respond to the next few objective takes here. I mean, the Rift Herald coming out soon. I think it's going to be time for a fight very soon. G4 is going to get caught up in an ambush though, as Coyote and Empty were waiting in the wings there to catch that Zed, and now that he's down and out for the count, looks like TF is going to be left scrambling. EVO is going to be left scrambling to see if he can get a trade. Valdez moves in for the kill now. Coyote is a little bit low, and VVV and Valdez continue to chase. Valdez gets a jump to Lee Sin, taking out the Riven one more time there. There's so many kills that the Riven has actually conceded here from T-Flash.
I really like the fact that EVOS right now, Valdez is starting to pop off. Comparatively, in game number 1, he felt like there was a little bit of agency being taken away from him, mostly because of Zissou being very, very disruptive indeed. Now that Zissou is playing as the Kha'Zix here, it seems that the limitations that Valdez is aware about with Kha'Zix there is working in favor of Valdez, despite the fact that Valdez is playing Lee Sin. Lee Sin is very, very determined on whether or not you're able to hit all of his skill shots, as well as the killing, as well as the windows here comparatively to Zissou. So there's a lot of situations where sometimes it could be Zissou that wins the jungle trade, or it could be Valdez that wins it, but it's very skill matchup. But because the fact that Valdez has spent quite a bit of time helping other lanes comparatively to interacting with Zissou, keeping the interactions minimal, that's the reason why he's popping off. G4 now in a lot of trouble.
He almost managed to finish out Coyote, but he lets Tipper and Valdez do the finishing touch there that time, and for the most part, the Zed is just playing that role of just dragging that attention there and then allowing the cleanup crew in the form of Valdez and Tipper to actually take over the reins. Now that's going to open up an opportunity for EVOS to continue to take another objective here. If only the Gragas, the Lux around the corner, can they perhaps go for a steal? Lux sends out the ultimate, but that's not going to stop the Lee Sin from getting the Mountain Dragons. So that's 2 dragons now for EVOS and already 2 turrets for them. That's a lot of objectives that EVOS really needed from that, for themselves now, and they've certainly put themselves in a good position now at 11-minute mark.
All right, so looking at it here, for members of EVOS as well as Team Flash. What EVOS is doing, they need to keep doing. What Team Flash needs to do is they need to try to get Zissou to pop off. They need to be playing around the fact that Ellie could actually get some long-range bindings and try to pop off with the final spark as well. And if they decide to pop in to close the distance from EVOS here, what MT could do is just drop the explosive cast and try to get as much room from them, as much breathing room for Team Flash to back away as possible here. But easier said than done. Shy isn't exactly doing as well as we would expect. I mean, the whole team isn't exactly doing well. Amongst 5 of them, only a 2-kill total share between 5 members here, and 13 kills in favor of EVOS. Almost like what, 6 times the number of kills here for EVOS comparatively to Team Flash. So I'm hoping that Team Flash actually makes something work, or maybe do a come from behind.
Oh, Ellie might have been caught out a little bit there. She stayed there a little too long. EVOS is already ready to pounce onto TF's Tier 1 turret. The Rift Herald's already brought out, so it's only a matter of time. The charge is going to be coming through, and that's going to be the cue for EVOS now to try to get some kills. Shy is going to be able to isolate Tipper a little bit, but then now keeps his attention of the Renekton, while the Shelly takes down that first tier turret. Looks like no kills actually conceded throughout that fight, though, but EVOS still takes the objective.
All right, so looking at how EVOS is actually doing, it seems that the pressure that keeps on building against Team Flash is a bit too much for them. They only have 1 turret. They don't even have a single Drake. Only 2 kills to their name. A total of 7,000. Wow, about 6,900 gold advantage in favor of EVOS compared to Team Flash. So I don't know about you. It's one of those games where I feel demotivated to play, or I feel demotivated to make a play. But sometimes out of that desperation, out of that desperation to make something happen, it could work out for Team Flash. Just got to be careful that they don't let VVV hit that long-range binding here. Ellie almost fell victim to it, as well as MT if they weren't too careful. But look at that,
Coyote got caught out in the middle there. Riven yet again conceding what looks like to be his 6th death so far. I mean, they've just been suppressing this Riven all throughout this game, and you know, that combined with the fact that both Shy and Zaisu are underperforming is just compounding the problem now for TF, as they're desperate to try to get trades, but just not able to find openings. Andy's going to get dragged into another fight here, though, and that's going to force TF to try to respond with the barriers and everything else, all but the kitchen sink to try to keep the Gragas alive. But then EVOS now focuses their attention onto objectives here. That forces TF's hand to try to come in for the defense, and now again, they jump on the Gragas once more. The Lux ultimate doesn't quite land its mark onto MT, though, but EVOS has already taken the turret. They already have the objective. They have no reason to stay on the fight.
All right, so looking at what's it called? Looking at how Team Flash is on the back foot here, I feel that I mean, it's just really, really hard for them to actually get back the control, mostly because EVOS is kind of like really ahead to a point where even if they don't, how to say, engage properly, or maybe it could be a lackluster type of team fight, EVOS could actually still be able to... Oh, my goodness.
G4 was in position there where Zaisu jumped out of the pit, but unfortunately, without the lockdowns here, it's just mostly going to be a very unvaluable fight there to take anyway. But yeah, go on.
All right, so like I said, right, Team Flash is already in a situation where every team fight that they get against members of EVOS is going to be on the losing end, mostly because that they are just so far behind, and EVOS is so far ahead in terms of resources and pressure that any simple mistake, I mean, Team Flash has got to make sure that they do it perfectly. And it looks like the elements in play for game number 2 seems to be lost for Team Flash. I felt like they could have supplemented, not to say supplemented, they could have replaced Zissou's Kha'Zix pick with something better, I feel. But look at that.
Oh, I mean, he really would be wishing he's playing something else than Kha'Zix at this point, because instead, he's going to be able to bring the dead onto the little cockroach there. And that's just going to be another kill to add to the list here. The really long list that EVOS has built up over the last 16 minutes. 15-2 is a scoreline at the moment. This goes to show how dominant EVOS has been in this second game here. I mean, the non-factors in the form of Zissou and Shai certainly made it very hard for TF at this point. So one wonders what could they kind of do to regain that ground, because EVOS now will be taking their next Drake, and virtually unopposed at this point is that Lee Sin. I mean, he had 0 deaths so far, and has been just earning all of the kills, almost a lot of the kills, the majority of the kills, I think, from EVOS' side.
All right, so looking at how EVOS is actually final spark there coming out from Ellie. A little bit too little too late here. Miss Valdez will be able to take it away. I'm thinking that with 3 Drakes in their pocket already, I'm thinking that EVOS now can literally play. They can literally just roll their face on the phone and still win out, you know. Look at that, G4 immediately there goes in. The damage is really good. Goes golden is our dear Zissou there, but Zissou most probably going to get exploded there. Gets taken down. Very beautiful godlike there coming out from the side of Valdez. Final Spark comes out onto 1. Will not be able to land. G4 gets taken very, very low, but will be able to walk away. Luckily enough, it was not enough per tick damage, and G4 walks away the victor.
Yeah, I mean, just like you said, you know, the EVOS can still make a mistake at this point and still be relatively ahead of TF. So,
there was the literal example.
A literal example right there. I mean, it was a messy fight actually from EVOS' side, but despite that, you know, just because of how far ahead they are, you know, it just really didn't matter that they were sloppy in that fight. So, I mean, that just compounds the problem, because TF has to play absolutely perfect in order to counteract this, and with the Gragas being caught out here, there's no way they're going to be able to deal with this Baron here. So that's yet another objective. I mean, that's almost a trifecta, the quad trifecta of objectives that's been picked up now from EVOS, and that's already, I think, might just be the final nail in the coffin here. I mean, TF, how can they deal with this? Super minions, oh no, not super minions, but buffed up minions thanks to the Baron. It's going to make these lane pressures even more unbearable.
All right, so from the EVOS perspective here, I'm thinking that they just want... I think it's the beginning of the end, right? Just like the song would say, beginning of the end for the side of Team Flash. Realistically, what Team Flash needs to do is they need to wait out the Baron buff. They need to make sure that they just don't pull the trigger, and they need to fight very, very slowly against members of EVOS. They need to dodge everything, but look at that. Immediately, Zissou gets taken down, and I don't even know why he was there. I mean, at this point, you know Baron is coming in, you know they're going to be knocking. You want to be playing within the walls of your base, but it seems that Team Flash doesn't seem to understand that concept, but we are going to be seeing another one get taken down here.
Yeah, Coyote picks off there. That's going to be 50 seconds, 1 whole minute out. I don't think TF is going to be able to survive this onslaught here, even though EVOS is still taking a lot of damage. The barriers keep Tipper alive and allow him to re-heal. BBB is going to get isolated a little bit, but Tipper gets picked off by Valdez very, very quickly, and that is going to allow the Nexus to be taken, and EVOS makes it a straight 1-1 series here in this second matchup. So, yeah, I think it's going to be back to the drawing board here for Team Flash.
What a day today. Our first best of 3, and it seems that it's going to be against EVOS and Flash, and it seems that EVOS does have this running joke where they just always go for the best of 3s. Yesterday they did it, today they're going to do it again. Hopefully that running joke ends here with EVOS. Don't know whether or not it is going to be continuing towards best of 3s from now until then, but it is going to be exciting indeed, because it's an indicator of a very closely fought match. It seems that EVOS may have woken up, or maybe even have like, okay, maybe I just forgot something. Maybe maybe I just missed out on the pre-game ritual that they always do, or something like that, right? So that may be the case here for EVOS, but we will never know until we actually like speak to the players or get into the players' head, which we can't actually really do. But replays are done. That's what we can do through the magic of production. Let's look into the past and see how the game was.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I mean, EVO's already secured them a good lead with the first blood, which unfortunately isn't shown here, but we do see the kill onto Darius. But I think I want to really highlight the fact that, you know, a lot of times EVOS was just able to catch the Riven and, in fact, kill the Riven off, I think, what, 6-7 times maybe over the course of the game, and that certainly played a huge part in why both Shai and Zaizu weren't able to perform in these early stages here. And then Ellie, of course, getting little bit caught out here. There's not much that the Lux could really do in these early phases until she gets her ultimate. So really at this point, EVOS is just using that early game advantage very, very well here to pick up these very crucial priority kills. And then as time went on, Coyote had to face a lot of the brunt of the pressure here, because as the Riven with the Kha'Zix and the Darius underperforming, he has to actually step up on the plate. But unfortunately, that meant that now EVOS is just going to be able to decimate the lineups in a lot of these fights.
All right, so for what is happening with this current situation for Team Flash here is that they're basically being dumpstered on by members of EVOS, because G4 was able to basically dive with impunity and just blow him up. And even if he doesn't, right, the follow-up from Tipper and Valdez is just too much. It's basically the three-man show of Tipper, Valdez, and G4, not disregarding VVV and Supporter as well. They had a lot of their work cut out for them as well. But it seems that G4's ability to play around Valdez as well, Tipper, was the turning point here. And from that point on, the tempo that was given towards them and basically lost by Team Flash towards EVS is the reason why EVOS is winning it out in game number 2 and forcing it to game number 3.
Yeah, very dominant performance here in the second game. As you can see, even from the stats here. I mean, we want to talk about the motivational posters here. Just put a picture of Lee Sin and then the numbers 907. That was how dominant Valdez has been in this game here. It's certainly worthy of the MVP. But really, it's that combination of that Lee Sin, the Renekton, and the Zed. It was just too much for TF to bear. And they only got 3 kills from the 2 from Shai, 1 from Zaisu, and that's not. That's pretty much all they managed to get.
Yeah, I mean, like 60% of their members didn't even get a single kill. Only like what, 2 of them got kills. So this is very, very sad indeed here. Moving forward to see that members of Team Flash are, I mean, EVOS did them dirty.
Yeah.
I mean, EVOS did them not just the dirty, they did them savage. And I know for a fact that looking at it, the 19 kill differential here is definitely going to sell all kinds of stories that just benefit EVOS here. Let's take a look at the damage share here. TF, Team Flash, a little bit more mixed over, but Zissou is one of the lowest damage output here for the side of Team Flash, and Valdez 24%, G4 28%, the highest one. I mean, no curiosities or questions about it. I mean, he is an assassin. He just wants to explode you with a quick spell rotation and a nice basic attack execute. So I don't know whether or not this is a draft difference or maybe it could be an execution difference.
I mean, it could be a lot of execution, really. I mean, the stats here even just show what a 3-man show it has been on EVO's side, and the combination here, and also combined with the fact that G4 actually had an insane time when it comes to the farm. 23% of the gold farm was practically in that Zed's hands, and that goes to show that, you know, the scales, they already hit the scaling very, very well into that mid phase of the game here, and that just yeah, it's just like you said, it was a complete and utter domination that EVOS is able to pull against TF in this second game here. So that does bring a lot more stakes now to this third game, because, you know, TF, they were very, very strong in the first game. Now they got completely wrecked here in the second. So hopefully their confidence will be able to keep them together now throughout the rest of this matchup.
All right. So looking at how the stats are going to be showing here. Team Flash. This is just insane, right? I mean, it's just like someone just flipped the script and just changed. Okay, instead of saying Team Flash won that game, just say EVOS won that game, all right? Just, I mean, it's almost relatively, with the exception of certain executions and of course the champion composition, right? You can see that a lot of similarities across the board between game number 1, game number 2, but EVOS just, I think, they found their footing very early on. As you can see, there was a bit of a drop there in their favor on towards the red side here, and it went up a little bit, skewed towards Team Flash, and then from about 4-minute 45, 5-minute onwards, all the way to 18 minutes, 20 minutes plus, it has been a slow downward spiral for Team Flash, but a steady increase of profits for the side of EVOS.
I'm gonna be quite interested to see what the XP split is, and yeah, you can look at that. TF actually had a much better, XP gain in those early phases. So I'm just really curious why weren't they able to convert that into a good performance during that stage of the game. But I suppose it has a lot to do with the underperformance of the Riven, the underperformance of the Kazakhs, and that just piles upon them the more objectives that EVOS was able to take. Now, despite them being able to get that Rift Herald, they still only managed to get a slight bump there in their XP, but it was just not enough to kind of like actually get them fully online, especially given that they still had to play catch up from losing out a lot of that goal in the early phase. So yeah, either way you can cut it though. EVOS certainly played them very, very well in the second game here, so that's going to leave them a lot of soul searching coming into this third game.
I mean, looking at the goal chart, excuse me, the EXP chart just now, it does definitely show that there were moments from Flash to be able to have like maybe a 1 level advantage or maybe closer to the ultimate level compared to the other team, but they didn't able to turn it around and maybe like lose that windows of opportunity. Every time I see those kind of goal disparities or EXP disparities as well, it actually is very revealing. At those given windows, maybe because of jungle intervention or maybe because the situation, the lane state isn't exactly conducive of creating a kill potential scenario, right? It leaves to show that, yeah, they got to try to find levels up and try to go for an all-in or maybe try to go for some kind of a pick-off that could actually work out in their favor. But I guess that's enough about the technicalities, right? So we've got to do our big shout out to not only you guys who are watching, but of course our sponsors. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. That is where you guys have to understand that Snapdragon Elite Gaming is all about the experience, it's all about a good time, and if it wasn't for them, this wouldn't be here. And of course, our lovely energy drink sponsor, Monster Energy Drink, Unleash the Beast. The link is over there. Go over to where you need to go. And of course, our official Discord. Please, please, please tell us your ideas, tell us your thoughts, share us your ambitions, share us your disappointments at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. That's where you want to be, to share your memes, to share your stories, to share your heartbreaks. Game number 3, our first game number 3 is here, not potential anymore, it is factual, and we are going to take a short little break to give them guys a bit of a warm-up, to get their hands warm, because we also need to take that break. He's Victor, I'm Hound, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series, and we'll be back after these messages. See you in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't wanna with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't wanna with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is the Hound, and we're going to be bringing you guys the conclusion, hopefully, of this fight between EVOS as well as Team Flash. Who's going to win it? We're going to find out in just a few moments. But yeah, after having two games, this could be pretty much a back and forth thing. I mean, Team Flash won the first one, then EVOS beat them on the second one very, very handily. So what do you think the expectation is going to be in the third game here?
It depends on what type of EVOS is going to show up in game number 3. I'm thinking that if they play the aggressive game like they did in game number 2, I'm thinking that they could keep Flash on the backhand here. I'm thinking that moving forward, Flash does possess the ability to make the necessary adjustments, and I do thinking that that is going to be the case that pushes them forward against EVOS. Let us take a look at the key player, the MVP from that previous game here, Valdez. I mean, is there no surprise here? 16 KDA, 72.7% kill participation. The goal per minute may be lacking in terms of 779. But the damage per minute, as well as the damage taken per minute, tells a whole different story here, Victor.
I mean, the DTPM just really goes to show how unopposed the Lee Sin was. I mean, Valdez didn't concede a single kill at all throughout the entirety of Game 2, and with a smile like that, you can be best assured that you can't really hate on this Lee Sin too much for really coming to his own in the second game here. So EVOS certainly will have a lot to live up for in this third game here, and I bet we haven't really seen the best to come from this squad here, because, you know, they underperformed a little bit yesterday. Now it feels like they already got their footing here in the second game. One only can hope that the third game is going to turn out even better now for EVOS.
Yeah, so I do hope that EVOS actually has more opportunities to actually bring the fight towards members of Team Flash. I'm thinking that after a lackluster game number 1 for EVOS and a very explosive game number 2 for EVOS, I'm thinking that game number 3 is going to be all Flash's day. And I'm thinking that it's dependent on the draft.
Yeah.
I mean, if the draft actually works out for members of Team Flash, then that's going to be the way that they're going to be playing to shut down members of EVOS. But remember, we did see that Valdez as well as Tipper made the necessary adjustments to get G4 exploding. So I think that maybe, just maybe, it could be that Flash may actually pick out the Castlin. Flash may actually pick out either a Castlin or a Zed. It's either to ban out the Castlin and pick up the Zed to deny G4 to pick up that Zed pickup. And maybe we might see... how to say? Maybe we might see members of EVOS. I'm looking for EVOS here. They might actually go for a champion like maybe a Jace if it gets through. We did see that Lux as well as we did see that Renek as well could be a very strong option for them. But let us go into pick and bans. Enough of the speculations. EVOS now is going to be on the blue side.
Yeah, it's going to be go time now, so good luck, have fun, gentlemen. It's going to be game time now coming into this first round of bans here. But yeah, I do expect that, you know, the Cassidin is either going to be banned or it's not going to be banned. If it's not banned, the question does become, you know, you want to go for that first pick, because you can obviously, if you fail to get the ban on the Z, you don't want to allow your other team, the other team, to be able to get the pickup onto the Z. It's a hard counter to the Cassidin itself. But ban so far looking like it's very much following the script that we've been seeing so far in the last few games. I mean, we already have Yumi taken out now as well, the Lucian, so I'm expecting a lot more familiar bans will be coming through as well.
Maybe we're going to be seeing Lee Sin ban out from the side of EVOS towards Flash. I do think that maybe the Karma could be coming into play or either banned out. We may actually see Jace, but I'm thinking Jace is going to be banned out. EVOS does have a very strong proclivity
ban the Jace as I've said it. They are showing it. And I'm thinking that's also another thing that they did pick out that was specifically for Team Clash with the Rakan and the Galio as well in game number 1. Whereas game number 2, it was Ashe and Ziggs that was banned out. So I'm pretty curious to see whether or not EVOS is going to be going along those same lines. Karma already being banned out, already called it, really thinking that it was going to be a good choice for EVOS already. They did play, they did ban out Karma at least twice. So that's a 100% ban rate here for this match alone.
That's really interesting. They really, really don't want to play with the Karma in the mix now. So EVOS decides to ban out the Kassadin, so that's going to be off the table now for TF. There's one more ban to go for their side. And what would that kind of leave on the table? I mean, the Senna Nasus could still be a factor here in the picks now, but the question is, like, does EVOS want to go for that, or do they would they want to try to interrupt that? I mean, now the only last ban is going to be coming up with TF here, so it's going to be EVOS' turn to pick the next round. So will they want to try to go for that scaling meta, or do they want to focus more on that fighting? Because it seems like that might be the ticket for them, especially given the performance they had in the second game.
All right, so looking at what I am seeing on the screen right now for either side of the team, right? Both of these bans and before we go into the as we go into the pick phase, indicates to me that it is going to be mostly like how we've seen it thus far. The bans are going to be really set in stone, I guess. So maybe with a few deviancies, maybe with a few changes across the board. Here for the first 3 ban cadence, for the first 3 opening bans on either side of the team, we do see that for the most part, EVOS definitely likes to pick up the Renekton first. It is a very safe pick. They don't go for risky power picks here. They relatively go for picks that are generally very comfortable.
Yeah, interesting that TF is bringing out the Ribbon one more time here. I mean, did underperform very significantly in that last game, so perhaps they feel that they might want to give another chance to this champion here. But in response, EVO's going to be bringing in the big guns here. It's going to be yet another supporter, Galio here. And that combination with the Renekton here could be a really deadly combination. And again, we're just seeing them rehashing some of the ideas they've already played through in that first couple of games. So I think now, at this point, it's just more about the refinement they can do, or whatever adjustments they can make to make the lineup a little bit better this time around.
As I called it already, Coyote will most probably take up the Zed. They don't want they don't want G4 to be having that roam potential as well as blow up potential here. I'm thinking that this is going to be working well for Coyote. Don't be surprised if EVOS actually picks up a Bruiser or a slightly tankier mid laner. Maybe like a Garen, maybe like a Darius, maybe like a Garen, or even sometimes a Renekton, or maybe even the Ziggs. But I think Ziggs will definitely go towards the hands of BVV. Couple of BVV with maybe a Morgana. Maybe with a Nautilus. But yeah, I don't know whether or not they banned out the Nautilus. Kha'Zix as well as Lee Sin being banned out from rotation here towards members of EVOS, Ashe and Gragas down for the counts.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for TF. They will definitely would love to bring that Lee Sin back, but they cannot afford to concede that pick now to EVOS, especially when they already have the Renekton and Galio. So the next pick is going to be coming in through from their side. Yeah, they definitely need to pick something nice and tanky there for G4 to play, especially with the Zed now going to be a big threat on the side of Team Flash. So still a bit more time here. EVOS certainly taking the sweet time to figure this one out. They go for the Garen this time around. What do you make of that?
I think the Garen's most likely going to go in the mid lane. I'm thinking that it's going to be Ziggs and Galio in bot lane. VVV's going to give the Garen to G4, or Renekton, or Tipper's going to give the Renekton to G4. But I know for a fact that it is the Camille coming into play. So Camille is most likely going to be in the jungle if I think so. Yeah. It can be flex, but I'm thinking maybe the jungle could be her place.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a better pick if they could get a Lee Sin, but unfortunately TF has already banned that out. So he went for the next best thing.
Huh? Why is there a Vayne? What? Really? There's a Vayne. Yeah, I think this is the first time we're going to be seeing a Vayne here.
Okay, that's interesting. What do you think their idea is here?
The true damage potential with the silver balls, I do like it, but Vayne, historically in this meta, doesn't exactly do well. You do have a lot of babysitting to do. You have to be very, very aware of how a Vayne is actually able to pop off and scale. But like, yeah, if the Vayne is actually
targeted in a very, very strong team fights that could put her in a very bad spot, right? All you need is a solid stun and it's going to be over, but they have one of the best peelers in the game, Nautilus. So I'm thinking that that's going to be the reason why they're going to be going for the Vayne here. Very, very interesting indeed coming out from the side of Flash. A lot of it actually revolves around the fact that Morgana's going to be in the jungle most likely. We do say that Riven's going to be at top, Zed is going to be in mid, Nautilus is going to be the support for Vayne, whereas for the side of EVOS, it's going to be Renekton, Ziggs, Galio, Garen, and Camille the pickup here for EVOS. So I'm looking forward to seeing how these two teams are going to go up against each other. It seems that Flash is actually digging into some really, really interesting old metas, I feel. Not say old metas, I feel like tried and true metas that kind of fell off because there are a lot more better options right now.
I mean, certainly after the kind of like beating they received in that second game, it makes sense for them to try to go for some comfort pick, something they're a little bit more used to. So perhaps that's what the Valdez pick, the Vayne pick is going to be able to help them with. But yeah, I mean, it's a bit questionable, especially in this meta, whether or not the Vayne pick is going to be a decisive factor here for Team Flash. But it certainly might be a weakness that EVOS could potentially exploit in this game here. I mean, they have a really solid lineup, to be fair. So that's the thing. It's going to be a really tough time to kind of call this, but nevertheless, for both EVOS, Esports, and Team Flash, this is going to be their last shot to actually get the win over the other. And let's hope the best as we enter our third game for match number 2.
All right, we're going to be going into the game very, very soon as we load into Summoner's Rift. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about you, we are underway to go through our determining game, our best of 3, our first best of 3 of today, our first third match of the day between EVOS in the blue side going up against Team Flash on the red.
Yeah, last time we had a full series like this, it was also with EVOS Esports, and that was really quite a messy series for them. Hopefully, history wouldn't repeat itself on its second day here, because EVOS are certainly sitting on a much better position here. Certainly a very solid draft on their end. But now, Team Flash, they're going to have a mountain to climb here, especially after the defeat in the second game. Hopefully, they haven't been rattled too much here as their little performances in this lane is anything to go by. They're still ready to meet head on and tackle those problems.
All right, so meeting head on and tackling the problems is going to be the case here. And the fact that Eddie actually has access to a tumble, very low cooldown tumble, and the final hour once he hits his ultimate level is definitely going to be conducive of him avoiding a lot of the shots that come from VVV towards him. Supporter as well, he's got to be very wary here because a lot of the extra magic resistance that he has will not exactly work wonders against Eddie, because Eddie does Ellie does a percentage of maximum health as true damage, if I'm not mistaken. Percentage maximum health or percentage of maximum missing health. I'm not entirely sure. I gotta look into that a little bit more. But every third shot here, if Ellie is able to get it off, it's definitely going to be hurting out. Definitely will help with the fact that Tipper is going to be quite tanky. Supporter is going to be quite tanky, as well as Valdez here. So it's really important for him to just get into the scaling of it all. If EVOS actually just tilts in on and hyper focuses onto Ellie, it could be a bad day because Ellie's going to be spending catch up all the way.
Yeah, a lot of them are just stacked up in the river right now. Empty and Ellie sees us alone. Ziggs in the bottom lane, and thought it might be an opportunity to get a jump on it, but they need to watch out because Galio is going to be coming back here to defend that Ziggs. But in the meantime, though, I mean, it's still going to be very slow. I mean, typically a lot of these early phases are slow until just now when they manage to get a catch onto Supporter, perhaps trying to draw him out a little bit. VVV is going to try to move in here to draw the attention away, and that is enough to allow Supporter to live to fight another day.
Very nicely done there. The condemn setup by Ellie with the tumble definitely worked wonders here. If it wasn't for MC not hitting the dredge line properly, that it could have been death for VVV. Supporter as well did his level best to peel. I mean, effectively so he did, but he is going to basically lose out on a good recall timer, and Ellie is going to definitely enjoy this quick recall. This quick recall will enjoy a very quick boost. Maybe he might actually go for the Blade of the Ruined King. Yep, he is going to go for the Blade of the Ruined King. Vampiric Scepter right with the dagger as well. We do see Zissou hang out over to the bot side, giving a little bit of words of motivation there.
He's actually aiming for the G4, but with no lockdown from Coyote's end, there's no way for him to be able to catch up in time. And I did see the Garen getting quite a bit low. He's been facing a lot of pressure here as TF certainly are prioritizing this mid lane a lot, with Zaizu continuing to invade here, just stealing away those minions. That's less farm that EVOS is going to be able to use in these early phases of the game, and it could go a long way towards the first objective takes here, especially those objective fights. But nevertheless, though, TF are going to be seeking to try to set themselves in that good position early game, because that was what kind of worked wonders for them in that first game, and are hopeful to be able to get back into that same feeling, that familiar feeling of winning here for the Vietnamese squad.
I do think that for how EVOS is playing this compared to how they did in game number 2 here, it's indicative of just both these teams here, I think, studying each other and just either one of these teams just don't want to make the, don't want to make the move that, don't want to be the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak, right? Because at these early stages of the game, we did see that EVOS actually were very, very consistent and holding on towards this. But in terms of scaling here, if Ellie actually pops off, it's going to be a huge problem here for the side of EVOS. Ultimatum.
Hexen Ultimatum popped off there, but Valdez wants to try to get one kill up at least, and they do find it in the form of the Nautilus here. So that's going to be empty out for the count in the next 10 seconds, and a successful defense of this bottom tier 1 tower. So TF certainly thought they might have an opening there, but that's a good set of interruptions that G4 was able to pull off.
All right, so I'm looking at how Team Flash engaged that fight. There were some really good elements about it, but as you can see here, Exhaust came out onto Coyote. Coyote wasn't able to do enough damage. Ellie hasn't even had enough, enough attack speed as well as raw attack damage. And I feel that that's the problem with the Vayne, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. Champions such as Jhin, champions such as Ezreal, they're able to push out quite a bit of damage as well. Not to say that it's any different than Ellie, right? But Ellie really needs to take time for those true damage procs to hit off. And by that time, the damage that could come from Tipper as well as G4, if they decide to hyper-focus on her, is going to be very huge and almost very instant, right? So it doesn't benefit sometimes from these prolonged fights, especially if G4 and Valdez have mobility spells or flash on top of whatever skills that they have. Hullbreaker already complete for G4.
Yeah, Shy almost thinking about moving out there to try to defend this Rift Herald here, but unfortunately EVOS is still going to be able to take it anyway, but Tipper still tried to jump on the Shy, but that didn't quite work out for him because he's going to get taken down by the Vayne. By the Riven. So now EVOS have already taken the Rift Herald here. The Team Flash did get Infernal Drake, which actually is a very important Drake for them, because now that's going to give them a lot more confidence to try to take some of these fights as they attempt to get a jump on the supporter. He's all alone there, so I think that pretty much is a guaranteed kill here. TF now continuing to extend that pressure onto the top lane, while the Rift Herald will be called into the middle here, hopefully so that for EVOS, at least they'll be able to relieve some of that top lane pressure.
All right, so looking at how both these teams here are playing around the top side, it goes to show that, are slowly moving to the bot side. I do think that Drake is going to be the next very big priority for either team, with Team Flash already securing 1 Drake in their pocket already, 3 kills in their favor, and it seems that EVOS right now losing a little bit of the potential that they had in game number 2, as it seems that EVOS actually were controlling quite a bit here, with some moments where they dropped the ball, yeah? But those moments are very far and few in between. It seems that Team Flash here very much in control of the situation, with about a 2,000 goal lead in their advantage.
Yeah, it's a significant lead now, given that we only had about, 4 kills? So at the moment, it's more about those objectives here as the next turret falls at the hand of Garrus right now in that bot lane. So now things are going to be opening up a lot more now for EVOS, and that's going to be putting even more pressure now for TF to actually find those pickoffs that they're looking for before this next round of objectives. Supporters just eyeing the attempt to take the red buff here, and G4 in the meantime is going to try to put a hit onto Ellie. The Hexen Ultimate came out, but it would save, wouldn't be able to save Ellie the time, and TF now is going to be focusing on the middle where they match to catch out. So supporter in the middle along with Tipper. They're going to try to melt them down, but it looks like TF is getting melted instead, with Valdez trying to go for the cleanup. Good blast there by the Ziggs, but that's not going to be enough there to allow Valdez to pick up those kills. So at least they do get the trade. But overall, a very scrappy fight.
Very scrappy fight indeed here, with G4 losing out and Ellie as well sacrificing herself. 1-for-1 trade across the board here from both EVOS as well as Team Flash. But it seems that Team Flash right now a little bit more composed, a little bit better in terms of their overall rotations and how they've been moving from lane to lane and affecting those lanes respectively. EVOS looking at the replay here. G4 was in the middle of the fight here. They almost took down Shy as well. MT almost gets taken out. If it wasn't for Valdez, they're not, how to say, hesitating. But then again, if Valdez actually went in, the death that could be responsible for him getting a bit too greedy here could be even more detrimental towards EVOS.
Yeah, especially in the final game of the set, you don't want to be making those mistakes and be severely punished here from the other side. And, you know, EVOS is certainly looking to try to catch TF on those mistakes for sure, because they know that EVOS knows that they are behind Team Flash at this point. So at the moment, though, G4, he's got his work cut out for him right now, because he's been the only one being able to force those turrets down, and now he's going to have to do that for the top lane, but it's going to be compounded by the fact that the tier 1 turret is already quite low. So if TF decide to focus all their energy and supporting that Riven, I don't think the Garen alone is going to be able to withstand that.
Alright, so looking at how EVOS as well as Team Flash here are going back and forth, it's still Team Flash with a sizable, not to say sizable margin of advantage, but reasonable amount of margin here. With the fact that Herald is going to come in, that's actually going to catapult EVOS back into contention here and close out the gap that they have between themselves. But because of this, they lost a turret over in bot side. Sorry, they have been able to get Herald as well as get another turret. So I'm thinking that now they have to be very careful, because Team Flash has to respond towards this top side push, which is going to get the Herald smashing it. So I think this is going to be very good, because, yeah, it's not entirely a waste here. It means that members of Team Flash actually wasted a little bit of time, like, kind of directing themselves towards the top lane here, because they thought that they were going to really commit towards it. Not the best utilization of Herald, but it's better to use it and let it at least go through rather than just let the buff expire.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, might as well use it while you have it, right? So, nevertheless, though, that top lane still is going to be opened up. So, EVOS, at least in terms of those turret objectives, are actually on pace. It's just that, you know, TF is just a little bit ahead in kills, but that's only down to their early game prowess. Now, at this point, I think both teams are looking a lot more even, and it looks like EVOS is even ready to try to contest some of these objectives here as they're trying to drag TF out onto the mid lane here to another fight. Hopefully, be able to catch one of them, at least off guard. But TF right now, they just hold firm and steady inside those bushes here. They're not going to budge away from here and allow EVOS to start that dragon, because they know how crucial these Drake objectives are. But EVOS, unabated though, are going to be using the minion wave here in order to try to distract TF while they now move in onto that pit. Tries to scan the bushes here to see if there's any setups done by TF, but it doesn't look like there's going to be much engagements going on here. And the Drake still stays very comfy inside the pit for that moment, while TF and EVOS just mull over who exactly is going to be the first one into the pit. It's going to be Team Flash this time, though. And now EVOS is going to be forced to respond here, because TF is doing that Drake really, really fast. I don't think they will be in time, though, because the Ocean Dragon gets picked up by the Morgana now. And TF should be able to peel away. G4 now getting the mix, trying his best to swing around that big sword. Gets a lot of damage onto the empty. That allows him to get execute done onto him. Now they're going to try to focus in on the rest, melting down the entirety of TF here. A lot of health being sacrificed. Stasis is going to be put on there, and that's going to be the death of the Camille, unfortunately. But G4 now falls as well. This is looking very, very bad for EVOS. They started this fight, they couldn't finish it, and unfortunately, in terms of trade, they lost out by 1 kill.
Triple kill going over to Zissou there, mostly because of those really, really good bindings coming in, as well as Soul Shackles here. It seems that EVOS definitely wanted to engage the fight there. I think that it's kind of like that midpoint twist in any movie, right? Just when you think the hero is winning, as you can see from the replay here, the hero decides to reveal that he was the villain all along. And we do see that for Twisted Fate, excuse me, not Twisted Fate, Team Flash, they had the opportunities here. Even though Ellie got exploded, look at that. Zissou was able to do so much because she was able to get sustained from her passive, as well as the Desecrated Soil on top of the Black Shield, on top of the Soul Shackles, on top of the
the bindings definitely gave her so much opportunity to just get back that sustain. And that was the reason why Team Flash actually lost. Ellie was able to, how to say, output quite a bit of damage on the physical side, and Zissou was there to nicely pick up the triple. And this could be, like I said, the adjustments that Team Flash just needs to keep at, and it could end the day for EVOS here for match number 2.
But this is also a crucial moment for TF because now they have to really bank up the strength of the Morgana here to win even more fights and hopefully allow both the Coyote and Ellie to scale up here to meet the level requirements here, getting up to 13. But at the moment, they are still trying to find some scraps, but I think for the most part, EVOS is going to be a little bit skittish about those big ones here. There might be potential kill onto G4 though, if they can only just not fall to the Hextech ultimatum. Ay, ay, ay. So EVOS does manage to keep that under control now, and that's going to force TF to back out of that little surge of aggression. But again, like I said, it's a very crucial point in the game because now that the Morgana is fat, the others need to be able to scale up as well. Coyote and Ellie needs to be able to perform here, needs to be able to get those kills done. Supporter's going to get locked down and knocked out by the Riven. So TF at least does get the trade, but it's not going to be enough for them to maintain their presence here in this jungle. But it's going to be that Baron that's the big prize here that they're aiming for, and now they just want to drag out even more of EVOS here, hopeful to be able to get another catch out here. But for now, they're just going to be holding positions here, seeing if they can somehow spot someone or perhaps prioritize Tipper or G4 can't quite get close enough to do something there. But at least they are maintaining a significant presence on this topside river.
I'm really liking the presence that's being shown by on the side of EVOS. Excuse me, not EVOS. Team Flash. I do think that EVOS actually has a closer game than most think here. Mostly because that if they're able to close on to the Ellie, but it seems that the fight is going to be starting there. We're going to see spinning to winning. Look at the amount of white bars there onto Empty, keeping that shield very thick onto him. G4 now has to be very careful that he doesn't get shot down. But we do see that it is going to be a little bit of love taps here. Nothing that leads to any eliminations thus far, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of shielding that comes out for TF's side, this is posing a big problem for EVOS because under that kind of situation, despite Garen being like absolute brute, isn't able to deal the amount of damage that EVOS needs to win these fights. And TF, in the meantime, has plenty of mobility to go around here for days thanks to that Morgana and together with the to the physical damage that's being provided by the Zed. So now this is going to be a very critical point here for EVOS because if they aren't able to support the Garen well, and you know once G4 gets low, he has back out those fights, and when he does, that's a lot of like damage mitigation that he provides as a tank that is just not there for EVOS, and it will not be able to sustain these longer form fights that TF seems to thrive on.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I feel that the fight for Team Flash. Oh my goodness, I keep thinking Twisted Fate every time I see TF. Every time I see Team Flash actually engage into the fight, right? EVOS immediately want to be trying to eliminate Ellie and Coyote from the fight, but then they forget that Zissou already getting the triple kill here does quite a bit of damage. Look at that, right into it. Oh my goodness,
just continuing to pound him. The Black Shield just keeps Ellie safe there, so that's really crucial. They really want to be able to provide a support system for Ellie to be able to get her to scale up, and now she's on the verge of sorry, she's not quite on the verge yet, but supporter very low, and the burn damage comes through, and Galio dies at the hand of the Zed. This is going to be devastating actually for EVOS because they thought they could hold out this defense on the tier 1 turret for longer, but now I think TF is going to have free reign over the river now without the support of the Galio for the next 30 seconds, and in fact they're going to try to jump onto Valdez here. Black Shield up under the Empty, and that's a cue for EVOS to get the heck out of dodge, and it's going to concede ground now to allow TF to start that Baron.
Alright, so Baron could actually be in play here only if they had a little bit more aggression in the mid lane, but we do see that members of EVOS now are going to be very much trying to contest this. G4 has to be very careful.
Valdez,
oh my god,
go
Valdez.
Straight on the Shy, getting him that wall, but the barrier came out just in time with Shy, keeping him alive long enough for the Stasis to come out, and the Garen gets taken down. Empty tried to hold the line, but unfortunately the rest of EVOS have already peeled off. They still managed to get the kills done there, although onto EVOS, but I don't think they managed to get the Baron though in the process, and in fact, those deaths there, it's going to be crucial because it's 40 seconds out for all 4 members here of EVOS, save for supporter, and that's going to be the cue now for TF to start bringing a lot of damage into these lanes.
I mean, with Harold, with Baron already in the pocket ready, we are going to be seeing a very strong push here towards mid side, towards top side here. A lot of opportunities for EVOS to actually, for Team Flash to actually close this out. Depth charge goes over towards supporter. There, supporter gets taken with the death mark. Nothing that comes out of death here towards supporter. They got 10 seconds left to be working out with it here. I think they're going to be
yeah, they are. They popped off the Galio immediately, and now the Nexus is right for the taking. No one from EVOS is able to do anything at all. What a game, what a win. TF takes the series 2-1.
All right, haha, Pondo. Ha 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 ha! You're wrong this time. There goes your 100%. Anyway, Team Flash going 2-1, and it seems that EVOS does have the curse of the best of 3, it seems. Yesterday they had it, but it wasn't more of a curse, I guess. It was a bit of a blessing in disguise against Persis. But going up against a whole different beast of Team Flash, we were a little bit hot-stopped by the fact that game number 2 was very, very different from games number 1 and 3 from both these teams. But let us go blast from the past. I mean, it was just 5 minutes. It was just a few minutes ago, right?
Yeah.
Replay time.
Yeah, let's go ahead and have a look yet again. I mean, certainly both EVOS and TF played a much safer game on the onset. I mean, granted, this is the last game in the series, so neither side wants to make those mistakes. But I don't think mistakes was really what made this game here. What really is the key factor is just that the draft, I think, although we thought it was solid for EVOS, didn't quite pan out that well, especially when Zaisu came online. The Morgana was virtually unstoppable in a lot of these fights. And combine that with the fact that EVOS was just kind of forced to spread themselves quite thin in these defensive positions here. I think TF was just able to find a way to pick apart EVOS through some of these fights. And when you think that they had the damage, especially during these early phases, it just seemed like it actually wasn't to be. I mean, a lot of these fights had the EVOS just throwing everything at TF, trying to melt them down, but the barrier, the shields, the shielding, the damage mitigation was just too strong coming out from the Vietnamese squad.
All right, so I don't know about you, but looking at how EVOS actually operated in this was actually a very close game for at a lot of these little junctures here. But I think it was at the 18 to 20 minute mark where everything just started to blow up, because we did see the Baron being taken down. Look at that, Ellie is being able to basically come out and do a lot of DPS, right, just to keep the damage spike working in their favor here, because it's true damage, right? It is going to be a little bit of time before they get taken down, but it is going to basically chop off a lot of the HP very, very quickly as the team fight progresses, provided Ellie is able to stay safe. Now, 6-0 and 6 Zissou with the perfect game. Valdez was like, yeah, bro. Oh, you showed me what was game 2 all about. Let me give you a tutorial on how to smash in game number 3 and not die.
Oh man, I mean, again, it's a dominant performance that's similar to that first game they had against EVOS, and certainly a redemption for them for how EVOS just kind of spanked them in that second game. But certainly, you know, looking at the stats here, you could clearly tell that, you know, that maybe just the punish that happened after the Baron take was literally the window opportunity that TF needed, because I kind of feel that if TF actually allowed the game to drag on longer, there will already be the window opportunity for EVOS to get back in, especially once the Camille and the Garen are actually able to get themselves up to max level. So thankfully, you know, that Baron rush there that EVOS tried to do onto TF just really costed them the game. I mean, if you want to talk about mistakes, maybe that was just the one mistake that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case here. 7 to 15, about 2 times the difference in terms of KD. In terms of kills accrued for members of Team Flash. Let's take a look at the stats here. These are going to be the goal stat. These are going to be the damage numbers as well as the damage received. 35% for VVV, but look at Team Flash. A little bit more not to say connected. It shows that the Zissou, Coyote, and Ellie are very actually working like a unit, I guess. Like the fact that they are consistently pushing out a lot of damage. VVV, on the other hand, about 35% of the damage. I mean, supporter playing the Galio with only 9% damage. I mean, it goes without saying that Galio isn't exactly the best in terms of dealing out damage as a support. But then again, the participation of him, a 9% contribution of total damage across the board here, isn't exactly the most ideal. We'd like to see those numbers boost up a little bit, but then again, considering that support champions are a little bit, can be a little bit lackluster in terms of the damage, they focus mostly on the utility, then it's not entirely a fault of supporter here entirely.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, you know, you're kind of having your hands tied when you literal kind of tank is literally also your killer at the same time. So there was a lot of responsibility that you placed on G4's shoulders, which I'm not sure was wise at this point, given that EVOS is trying to fight a very close fight here against TF. And as you can see from the graph, I mean, EVOS did have a little window there in the beginning where they were actually a little bit ahead in terms of goal, but just like with some of the previous games, you can see that slow decline as time went on, and TF was just slowly but surely out-farming them and out-killing them a lot. And a lot of the engages, you know, even though they had value in terms of objectives, they just really didn't translate into a lot of value in economy on EVOS' side.
Yeah, a whole different story indeed. In terms of experience, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Let me do a quick math there. About what, 19,000? And wow, 190,000 difference, I think.
I think even more than that,
Even
actually.
more?
That's beyond the scale there, to be honest.
goodness,
So
yeah.
a huge swing. But yeah, again, losing the Baron fight and getting the team wiped out in the process will tend to do that, I feel. But you can see it was just more of a steady decline. So even though TF, you know, had been ahead for the most part, I don't think it was as dominant as a performance that they would have liked, which kind of makes sense why they would decide to end it right there. Because like there was a point in time there when you had all the tier 3 turrets down that it looked like TF was thinking about pulling back, but it realized that if they allowed the Camille and the Garen space in order to get themselves up to max level, then it would be a lot harder for them to actually make those make the high ground push. So yeah, I mean, in conclusion, TF, they managed to beat the odds now and actually show up to EVOS.
So I don't know about you guys, right? But it has been a very, very crazy one indeed. We do have to take a look at our MVP that we're going to be taking a very quick look into. Waiting for that graphics to come up. And oh, there it is. Perfectly done. Zissou there. I mean, 65.56 kill participation, 5.63 KDA, GPM of 832.6, damage per minute of 685.99, and damage taken per minute 682.65. Morgana, Vi, Kha'Zix, top champions used by the series MVP Team Flash's Zissou.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think like the reason why the stats look a little bit kind of flat across the board is like the variety of roles that Zissou played in these last 3 games. You know, I mean, of course, the Morgana game is probably his best performance here by far. But as a Vi, he even managed to get some good kills in the way. But well, that was mostly a Renekton game. But nevertheless, for Zissou, I really feel that yeah, you need to give credit where it's due. That his Morgana was virtually unstoppable in a lot of these fights here, and that's thanks to the support system that he enjoyed from his teammates at Team Flash. And you know, that's the thing. You know, when you have a good support system like this allows good players like Zissou to truly shine in their role.
All right, so looking at how Zissou is doing in that role is definitely going to be a praises for him from his team towards his performance, and hopefully he will be able to carry them forward here, as we do see 3 games against EVOS is definitely going to be a bit of a challenging one indeed. Going to be a very tiring one indeed. Heck, even we feel tired from such a game. But then again, you know, you never do really get tired. You never do really get tired from like having some fun, you know, watching and casting some of these games. But then again, we do hope that each and every one of you guys, especially the ones that watch from the start, and for those of you who just joined us, we do hope that you guys have been having a fun time, that all of you are participating in the chat. And of course, do remember a big shout out from our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, and that is a truth right there. And of course, do remember to get yourself a can of our official Monster Energy drink, official energy drink. Excuse me, I'm dropping all the sponsors today. I'm very sorry about that. Unleash the Beast
there with Monster Energy Drink. And of course, join our Discord server for more information. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting a little bit hungry. I need my coffee. I need my coffee.
Yeah, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a short break before we bring you guys the next matchup there. So my name is Victor Cax. Joining me is the Hal.
Can't wait.
We'll see you guys after the break, so don't go away.
See ya!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, summoners from across the world to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Han, alongside with me is Victor Cact, and we are going to be your caster duo for today. And man, oh man, has it been a wild one indeed. A total of 5 games across 2 matches with RRQ, sorry, not RRQ, that was yesterday's scores, excuse me about that. With Cerberus Esports and RRQ going 2-0 in favor of Cerberus. EVOS Flash going 2-1.
Yep.
And now, as you can see from the leaderboard, excuse me, Enigma Galaxy yet to fight are going to be going up against Buriram United Esports. That's a very, very much
one of the games that we're all looking forward to. EVOS Esports going up against Cerberus, RRQ going up against Team Flash, and Echo Fortius as well as Persis Esports have yet to compete though.
Yeah, they're going to be competing after this matchup here, but this matchup between Nigma and Burium United Esports pretty much would set the tone on this leaderboard here, because whoever wins this, it's automatically going to be right on top of the board there with 2 wins. So stakes are relatively high for this one here, and I think particularly for Burium, I'm really going to be expecting a lot more from them today compared to yesterday, because I kind of felt, I mean, this is only specific to their first game though, that Burium United is a little bit underperforming during yesterday's matchup. Hopefully they'll be able to put up their best place forward, because they're going to be up against one of the titans of Wild Rift right now, Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma Galaxy, definitely one of the stronger teams here. Don't think that they are entirely untouchable. There are some specific flaws that, of course, we don't want to be spoiling it until we go into the game, right? There are some specific flaws that Nigma Galaxy actually possess. Burium United as well, they are a team that's very solid indeed, but they also have their own flaws. But who is a little bit more exposed here? I'm thinking that Nigma Galaxy has a little bit more experience across the board. Burium United is, I think, a little bit more jack of all trades, master of none, whereas Nigma Galaxy specializes in certain compositions that actually work out in their favor. We did see yesterday that in their matchup against Cerberus, they were very effective with the Sananasis, Kha'Zix in the jungle, Corki, and they were the first one to actually implement Scion into the game.
Yeah, so with that, you know, you just wonder what exactly kind of went wrong for Cerberus in that instance. But nevertheless, though, especially up against a strong team like Nigma, you really want to bring everything you got in your armory to bear here. So let's have a look at the lineup of Burium United Esports. I mean, again, if a name as bad as Burium, you cannot go wrong with this squad here. Noel, Golden Feet, Arkany, Bank, and What the Jess shows some good performances yesterday, but I think the best from them is still yet to come.
When you say bad, you mean bad like Michael Jackson bad, or like bad as in like that food bad?
I think more of the former, I suppose. But
okay, Noel, Golden Feet, Archony, Bank, and What the Jess. These heroes from the Thai region definitely are titans in their own rights here. Burium United very much dominant in their approach, but they have seen a few dark clouds in their career. I mean, what team hasn't, right? How they've been able to navigate around it has been really good in terms of how Golden Feet has been actually, how to say, enabling Archony to be able to pop up. I think that's going to be something that we need to talk about. Noel as well does have some moments where he does pop off, but Bank and What the Jess, I think this duo, if they're able to be given a composition where their kill potential and their kill pressure could actually be translated into leads, then you know for a fact that Burium United is going to wipe the floor with them. And I do know that in terms of the Thai teams as well, they tend to practice it in a little more, not to say a variety, I think it is like how they try to cover as many spaces as they can in terms of variety, so that they are masters of most of the trades here, but they don't actually specialize too deeply in everything, just to make sure that whatever comes in front of them, whatever is presented in front of them, they're able to adapt towards the situation as well. But remember, it's always about Golden Feet allowing Archie to be able to pop off. And I know for a fact that it is going to be Golden Feet here that is going to be our key player. Why? 12.5 KDA with a kill participation of 69.7, nice. Goal per minute of 865.2, the DPM, the damage per minute of 755.8, and the damage taken per minute of 853.9. From these stats alone and the two champions that he's been showing us here, Victor, what are your thoughts? Any stray observations?
I mean, again, you know, the DPM and DTPM being not that impressive just goes to show that he has a lot of efficiency in the way he uses his champions. I mean, having, despite that DPM and DTPM being sub 1000, he still earns a KDA of 12.5, and this is down to, I feel, the way he, you know, controls the map, the way he makes ganks and movements that really make the difference here for Burium United and allow the carries on his squad to be able to perform. So, again, that's why junglers are such an important role here, because when you do your role well, you open up the rest of the map for the rest of your squad, and that's where the winnings start to roll in.
Yeah, I do believe that for Burium United, the reason why Golden Feet is going to be one of the key players is because of his presence, is because of his interventions within the lanes. We did see, I think it was with Golden Feet, where one roam resulted in 3 deaths, and I think that was just the beginning of the end for the enemy team. Specifically, I think it was against Echo Fortius, right? And if I remember correctly, maybe he was using either Morgana, and it literally he just goes into wherever he goes and somebody just gets immediately busted up, and I feel that's going to be the case here. I would like to see more of his Morgana. Maybe we might see it banned, maybe we might see it picked out away from him, but Fiora as well on his hands I think would be very much an issue to deal with here for any team.
I mean, he certainly had a much better Fiora game compared to the Morgana, but that's not to take away from his performance in that first game there against Cerberus. So let's go ahead and see what the lineup is going to be from our other squad here. Nigma Galaxy, comprised of Chami, Juicy, Aaron, Demonkind, and Draw. They're absolute titans at the sport of Wild Rift here, and they're certainly looking to try to maintain their top spot after this matchup.
All right, from across the Rift here, on the other side of the Nexus, on the red side, if I'm not mistaken, Nigma Galaxy is going to be a very, very strong team across the board. One of the favorites to win everything, and very consistent across the board, with Jushi being an absolute monster. I mean, it's one of those things where he's just out on the spree, he's just hurting everything that comes his way. And I'm thinking that the head-to-head between Jushi as well as the jungler from the side of Brilliant United, Golden Feet, is going to be one of the fights that I think is going to be the foundation of success for either of these teams. Nigma Galaxy here a little bit more, how to say, spread out in terms of their capabilities here, but they do play around the fact that Jushi creates a lot of foundational opportunities for the team of Nigma Galaxy to try to springboard off, right? But if you close down Buriram United's Golden Feet and they are not allowed to give him any resources towards some of the other off-laners or mid-laners, then it's going to be a huge problem for Buriram United to be able to try to get back into the game.
Yeah, for certain. So that's going to be the challenge that Buriram United will face today. But I have no doubt that the Thai powerhouses will certainly be up to the task here as we enter this matchup. But nevertheless, though, for Nigma Galaxy, certainly reputation is on the line for them as we see the head-to-head between our two players here, Noel and Chami. 9 KDA for Noel, 9.5 for Chami, slightly a bit higher. That's mostly because his higher kill participation allows him to get extra kills there. So 73.5% for Chami, 48.7% for Noel. GPM pretty much even between the two. DPM a little bit higher on the side of Noel, but otherwise quite even in those regard.
Could be reflective on the fact that Noel used the Kayle to a very specific strong advantage here. There was some moments where yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, Persis put members of Buriram United up against the wall. If I'm not, not Persis, Echo Fortius put members of Buriram up against the wall. But if it wasn't for the Kayle coming in and popping off, then that would have been the case of ending the story of the Indonesian standout team of Fortius. Echo Fortius, excuse me. However, looking at what is in front of us, Noel has quite a bit of work cut out for him. I do think that the Kayle would be a very wise choice here, but I do think that you can't actually be playing a race against the clock against against a team such as Nigma Galaxy, who is most likely going to come cannon steaming ahead and trying to basically push up against the wall. I mean, you can scale, sure, but if the game ends at 15 minutes, what's that to scale for, right?
Yeah, you're not seeing the finish line in that sense, right?
Yeah.
So getting cut down before your prime. So, I mean, between these two guys, I mean, it just really comes down to support. The support system that the lineup will be able to provide in order to allow them to have these performances here. So, with that said and done, that's going to be a cue for us now to discuss about draft potentials here. I mean, what have you been seeing as kind of like the favorites of Nigma Galaxy so far?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I don't want to make any assumptions or even make any theories that can be set in stone. Mostly because that Nigma Galaxy, based on what we have seen thus far, has always gone for some certain specific bans here. But this is in context towards their
matchup against Echo Fortius, right? So let's talk about the first 5 bans here. It was Lucian, Senna, Jax, Cassidin, Varus. All right, so there was a lot of CC being banned out from the Varus as well, the global ultimate from the Senna. The Lucian goes without saying, right? I think that's one of the more meta bans, and Cassidin as well. So what they responded with was the first 3 champions was Morgana, Corki, and Renekton. And I do like this because I think it was not Archony. I think it was Golden Feet that was using the Morgana to devastating effect onto the side of Echo Fortius, despite the fact that there was a little bit of concerns at how their progress was going. So for those of you who just joined us on Twitch, do remember, drop us your vote in the Twitch chat. The Snapdragon match prediction is live and underway. So make sure that you look into your crystal ball and of course tell me what is the prediction, and I will tell you that Pondo is definitely wrong. So anyway, we're going to go for 2-1 here for me and of course Victor, giving it a slight advantage towards Nigma Galaxy. We would like to see what we're all in unison. We're all in unison here. That means Buriram United is going to win.
Yeah,
2-0.
I just know they win because Pondo picked them. But then again, Pondo was wrong for that first match, but that might just be a little bit of outlier. But so far, I mean, we're quite unanimous in the sense that, you know, Nigma literally is a titan in this community here. So it's going to take a lot of force there to force them off of that throne. And I think Buriram United does stand a decent chance here, but I'm anticipating this will be a closely fought one actually between these two teams, because we're going to be talking about the best of the PH crowd versus the best of the Thai crowd. You know, sparks are going to be flying in that kind of matchup.
I mean, sparks are definitely going to be flying, whether it's sparks of love or whether it's sparks of death. We shall have to wait and see, right? Because Nigma Galaxy, I think, are going to be one of those teams that they almost hardly push the pace against Buriram United. I don't think Buriram United is one of those teams that are considered slow starters, right? But if you actually, they do need a little bit of space for them to be able to pop off, and I'm thinking that maybe Nigma could actually have a more snowbally kind of composition, maybe could actually have a lot of early game composition, because Lucian is going to be banned out, right? So if Lucian is going to be banned out on the early rotation, means that there could be other options similar to Lucian that could gravitate Nigma closer towards a win.
Yeah, so let's see if that's going to be transpiring coming out throughout this. But, you know, to your point about Buriram, you know, not being known for slow starts, their matchup actually against Echo Fortier was a bit of a slow start. I have to say the first game was very devoid of kills for the first like 5 to 10 minutes, and it's only once Buriram kind of like figured Echo out that they were able to finally not only beat them in that first game, but also went on to dominate them by the second game here. So certainly you can say that Buriram's adaptability you know, is certainly strong based on that kind of form, but you're gonna need a lot more than just being flexible and adaptable to beat a team like NGX. So first ban, Lucian, not surprised about all about that.
I know, that's Jace.
Jace, my bad.
Yeah, it's all good. Looking at how this is going to be working out here, I do think that there's going to be a Yumi ban for the side of Buriram United, and then Nigma is going to be responding with Lucian. No, I'm wrong, actually. They're going to be going for the targeted ban towards Jushi. I don't think that Golden Feet will be able to get his Morgana, so I'm thinking that he just wants to not deal with it anyway, because Jushi is... I'm very sure Jushi is very capable of being a really annoying factor here if Morgana's abilities are in play. So with Morgana out of the way, I do think that the choices of support may actually venture into the more poke-heavy ones, but Lee Sin, second other champion to be banned out. We have seen a lot of teams actually play Lucian to varying degrees of success, some very successful indeed with the delivery system, and some questionable delivery systems as well that kind of made the team lose in the sense, right? Yeah. So we shall have to wait and see what are the particular specifics here that could be adopted by the team of BRU to respond. They respond with an immediate Cassidin ban. I like this Cassidin ban.
Yeah, but look at that. NGX bans out the Kami already in the third ban here. This is interesting. So, I mean, they targeted both the Lee Sin and the Kami here. That's putting out a pull for Buriram. So, I think they're trying to force Buriram into kind of off main picks here, maybe.
The Camille saucy steak knife legs are not going to be in play, so I think Hextech Ultimatum is going to be the least of concerns here for the side of Buriram United. Buriram United very well aware of what they don't want to be dealing with, and Karma is something no one ever wants to be dealing with here. A lot of poke, a lot of potential here, but Yuumi gets through, and it's only a matter of time before they lock it up immediately.
Yeah, and to respond to that, the Buriram will be bringing out the Senna. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. First Yuumi game, actually, for the last 2 days. We have mostly been seeing Yuumi banned out a lot, so this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing NGX bring out a Yuumi to play. So Buriram makes their second pick now. NGX now has the next one.
All right, Lucian now finally getting through to the ban system here, and it seems that it is going to be Noel and Golden Feet locking in. The Lucian Senna combo is going to go towards Bank and what the Jess Singe now going to be coupled up most probably in the mid lane or even in the top lane. Rarely ever in the jungle, but we have seen crazier things happen.
I mean, if anyone's going to be crazy enough to do a Singe jungle, probably it's going to be Juicy, but I doubt that's going to be a case. No way he's going to be doing something that crazy coming into this game now, but that's going to be a
I mean, the possibility is there, though. I mean, there is a possibility that that could happen, though, my dear Victor. But like I said, sometimes practicality wins the day, right? So yeah, I could go into the jungle with a Singed, but doesn't mean I should. Because I think we have to think about efficiency as well. We have to think about healthy clears and how much utility or even damage that is able to be provided to the team in terms of the Singe coming from the jungle and trying to affect some of these lanes. Some may think otherwise. Some may think a little bit more, what's the word for it? A little bit more positively about the jungle Singe, potentially. But like I said, if there's something that is not entirely fitting of the meta, there has to be a reason behind it now, don't it?
Yeah, so in terms of bans though, right now, NGX bans out the Nasus, no surprise because Buriram already has a Senna, so it makes sense to take out the most synergetic pick there possible for the Senna. In the meantime, Buriram bans out the Vi and the Olaf, leaving, I think, NGX go for their final ban.
All right, so final bans across the board. Jackson, Nasus being banned out from NGX towards Buriram United. They won't be dealing with the scaling issues here that could be prevalent for the side of Nigma Galaxy.
Another Vayne game here.
Oh, okay. So looking at that, Vi already being locked out. I think this is going to be a safe one here because they don't have the Assault and Battery. Oh,
Pantheon as well. Oh, NGX is going for early game here.
Yeah. They're going for the early game here, and I'm pretty sure. But I'm not entirely liking the fact that the Vayne is going to be coupled up here. I would have liked maybe an early game very heavy, like maybe a Draven and stuff, but there is a lot of risk pertaining the pick of a Draven. If you're not effective with how you're able to maximize your damage, you won't be able to snowball accordingly. And because some champions like Draven are very snowball heavy, it does put quite a bit of risk here, especially with jungle intervention being such a commonplace on Summoner's Rift at this level.
Yeah, this is going to be a very exciting one to see here. I mean, how is Nigma Galaxy going to be doing this early game here? I'm expecting the sparks to fly right off the bat, but Buriram's no slouch either in the drowning department. I mean, Lucian, a very strong pick now for Buriram, and they're going to pair it out with the Ahri in the mid lane. So certainly, it's going to be a lot of kill potentials all across the board here. And you know, I'm expecting to see a lot of skirmishing between the two.
Yeah, I'm expecting the same thing too as well. I do believe that from all these teams, they are going to be getting ready, and we as well are looking forward to seeing. I think this is going to be one of the highlight games as well from a lot of teams here, especially big fans of the Buriram United team as well as Nigma Galaxy, excuse me. And I do think that both these teams definitely have the potential to walk away with big wins. But unfortunately, as our sponsors would say, winning does matter, right? So this is where all the chips are, all the chips are gathered, and this is where winning is going to matter the most. So make sure you drop us some love in the comments wherever you guys are watching, and show some support for all of these teams. They worked hard to be here. They worked hard to represent you, and most importantly, they just want to have a fun time.
Yeah, we're all here for that fun and that entertainment, that the endless amount of entertainment that games like Wild Rift are able to provide. But seeing some of the way that these players handle the game here, and just to show what is the full potential put in the right hands of the right players' hands. Some of these champions can really outshine others here. So that's why having a platform Snapdragon is so important, because it allows us to see the different ways you can play a game even as simple as League of Legends Wild Rift.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you see what's up next. It's going to be Enigma Galaxy going up against Buriram United Esports. As you can see, it means that when you see this screen, it's only a matter of seconds, minutes before we get into the game. Looking forward to seeing what Enigma Galaxy has in store for Buriram United. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, on the left side of the screen, NGX. On the right side of the screen, BRU. Blue side Enigma. Red side Buriram.
Yeah, so here we go. It's coming out of the bat here. This NGX is going to be going some early invades. It doesn't look like so. It looks like they're going to be going for a more conservative laning phase at the moment. Not really trying to go for the extra exploratory movements, but Demon Kite is a little bit alone in the bottom lane, and what a Jess and Bang thought they might have a chance here, but Draw comes into the mix as well, as both of them are trading off their health against each other. Bang sustaining a lot of damage, has a pullback that's putting Wild Jess in the line of fire right now, but then with Demon Kite just keeping his mate, the Draw, in the pocket there, that just literally allows him allows the Yuumi just stay out of trouble.
All right. As I'm going to be seeing it here from the side of Buriram, early on already, there is going to be quite an issue for Bank as well as what the Jess here, mostly because that Draw will be able to just poke out. And sustain isn't going to be an issue for both Buriram and Enigma Galaxy over to the bot side here, mostly because both these teams have very strong heals, which means that both of them are going to most likely focus on the ability to try to negate that healing with a longsword purchase into the anti-healing sword, I feel. Especially for teams that are going up against Draw on the Yuumi.
Yeah, Chammy's having a bit of a hard time against Lucian on the top there. It means already having a third of his health taken out, and Noel is just keeping the pressure going, especially with the minions bearing down on that turret. So I think sooner or later, if Nicholas Renekton is able to be up to snuff, that could be a weakness that Buriram will seek to exploit going forwards here. And in the meantime, though, jumping forward there. Oh, but the Vayne gets picked out, though, and Draw is going to be forced to fight alone. And so finally, what a Jess and Bank put it together to take out Demon Kite. He's going to be out for the count. Chammy and Noel now trying to trade kill. The Chammy with a flash still stays alive, but Cold Feet comes in to get the trade. He will be able to pick that off there. So at least Renekton not quite out of the way there so far. But right now, yeah, just trades coming through here, and I don't think anyone's got a leg up so far. But Buriram with those 2 kills could be significant, but yeah, still a bit too early to tell.
Okay, so looking at how Buriram as well as Enigma Galaxy are starting off the early 3-minute mark here, 2-minute 30-second mark here. It seems that, oh wait, for that.
Demon Kite might be caught out yet again here. What a Jess and Bang just rolling in there, forcing him to go back to the turret for safety. But it looks like there's not going to be any followers here. Not until the Yuumi comes back in does Demon Kite will have the confidence to move forward. But nevertheless, though, things still settling down a bit as Yuumi joins the fray.
So as they're going to be joining the fray here, it seems that for Bank as well as what the Jess, the sustain isn't going to be too detrimental here, but it allows Demon Kite to actually stay in this lane longer and be able to get quite a bit of goal advantage here. But
oh no, that's not going to be a very crucial death there, because Pantheon has just been taken out. Jushi out for the count there, and now Chammy is going to be forced to try to defend this alone. So it looks like the Pantheon was around the corner there to try to back up the Renekton, and seems to have lost his life as a result. Another attempt there, I think, by Bank and What a Jess. Didn't quite work out this time, because at least Demon Kite has the support of Draw in the form of the Yuumi here on the bottom lane. So as long as it's a double lane here, it seems to be quite safe for Demon Kite. But then once the Yuumi moves away, that seems to be where Buriram seems to want to try to keep the Vayne suppressed. But so far, aside from that 1 kill, they haven't been able to find another one.
Yeah, I do think that from how Buriram United is moving from one spot to another, they are going to be focusing
quite a bit on the priority on mid lane and bot side, mostly because that the Drake is going to come in another 60 seconds. We do see that Arshani is going to be pushing out his mid lane and going to get a little bit of information here. Immediately goes for the charm. Luckily doesn't get flicked over the shoulder by Enigma Galaxy, but it seems that Jushi here, as well as Aaron, decide to back away.
Bank and Golden Feet, and Bank now going for a more roaming sort of like deal here. Noel on the verge of picking up that level 7 there, not able to clear it out there from those minions. Chammy is going to continue to stay in lane for now. Objectives are going to be coming up in the next 25 seconds, and oh, Chammy already picked up the kill on the Lucian. Talk about sweet, sweet revenge.
Yeah, sweet revenge. Really has a good ring to it here for Enigma Galaxy, and it seems that pretty early on, the focus is Chammy being able to get 2-1 and nothing. About 100% of the kills here in the pocket of Chammy for now, but I'm pretty sure that that's going to be shifting, despite the fact that 2 kills already in the bot lane duo shared between Bank and What the Jess. It seems that Demon Kite is still very much in play here, a little bit delayed because of that. Oh, wait.
Kiriko, Bank is going to be able to roll in together the rest. Burium, we're already going to be able to melt them down, though. The shielding comes up with What the Jets, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Golden Fee is going to try to stay in this fight, and he does get Juicy low, but not able to complete the kill. Demon Kai is going to be tanking a lot of that damage, but now the fight is transitioned to the turret instead. And then now with the Rift Herald is brought out as well, it's going to be a matter of time before NJ is going to have to bring their full squad up here to try to help out this top line push. Now they're going to try to focus in on Noel. He's got stunned. He's got taken out. Aaron is going to be caught in the mix as well, but he is able to tank a lot of that damage and stays alive. But the Demon Kite now is going to be the next one to fall here, and unfortunately, Aaron does fall as well. So it doesn't seem to have worked out well for NGX's rank, and Arkina continuing to deal a lot more damage. And What It Just comes in just in time from the Rift to finish off this fight. Look at that! 4 people dead already!
1 ace for 1 Golden Feet, if I'm not mistaken here. And I'm thinking that Enigma Galaxy did drop the ball very badly, and I don't know, it felt like dropping a ball from a 1,000-foot building, man. It was definitely violent indeed, but it seems that one of the biggest mistakes here was the fact that okay, look at this now. As the fight progresses, look at where Demon Kite is. Demon Kite already going to be focused out onto us by Golden Feet. He's got to be very careful. And as he goes away, right, he was able to actually stay safe in that situation. But what he did well was he was able to condemn the Lucian into the wall. And the only thing that actually lost that was, oh wait, before the fight there, it's going to be Jushi. Jushi gets hit up with very beautifully though, but we're going to be seeing the ultimate there coming in from the Yuumi coming up. We're going to be seeing another kill there coming in. Golden Feet now in a lot of trouble. We do see the Panther coming in with the Grand Skyfall, but gets taken down with the Rampage going over towards Archony. And he sees that Buriam United right now not only were able to not score the Drake, but at least were able to score 2 for nothing.
Yo, I mean,
2 for 1, excuse me.
I was expecting the Pantheon to be a lot stronger here, but it doesn't seem to have worked out for NGX at all. I mean, Buriam just picking them apart, and then now going for those objectives. The turret is down in the mid lane here, and Buriam just going to continue to pound on this mid lane for now because Demon Kite is still around. But, oh boy, let's have a look at that replay one more time. NGX, of course, they started on that Drake, and that's going to force Buriam to come in to fight. And imagine if it immediately target down Jushi, and that will force the rest of NGX to kind of try to defend him. But in the meantime, with the amount of pressure coming in from the Dragon Pit, I mean, it was just going to be a matter of time before Buriam will be overrunning them. So I think the NGX should have tried to peel away earlier, but unfortunately being dragged on these longer fights, it looks like Buriam actually is able to pick them apart quite easily.
All right, so looking at how Enigma Galaxy as well as Buriam United are moving from one spot to the other, right? I do think that Enigma Galaxy is slightly behind on tempo here because Buriam United is actually playing this in a way where they are controlling a lot of Enigma Galaxy's ability to make some very saucy and very strong plays. But this is in no disregard to Enigma Galaxy's ability to try to get the fight off, but it just seems that they keep picking off some really weird fights. I mean, Demon Kite tumbling into a range, into a damaging spell, and then immediately like dying out and not being able to follow up with damage per second, with like solid physical damage per second. I feel like those little mistakes compound the fact that Enigma Galaxy should be doing a little bit better here against Buriam United. But then again, Buriam United is playing out of their mind.
Maybe, just maybe. I mean, it's certainly not what kind of expected here given NGX's draft, but Buriram seems to be making the best of their advantage right now, continuing to keep pressure going on here with all 5 members in the mid lane. They're certainly setting up for that next Rift Herald take, and that's going to put a lot more pressure now on NGX to actually make this early game composition work out for them. Now, Aaron and Chami are just going to maybe focus more on those dragons here because they have already taken the first one. The second one may work out well, but Aaron's going to get himself caught out though before anything's going to happen here. And Buriram almost may have had him dead to rights, but the Singe still able to peel away. And I don't think Buriram, even Buriram knows not to chase after a weakened Singe.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to be chasing after a weakened Singe here because mostly you know for a fact that if you're not able to close the distance to a Singe, it is going to be very detrimental to you. Demon Kite there immediately getting away. There was just a bit of a blind spot there. They were immediately able to just make sure that members of Nigma Galaxy didn't come in and make them pay the big punishment price. But looking at how Aaron is actually operating, it seems that he is very much interested in pushing the top lane here. And the response is going to be a full 5-man push towards top side.
Yeah, just mostly to kind of relieve the pressure because it's still the tier 1 turret on the top is very much full of health there for Buriram United. So it's still going to take a concerted effort on NGX's part in order to tie that down. But with Buriram already just constantly roaming around the map, constantly checking those corners and checking those bushes, they really, they know they are ahead, even though the NGX had maybe a favorable draft for the early game. But Buriram certainly are making the most of their skills there thanks to Senna's kind of ability, just providing them the cover that they need in order to make those frontal pushes happen. So now NGX are a little bit forced to kind of like play a bit more spread out, a little bit more thinned out actually in terms of the defensive line. So that's putting some additional pressure, I feel, on both Joshi and Aaron in order to try to pick up that slack. But I fear that before they're able to get up to that parity, that Buriram is just going to continue to do a lot more damage, especially in terms of objectives.
All right, so looking at how Buriram United versus what's it called, Nigma Galaxy is operating here, I do think that there has to be a way where Buriram United, where Nigma Galaxy can actually try to lower the advantage that Buriram United has been able to score for themselves here in terms of the skill, or in terms of the goal advantage. And I'm thinking that they need to be very wary of how to set up these pushes, mostly onto the bottom side here, because it seems that for NGX, they are quite strong on the bottom side, but they have to also be very wary of the fact that top side is broken and the middle side is broken. 2 turrets over 1 here for the side of Buriram United. I don't know whether or not this is going to be a wise choice here. I think maybe they should go for the swap and go for the Herald instead, because that's what Buriram United, that's what Nigma Galaxy desperately needs.
Okay, there might be a window of opportunity here, but the unfortunate part is that Buriram's all gathered up in front of that Drake, and they were anticipating the fight. They were anticipating a kind of response here from NGS, but NGS is not taking the bait at all. So Buriram is going to go ahead and start the Drake anyway, because that Rift Herald is already pushing his way up to bottom. So now NGX is going to be coming in to respond to this now. There's going to be a big fight coming up ahead. It looks like they're going to try to fade in on first, and they do take out the Renekton first, but can they keep Jushi down? Jushi is still running around in the middle here, trying to melt down the armor, but no, he's the one that gets melted instead. A Rampage is out now for Buriram, and an unstoppable streak here for the Ahri. That just goes to show how devastating that fight was for Buriram, because despite losing 4 champions, not a single member of Buriram fell in the entire fight.
Buriram definitely starting the game strong, kicking it through the door for sure. But we do see that for Nigma Galaxy, it's definitely been compounded by mistake after mistake in terms of decision making here. Don't know what Demon Kite was doing in a very, very precarious spot, tumbling into the fight. I would have liked it if Demon Kite was a little bit more conservative with his usage of Tumble here, using it more as an escape tool rather than a school tool. As you can see, look at that Demon Kite there in the middle of it with the Yuumi attached to him. Does the thing right, but look at this positioning here. It's very, very sad indeed, because as soon as the fight collapses onto him, all he does is just get hit with the charm, and it's done days for him.
Yeah, I mean, taking out the Chami early on just meant that there was not a lot of sustain on their side because Demon Kite is still very much has an armor made of paper mache singed. Definitely won't be able to do much, and I thought that Jushi would be able to play a bigger role in that fight, but unfortunately, it was just too overwhelming, especially without a Renekton around. It's just one less vector of damage that was coming out from Enigma Galaxy, and they just weren't able to deal with the amount of damage coming their way through Buriram.
All right, so when Enigma Galaxy and Buriram United now are going to be beating up against each other for the blue buff here, it is going to be on the terms of Coulter Feet. Look at that Coulter Feet jumping over the wall. One by one, they're going to be taken down. We do see that the exhaust is going to go over towards the side of Demon Kite. Demon Kite doesn't have the full damage potential here, but this is where he could actually turn it around. Look at that double kill going over to Chami. Chami right now blowing up, but it seems that it's not going to be working in their favor. Noah over the wall though, going over with the culling, but will not be able to help any of his team. He's the only surviving member with 4 man down for the count for Buriram United. It seems that Enigma Galaxy be like, yup, is Enigma in Paris?
Yeah, maybe they might be just on their way to the Eiffel Tower as we speak, though, because Noel is not going to be able to stick around close to that Tier 1 tower. NGX now has used this opportunity wisely to take those objectives, and looks like they're going to empty out the entirety of mid lane. That's certainly going to be able to open a path now to the base here of NGX, and finally, by the time they take down the... they actually wouldn't be able to take down the Tier 2 turret, but maybe one push away from being able to take it out completely. But most importantly, this is going to be able to see... I mean, finally, we're actually able to see some signs of life from NGX. Finally, Demon Kite didn't look as lost that fight around compared to the last one.
All right, so with about 6 kills in favor of Buriram United, still very much the game of Buriram with 2 turrets as well. But Dragon-wise, it is going to be even. The goal advantage is starting to slow down in favor of, it's starting to get lower and lower in favor of Buriram United, but still a goal lead nonetheless. If Enigma Galaxy is able to win maybe 1 or 2 more fights, then it's going to be a sweet push into the winning category here. They keep this up, but I spoke a bit to Jushi now to be in a lot of trouble.
He might be in a bit of trouble, and especially at this stage of the game, the Pantheon is not going to be as tanky as he was before, even with his current buff in this patch. So Buriram United knows that, you know, at this stage of the game, that Jushi might be a juicy target for them, so that's why they're aiming for him on the onset, because they also wanted to be able to remove his crowd control abilities. But frankly, at this point, Buriram actually is... even though they did start off well, it seems like whatever progress they had is already stalled out quite a lot. So thinking that they may be considering conserving the energies more towards actual key fights that will win them objectives, as opposed to actually trying to gain kills over NGX at this point. Because frankly, at this point, any sort of mistakes on Buriram's part is certainly going to be able to hand the lead to Enigma Galaxy at any point. So now, I mean, Demon Kite has been doing well, getting himself up to level 13 so far. I mean, you know, it's still looking like Enigma Galaxy may still have an opportunity here. They just need to be able to find the right kind of fights to get involved in.
All right, for Enigma Galaxy, they have to be very wary of the bear trap that is waiting for them here in the form of Buriram United. But Enigma Galaxy also has got to be aware that Demon Kite and Draw are not too close behind. So engaging in this is basically putting your hand in the blender, so to speak. So we do hope that Buriram United may actually...
Oh, nice charm there. That's probably Aaron going to be taken down, though. But no, actually, he does slip away. And in spite of the fact that Buriram was able to bring a lot of skills to bear, not enough damage to take out Aaron on that Singe. And no way they're going to be chasing him down to the lower path. But that does open up the map somewhat for them on this Baron lane. And then with the Drake coming out, looks like the Ahri is going to be standing in front there to see if NGX is going to be making that move, and you can already see them trekking their way up the path now into the path of Buriram, actually, who are already ready for this attack. They aim on the Chami first. Chami able to stay out of the way now, and Aaron comes in to try to melt them down, but the shielding is enough here to keep Buriram in the fight, so they try to turn it around, melting down the armor and the HP of Enigma Galaxy. They're going to be forced to turn tail and run because the damage is too much bear. Golden Feet still has a shield up. The revive is going to come true, but what a revival! Not a revival at all. Chami goes back down into the ground, 6 feet under, and 50 seconds in the rift.
Aaron, nothing but black bars that Demon Kite as well as Draw a little bit too
too squishy for them to be able to continue this fight. So they very wisely so mitigated their losses and decide to give whatever objectives Buriram wants for them to contest without any issue. So we do see that Infernal Dragon is already up. Blue also is going to be taken away from them. Most likely going to go towards Archony and in his pocket. But I do believe that after this reset here, there is going to be some jostling towards the Baron.
See, like before that fight, I thought the Baron is going to have to choose between one of the two objectives, but now it seems like not only they will get the Infernal Drake, but they could even potentially fight for that Baron as well. You know, they thought like it looked like Enigma Galaxy was already setting up for a resurgence in the middle of this game, but then Buriram is going to continue to bury them. With all of these fights that's just going their way now. So that's just going to amp up the pressure for a Philippine squad. I mean, again, Demon Kite and Draw needs to be able to find, find some good kills here, because otherwise Buriram already at 69.1k in net worth here. They're certainly keeping the lead very, very handily throughout the majority of this game.
Okay, so for Enigma Galaxy now, they do want to be focusing on maybe setting up a bear trap of their own here, but they have to be careful though. Buriram United is starting to come to a point where with 20 minutes on the clock, the scaling of Senna is going to be directly effective against a lot of members of NGX, and the fact that Elder Drake is going to be in play here, Buriram United could stand to lose everything if they don't play this right.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to keep the pressure going. The middle tier 2 turret is very low, but that was the bait that Buriram was putting in front of them, and NGX just fell for it. The shield is not going to be enough to keep Chammy out of the way there. The bank just try to put the ultimate out, but doesn't quite meet its mark, so NGX are able to pull away, but that could have been a lot worse there for Enigma Galaxy if they were forced to kind of drag out that fight. But fortunately, they're still able to stay alive, and most importantly, they want to be able to stay within range of that Elder Dragon. They don't want to concede yet another objective here to Buriram United, but then it might just become their last stand if they can't really hold on.
Okay, so for both these teams here, Buriram United as well as Enigma, I do believe that Enigma is slowly clawing their way up. From maybe about 3,000 to 4,000 gold disadvantage here, they have been able to lower that margin to about 2,100 gold differential. Objectives may speak a different story for members of Enigma Galaxy, but all they need is actually one more turret, and it could be even for them. It's all about building the pressure in all the right places, and then making sure that the team of Buriram United bites and get them to catch and kind of beat them to the rotation here.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, whatever Enigma tries to do, they really did try to make an opening in the middle lane. And I think having not been able to take down the tier turrets, maybe their downfall soon, because Buriram United puts in a lot of hurt on the Jushi, but aren't able to actually complete the kills. So I think that's mostly because Enigma was doing their level best here in order to try to avoid drawing out those fights and just basically using skills very defensively here in order to get out of that Buriram Death Ball. But, you know, it's quite concerning to see that, you know, in spite of that, Chammy has to just basically take one for the team every single time because he just gets aimed down and focused upon here by Buriram so many times. Aaron just roaming around here as a cinch, trying to see if he can catch somebody off here on Buriram, but failing to do any of that. He's going to be backing off and recouping the rest of the team. But so far, they've been able to disrupt Buriram's attempt to take the Elder Dragon, and it all hinges on that objective right now. NGX knows they cannot afford to lose yet another objective here, but that still opens up a possibility for Buriram to go for that Baron. But no, Buriram has other plans in mind. The bear trap is set, and they're trying to find its next victim, but I think it's not going to be happening this time around.
All right, so I do think for Buriram United here, they want to be... Oh, wait a minute.
Well, they tried.
I don't think they're going to do it, yeah. Because if they do it, then the waves that and mid lane is going to push out and they're going to lose out one of the tier 3 turrets. So I don't think that's going to be a wise choice.
Not just mid, but bottom as well. You can see the minions already making their way there, so it wouldn't be cognizant for them to start the dragon now that the lanes are facing so much pressure. The top lane is going to be defended a little bit though by Golden Feet, so there might be potential for them to try to perhaps spread Buriram out a bit thinner than as opposed to earlier when they just constantly are just that death ball in the middle lane. But then again, Buriram's little death ball here is what's essentially preventing NGX from finding that opening in the mid, so it's still quite crucial for them to maintain some sort of presence in the mid lane.
All right, so going to be seeing here from members of Enigma now. They're going to be trying to get a semblance of control back, 3 to 4 in terms of turret. And again, I think this is the 4th attempt or 3rd attempt, I think, that they're going to try to restart this.
Yeah,
okay, they
but
got to be careful.
You're gonna watch out. Burium is rolling in now. NJX knows this as well. That's why they're keeping themselves loose and limber, waiting for the initiation, but it just didn't come. Burium keeping the distance right now. They don't want to be up and close and personal, literally too close for comfort. But then look at that, a lot of damage done to the Chami already right out of the bat, and she's already down to a quarter of her health, while NJX is scrambling and trying to find someone to target, but there's so many targets all around that they aren't able to do so. All losing their members one by one maybe, but not quite though. Only 2 kills on the side of Burium United for only 1 loss so far, but then at least they did manage to steal the dragon for themselves.
All right, gonna be an easy Herald, excuse me, not a Herald, Baron here for the side of Enigma Galaxy, and with the fact that
Chami moving up on the bottom lane.
Oh boy.
That's going to be a bit of a split push as well, so I think that's going to force Burium to try to react to this, though. And look at that, Chami does not really care in the world, still staying in the base there. Finally, the recalls do come through, so that at least does interrupt them somehow, but it still did not delay them at all at taking the Baron here.
Okay, not entirely irreparable damage from the side of Enigma Galaxy, but damage nonetheless. Damage is still damage. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Burium United is going to be adapting to this. Definitely something they're not entirely used to in their region. So looking at Archony right now, all of them looking to just keep pushing and pushing and pushing over towards mid-side. Try to smash as many towers as they can.
I mean, with the Baron buff in hand, I think Burium is going to find the confidence now to push onto the high ground. They're going to do it the hard way, because through the bottom lane that still has a tier 2. Not for long, though. That's going to melt down almost as immediately as Burium shows up to the scene. Now they're going to be setting up for the siege, and yet again, the bear trap is set, and catch Aaron this time, popping off that siege completely. I think the floodgates might be opening soon with the tier 3 turrets getting down. Chami's going to back up all the way to the fountain now, while Burium tries to look for any more minutes clear. Can't find any, so now they're going to be moving on to the next lane, keeping that pressure up from the mid, while the top lane is already pushed up almost to the end there. And remember, there's no tier 3 turret on the top, so again, NJS has to be able to manage this defense here, both on the mid and the top as well. But they're going to be so lost right now and trying to figure out how to defend this Nexus, because no more turrets are available for them. They're going to have to collapse in, but Burium collapses in as well. The Nexus is going to pop just straight away, and Burium takes the first game.
Wowzy, wowzer, we did not see that coming. We were expecting Burium United to at least give a more valiant effort here. We were expecting Enigma Galaxy to give a little bit more valiant effort. I was expecting it going for game 1 to Enigma, game 2 to Burium, and then our final game for it to go 2 for 1. But looking at how Burium has kind of read the game of Enigma Galaxy, if they keep this up, I don't think we might need the 3rd game here.
You might be hoping that, right? But nevertheless, though, yeah, I am quite disappointed about Enigma Galaxy's performance here, because I was expecting a lot more from them, especially with the draft.
Hold that thought though. How about we add some visual aid to that thought? Let's take a look at the replay while Victor explains over the replay what his thoughts were.
Yeah, so again, very much disappointed at how Enigma Galaxy has been performing here, because you'd think that with a draft like that, they should be able to get some good dominance in the early game, but not quite, because Bank and What the Jets just playing out their minds in the early game, getting themselves so much value on that bottom lane, especially against the Vayne. So when that inevitably tipped the balance into Burium's favor, they actually took advantage, full advantage of that, and were just proceeding to melt down Enigma Galaxy through a lot of these fights. And those early losses are kind of what set the tone for Enigma Galaxy early on. It was mostly that they have to scrap for every single objective they wanted to take, and then Burium instead, you know, they just bide their timing, just wait for the cooldowns to come in for the Senna, for Bank and What the Jets, and just continue to do these pounces that are so devastating to Enigma's line.
Yeah, I do believe that some of these pounces, like you eloquently said about members of Enigma Galaxy, just ended up in a situation where they really couldn't turn it around and make it work. I felt like the way members of Burium United just close out the show is definitely very hard to deal with here. But I do think that Enigma Galaxy just needs to change a few of their key players in the key champions in their roster here in order for them to be able to go 2 for 1 against Burium United.
Yeah, but I think one thing as well that has to be said is that Buriam's strength really relies on a lot of majority of the members to amass themselves before these fights. So I'm thinking that if Enigma Galaxy could have done what they could have done better is perhaps isolate some of these champions here in Buriam's side, but you know, maybe a little too late, especially by that midpoint in the game. But certainly for Buriam, it was quite a barrel roll that they had to go through in that first game.
12 to 21, a bit of a palindrome there for those of you at home. We do see that none of the players actually had a perfect game. Archony was really close, Bank was really close as well, 6-1 and 10, 4-1 and 16. But other than that, no wins of the no death lotteries here, no elimination lotteries here today for either side. But Buriram United though is showing that Golden Feet's presence in the game as the Shyvana definitely is something to write home about.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with stat line like that, right? But I think I also want to kind of highlight as well, you look at the number of assists all across the board here for Buriram. I mean, that really indicates the kind of play style to win with here, which is very death bally. It really relies on them just waiting for those cooldowns and then using the timings of those cooldowns in order to set up the timings for their own assaults. And that relies on a lot of communication and coordination on Buriram's side, which they have plenty of. And that kind of coordination allowed them to really pick off priority targets very, very easily. I mean, they aimed down Chammy so hard early on. They also were able to focus in on individual targets like Jushi or Aaron and completely nullify and pick apart NGX's fighting line. So very well done for Buriram's side.
I mean, that's the thing that Buriram really did well, and I think Enigma Galaxy wanted to actually do to Buriram United. But the fact is that with Noel being able to just dash in and do a lot of damage with the lights, with the combo, but we do see that Archony and Bank as well, they do have quite an interesting scaling. Now let's take a look at damage share per team. What is the biggest stray observation for you, Victor?
Well, actually, it's very similar to what I've been seeing from the kill feed there. I mean, just the amount of like shared damage, the shared damage given across the board for Buriram is just very high across the top three champs here, in the form of like the Lucian, the Shyvanas, and the Ahri. So, but the thing is that, you know, the kill participation as well coming in from Senna, 95%. I mean, a lot of it just, if NGX actually had focused a lot more on suppressing Bank and what the Jess on that early game phase, I think that could have mitigated a lot of the damage done, especially during this mid to late phase.
Okay, so looking at how Buriram as well as NGX now have the damage share, like you said, right? I think what really changed it over Buriram United and NGX is the fact that Demon Kite was the only one doing a substantial amount of damage. Not too far behind is going to be Chammy, right? But because Demon Kite really needs to be able to fight very safely, and the fact that Karma was already taken out of the picture here, Draw had to use the Yuumi. I'm not saying that Yuumi is terrible, I'm just saying that I would have felt that if they were going to go for a Yuumi pickup, I felt like they could have done a lot better with instead of a Vayne. That's what I feel anyway. But then I understand why the Vayne though, because the Shyvana, because of the sets in the bot lane, who will have quite a hefty, juicy health bar that they have to, you know, gradually ping through.
Yeah.
And maybe that might be the case.
I mean, certainly not the most ideal of Yuumi games here for sure. So perhaps that little disadvantage there really hurt Enigma Galaxy in the end here, because Buriram, you know, they played it smart. They knew that NGX probably will be looking forward to those early game fights here, so they ensured that by sticking together a lot, and especially for allowing that Senna to scale up very well in the early phase, that certainly allowed them to win out this first game.
I mean, that is grounds for a firing right there, but then again, we're all, oh my goodness gracious me.
Yeah, it's definitely not very straightforward, isn't it?
No, it's not. I really don't know how to explain this. Okay, now, for Buriram United, which is going to be in blue, right? Why aren't they actually showing up on the map? Because Enigma Galaxy actually was holding on towards maybe a lead of about 8,000 gold per 8,000 gold at 26 minutes. So the valleys represent some of the biggest growths, right? So the bigger the valley, the better it is, right? As you can see, the
the valley actually starts to drop at the 6-minute 30-second mark, and then all the way up to the 13th. It does go up, but the biggest climb here is from the 13th 1300 hours all the way to 2600 hours. What does that mean, Mr. Hound? What does that mean? It's very, very simple. Now, when you look at these kind of graphs, you want to have the highest of peaks and the highest of peaks, lowest of valleys, right? High highs and low lows. Okay, I'm getting confused now because my coffee is starting to wear off, all right? So because at the highest point at 13 minutes, right, you do see that that is the highest point, but it never goes lower than the lowest point, which is 0. That means that throughout the entirety, from start to finish, Buriram United was holding on towards a substantial goal lead. And that was the reason why members of Nigma Galaxy could not actually complete directly Buriram United, because they're just richer, they have more resources, they have more itemizations completed.
I'm also thinking that another possible reason why we're seeing a very uneven graph here is because Buriram's kind of strength really relies upon the way they time the cooldowns together as a squad. So there's usually a lot of like spaces in between where NGX actually does have the freedom to kind of like catch up a bit on farm. So, but then when Buriram does strike, it usually is all of the skills being brought to bear at the same time, and that allows them to get massive, massive gains in a relatively short period of time. So that probably could account for some of those spikes, especially in the first two. But then overall, I think Buriram definitely showed that they were very much ahead for the majority of the game here, and NGX really had a lot of ground to cover. And despite doing their level best, and you can see from the graph itself, they did manage to gain some ground somewhat. Buriram overall was still a lot more stronger than they could figure.
I mean, even the experience chart also shows a whole different story. I think it's incredibly uncanny how similar the progression is in terms of experience points gained over the 26-minute mark.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, similar to how it is, you can see those two peak enthralls there just coinciding with those objective takes. And like I said, you know, with Buriram's explosive sort of like usage of skills during these key fights here just really gave them so much value in those exchanges with NGX. So, but the thing, if NGX was able to kind of like keep, especially the two supports there, I mean, the Senna especially, if they were able to keep them more suppressed, perhaps they would be able to even out this graph somewhat. I mean, that's analysis a little bit beyond my purview, but I kind of feel that NGX may have dropped the ball at some point here.
All right, so we're gonna be coming back to us at the Caster's Desk here, and we would like to say thank you to each and every one of you guys here who just joined us, and for those of you guys who have been watching us since the start, we would like to just say thank you again for just sticking by us. And of course, for those of you who have been giving a lot of love in the comments, that is what we want, that is what we need in terms of showing your support for your favorite teams. But of course, sponsor shoutouts to each and every one of our sponsors. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. That is all that matters right now. Who's able to win, who's able to progress better and better and higher. And of course, our official energy drink, Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the beast. Head over to the link /gaming to find out more. And of course, our socials. Do remember to check out our official Discord. Join our Discord server for more information. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. For those of you who don't know, next game is going to be the continuation, game number 2 of match number 3, Nigma Galaxy NGX going up with Buriram United Esports BRU. And until then, we are going to be taking a short little break. We are going to be recharging ourselves. It has been a really, really long day, and we would like to thank you for your patience and steadily just waiting for what is about to transpire. His name is Victor Cax. I am Hound, and this is the Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll be back. Don't you dare go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by ESL. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is the Hound, and we're gonna be bringing you guys the second game here between Enigma Galaxy and Buriram United. And what a first game, you know? I mean, I was kind of like a bit miffed at the fact that Enigma was a bit underperforming, but Buriram really did the timing so well on their skills, didn't they?
Okay, now we were going back and forth about this backstage just now. I mean, in the very brief limited time that we have, right? What did Buriram do better than Enigma Galaxy? They focused on one aspect, getting all of their timings at the same time, coordinating the assault, and then just steamrolling Enigma Galaxy. It's very risky, right? But if it hits the targets that they intend to, it kind of puts Enigma Galaxy in a huge disarray. The biggest issue I think here was mostly because that the Vayne wasn't able to actually pop off. Yeah, the Vayne wasn't actually able to pop off in that game, and I felt that for Enigma Galaxy, the thing that they needed to be very, very careful of was the fact that they were actually going to just be popped down very, very hard, mostly because of the key player from Buriram United. It is going to be Golden Feet. Why? Because of his jungle presence, because of how he's able to just help out his teammates get more and more advantages over the team. And I think that with regards to that, right, Golden Feet's presence definitely has to be stifled here, and I'm thinking that if this is another game that potentially goes towards a third game here, Victor, I'm thinking a lot of it relies on the fact that Enigma Galaxy's jungler needs to basically stop Golden Feet's ability to create an atmosphere, not to say an atmosphere, an environment that allows Buriram United a little bit more leeway or in terms of them coordinating these attacks. But I don't think same strategies are going to apply twice. I do think some adaptations are going to be taken by Buriram United Esports, as well as coming from Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy not entirely a team to be slept on, and I do believe that Buriram United as well are approaching this with caution.
Yeah, that's the thing. If Enigma Galaxy can somehow reduce the presence of Golden Feet, that would go a long way towards disrupting Buriram's coordination, which I have to say is extremely impressive in this first game here. I mean, the way they were able to coordinate the timings very, very well there contributed to a lot of like very good fights here, especially for those objectives for Buriram United. So Enigma Galaxy certainly has a lot of work on their hands, especially in the draft that's going to be coming up now for our second game here. Let's hope that they're going to be able to bring a much better game plan than they did in that first one here. So first round of bans are going to be coming in very, very soon here, and NGX is going to have the option of having that first pick.
All right, so let's take a look at the bans here. I'm not going to be surprised if Yuumi, Lucian, Karma. Okay, let's go for this. Jace, Lee Sin, Camille. That was for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah.
Morgana, Kassadin, Karma. That was for Buriram United. That's the first 3 bans, right? So I'm not going to be surprised that if they are able to maybe let the Karma slip through, then maybe Lucian's going to be banned out here for the side of from Enigma Galaxy towards Buriram United, because Lucian was actually very, very strong indeed, but it wasn't played in the bot lane, was played in the top lane, if I remember correctly. So that's going to be something that Enigma Galaxy has to be very wary about here. Jason Lee Sin being banned out. I'm really not entirely sure why they're not going to go for the early Lee Sin ban. Maybe it might actually pull out from Buriram United, but it's going to be a Karma there being banned out as well. So maybe a Yuumi could be in play, could be taken out of play here.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of slots for that to happen here, and I just wonder what NGX would do if that's the kind of inevitability. A Kassadin ban coming out from Buriram United, so this is going to be NGX's last ban now to see what they can try to do in order to set up a good draft for themselves. And yeah, I mean, Yuumi's still possibly on the table here for the ban, and yep, NGX will do that for sure. And then now Buriram is going to have their last chance to ban for this round.
Alright, so Yuumi now being banned out from the side 4 members of Buriram United. I'm not going to be surprised here if they ban out the Senna. And I said it, Senna gets banned out.
you already saw how impactful that was for their game. They don't want to let NGX have the option of using the Senna to kind of turn the tables on them around this time. So yeah, with the Yuumi out, I think NGX is perfectly in a position to completely go for a different draft here. Morgana is going to be the first pick here, and then now Burium having the next one.
Right, Burium now has an opportunity to reply towards Enigma Galaxy. I do like the fact that Chami is going to be most likely picking up the Morgana to go to Jushi. I mean, it can even go to Demon Kite or Draw or even Aaron. But looking at it here, Noel going to be going for the Shyvana. Definitely going towards Golden Feet here. I think it was in the previous game where Golden Feet was playing Shyvana. Was it a Shyvana? No.
Yeah. Oh, wait, was it?
Wait. No. Yeah, it was a Shyvana. It was a Shyvana. Yeah, my bad. I miswrote. That was my bad. So anyway, Camille there being banned out from the side of Enigma Galaxy. Okay, I'm starting to see a little bit that the circle is starting to fill up. The circle is starting to come full circle for the side of Enigma Galaxy as well as Buriram United. One is going to go for a lockdown. Another one is going to go for a semi-global. I think a global ultimate with the hero's entrance here, with the fact that Galio is going to be picked up. So I'm thinking that the flex pick actually relies upon the fact that Draw may actually be taking up the Galio. Chami could actually give the Morgana either to Jushi or Aaron. It's really dependent on what the next two bans are going to be. Nami, a very good champion here, going over towards the team of Buriram United. What the Jets will definitely be enjoying the tidal waves as well as the Aqua Phrases. Corki being banned up for members of NGX.
Yeah, that's a really, really strong series of pickups here that Buriram is going to do. Now that just really leaves the question of what they will be using for support and offlane. Maybe they could even go for the Lucian offlane here if they want to. But NGX is now going to be banning out. I can't quite tell what that is. The character portrait is there. But now it's going to be Buriram.
Oh, that's Jax.
Oh, okay. That's a Jax banned out here by NGX, and Buriram going to make their final ban.
All right, so Varus also being banned out for members. Is that Varus? Yeah, that is Varus. For Buriram United. So I'm thinking that's going to be a good one indeed here. And I do think for the picks are starting to actually come into full circle for either teams. I do like the Lucian into the Nami pickup with the tidal wave there. Actually gives quite a lot of opportunities for for members of Buriram United to actually create a little bit of space between themselves. Zed now hovered over for Enigma Galaxy. Most likely going to go to Aaron.
Yeah, and then back, of course, picking out the Renekton for Buriram United, and the Lux pickup here for Enigma Galaxy rounds up the lineup here. So yeah, like I said, a lot of global abilities all across the board here for NGX, and certainly a lot of opportunities for them to make full use of that. Akali is going to be the last pick here for Buriram United. What do you make of this?
I like this. There is quite a lot of assassination potential that is coming up with the fact that they are going to be picking the Akali. So I'm thinking Akali is most likely going to go towards the Archini, either go towards Archini or Noel. Chami is going to be holding on towards the Camille. Galio is going to be supporting with Demon Kite. Aaron is going to be holding on towards the Zed. Archini is going to go up against Aaron with the piloting the Renekton. Shyvana still stays in the jungle, and Noel is going to be a nuisance all in the big island of top lane later, going up against Chami. So we did see Chami actually be very, very aggressive with how his movements are. I think heading into game number 2, it's going to be paramount for Buriram United to just be very respectful of what is in store for them in terms of members of Enigma Galaxy bringing it to the table.
Yeah, I'm going to be very much paying attention to that mid lane matchup between the Zed and the Renekton there, because if anything else, it's going to be a lot of pressure for the Renekton to be able to deny Zed a lot of the early game scaling here. So, but in all essence, though, I think certainly Enigma Galaxy has shown us before in that last game that even with a good draft, sometimes the best plans don't really work out for them, as Buriram was able to overcome them in that specific game. So
I'm gonna have to interrupt you there. I'm gonna have to disagree with you. The plan was great. The execution, I think, for Buriram right now moving into it is going to be paramount on the fact that they have a little bit more capabilities to get into the back line. And looking at this, heading into game number 2, Buriram United has the foot through the door, and Nigma Galaxy wants to kick the door back towards Buriram United. But it's not going to be easy. They do have to rely quite a bit on the Morgana to set up quite a bit as we are heading into game number 2, match number 3. Victor, are you excited? Because I can't wait to see the tie, whether it's going to be a tie or whether it's going to be a 2-0 here.
Yeah, that's going to be a really interesting one to watch out here, and I'm having high expectations for both sides here, for Buriram to see if they're going to be able to continue this dominating streak, or is NGS finally going to be able to put in a good reply. So coming out to the lanes right now, just as you called it, it's going to be Renekton versus Zed in the middle right now. They're going to continue to try to push as hard as they can. Oh, Arcany though is taking a lot more damage than he would have thought he did throughout the fight now, as he gets very low. He's going to be conceding that first blood there to the Zed immediately, and this is not going to bode well, I think, for Buriram's plans so far. Now, Demon Kind and Draw continuing to stay in lane in the bottom for now, but with that first kill out of the way, already Buriram maybe are looking at trying to extend this lead even further. But nevertheless, though, let's have a look at the replay here. I mean, I'm so surprised that Arcany decided to just go in that direction there. But yeah, the burning damage just burned right through him there, and I don't think the Renekton is going to be too happy about conceding that first kill. Now, looking like things are settling down a little bit here. Demon Kite and Draw attempting to try to draw some attention here to what Jess and Beck. And remember, last game, this dynamic duo over here was the ones who pretty much helped Buriram towards the path of dominance in that first game. So I think NGX might do well to try to keep them suppressed a lot more better on this bottom lane. Meanwhile, on top though, I think Chami is facing a bit of trouble with Akali. It's conceding a lot of health there and forced to actually take the fruits out in order to stay in the lane here. And we already see Jushi coming in to try and keep the pressure going onto Arcany there, but especially with Aaron already getting that first kill done onto Buriram United, that's a little bit of a misplay that I think could be punished a lot more in the future here by NGX.
All right, so beautifully done for NGX being able to score the first blood. Could be an opportunity. Oh, beautiful Aqua Prison being able to hit onto Demon Kite. They've got to be careful. The Golden Feet is nearby as well. Maybe a dive could be on the menu here for Buriram United. They may actually want to force something, and it seems that with the fact that NGX was able to score that first blood, I'm thinking that the pressure is going to be on Buriram United to make sure that they don't get too ahead of themselves. Archany now has got to go back. It seems that NGX is going to be playing this game very aggressively.
Oh, for certain, out of the bat already. I mean, that's going to be a very much underperforming Renekton in this early stage of the game, and that's going to compound the problems for Buriram for this first phase. So we already see all three members just coming out now to try to defend this tier 1 turret, and so he tried to get a lock onto Aaron, but the Black Shield is already up, so they can't really quite target him down. But then what just might be caught on the side here is Draw attempts to bring the attention now to the side, but unfortunately he gets himself stunned. Golden Feet goes for the pounce, jumps onto Draw, takes out the Galio.
All right, very nicely done indeed here with Galio being blown up here. It seems that Buriram United will be very much tied up here. But I mean, early on, not entirely that much of a big deal because either way, both teams can still catch up. But depending on the tempo, that ability may be smaller and smaller. That opportunity may be smaller and smaller because the window only opens every so often, and you've got to dive through it over the top side though.
Yeah, oh boy, Noel, that's going to be the Hexay ultimatum brought up by Chami to try to defend it, but then they can't quite keep Noel locked down for long enough. Another attempt there by Lux to try to take down Noel, but he still survives anyway. The Akali has been quite the thorn on Chami's side though. And, you know, I think they want to try to focus that prioritization, but then again, you are just spoiled for choice in a way, because which lane do you want to prioritize first? The bottom lane right now where Aaron Demon Kite is, or you want to try to help the Chami against Akali in the top? I mean, it's going to be a lot of pressure here across all sides.
One thing I really liked about was Noel's ability to know that the barrier was going to save him. If not, it would have been a free kill for Demon Kite here. Oh, Culling going over Tidal Wave. Oh my goodness. That's one of those tidal waves where
You couldn't even hit the floor if gravity hit you. Couldn't even hit the floor if gravity hit you. I mean, it's one of those things where you should not miss because it's right in front of you, right? But this is it. This is the margins that we're operating on from the side of Brilliant United. I feel that that's going to be a wasted opportunity. But Nigma could actually take advantage of that. Maybe they could actually reset over to the top side. But Brilliant United as well, very much interested in making sure that the pressure is building out on top side and bottom side as well. This could be an opportunity for them to swap, which is the case here as Bank and What the Jess are focusing on pushing, as well as Demon Kite and Draw and Jushi focusing on the fight that's going to transpire over on mid side.
Yeah, of course the objectives are coming up now, and you can already see the Shyvanas making their way to the Rift Herald right now, so they're going to be starting the objective first here, even while NGX is still in the mid lane. But you can already see them just going for the Dragon instead, so they're going to be trading objective for objective here. But in the meantime, bottom lane, Aaron thought he might have had Arcane dead to rights, but unfortunately didn't have the help to continue chasing him under the tower, and the Lux ultimate doesn't quite meet the mark again here. And Arcane is still going to be able to get out of the way. Rift Herald was going to be called onto the top lane here. That's exactly where the Akali and the Shyvanas are, as they're going to be waiting under the charge of Shelly here. But Hexay Ultimate is going to be brought out here on the Golden Feet. Can they lock him down and take it out though? Golden Feet still slips out, but not for long. He gets taken down. But Chammy a little bit low. That's trying to force Noel to come out, but Draw keeps him at bay. Now Noel steals the Health Fruit and still stays in sustain. And Chammy unfortunately runs straight into Wild Jess and Bang, who rotated away from bottom lane to try to score that one kill against the Camille.
This is a very, very interesting game here, Victor. You can see that every bit of movement is not wasted from either side of the teams, and both of them are very much calculated to make sure that they're trying to be as efficient and as smooth with their movements as possible. I mean, because considering how short some of the lanes are, right, that means that your margins for error, margins for punishment is a lot bigger, because your teammates would technically arrive a lot quicker, right? So overstaying gets punished really, really hard. But both teams here, more so than ever, try not to overstay. Reason why that we only have a total of 4 kills across both these teams at 6-minute marks, which is, I think, a very low margin, in my opinion. But then again, we do see that for Brilliant United, very much concerned with opening up that first turret even more, because if they're able to stop the inevitable fall of NGX pushing onto the bot side here, they do have a little bit more control, and they do have to not worry so much about the priority here. They can actually focus quite a bit of resources by giving Bank and What just an ability to just keep pushing mid for free, because Demon Kite as well as Draw, yeah, they do have quite a bit of push potential as well, but Bank a little bit more consistent because of the physical damage aspect of it.
Yeah, that's going to be quite crucial to see, but then Draw now is going to be drawn into a bit of a fight now. The final spark comes in, and that's going to allow them to get the kill onto the Nami first, so Buriram is going to try to roll over down to the bottom lane to try to see if they can catch anyone else, but unfortunately now they're already close enough to the turret, they have to disengage, and without the first tier turret in the bottom lane, this makes no sense for them to try to go for the turret dive.
It's fine. Like a nice dine for what Buriram is trying to do. They are biding their time a little bit more, but Nigma is just showing that, hey, you know, I'm just going to go for a quick snack instead, not going to be waiting.
Ultimatum straight on one, and that's going to be a dead Noel in the ground there.
All right. Oh, but wait, Buriram United also being able to score one with Archney as well as Golden Feet here, and it was going to be Aaron that gets blown up in that situation. We do see that Jushi is going to be over to the bot side here. Almost hits it. Oh no,
Final Spark
Jushi!
came out a bit too early, but Jushi is still going to be aimed on by What Jess and Bang. They're not thinking about the tower dive, but they're more focused on trying to get the space for Golden Feet and Arcane clear out the tier 1 turret. So yet again, Buriram's coordination really paying off here, because it's allowing them, you know, even though they're trying to focus on fights here, not really getting the kills, but still getting good objectives. Now Chammy is going to be in a bit of trouble here if she's not able to slip away from Noel. Very, very low. Noel still gets the kill as the Akali.
I really like watching Buriram United and of course NGX go up against each other, because it's a very, very closely knit match here between NGX and Buriram. As soon as you see one team, beautifully done there, the banks now come in. We've got money in the bank, baby. Draw will be able to get it, but the final spot gets him, and he almost gets taken down, but luckily enough, Buriram United's bank will be able to get shielded up, and of course gets sustained up by What the Jess. Not entirely fearful careful, but still equally cautious.
Yeah, that was looked like a very close call there for Demon Kite for sure.
Indeed it did.
But then Buriram is not resting on their laurels though. They are already setting themselves in position to intercept NGX if they are going to be coming to that Rift Herald, which by the way, Colton V has already started yet again, a second time that he's going to be able to maybe get this Rift Herald done here, but then Draw is still keeping an eye out on the Buriram United, and they don't want to necessarily allow Colton V to be this brazen here. Now Draw is going to be going ahead. Is he going to be able to get the steal?
Oh,
He gets the
boy.
taunt done there, and no, but Shyvana still managed to
Here
get the
we
Rift
go.
Herald. Colton V now goes and collapses straight onto Aaron. Almost is able to take him down. Actually does take the Zed down, but then now he's going to be focusing his attention on Draw, who gets himself completely caught up inside Buriram's Death Ball. And then just like that, that's opened up the map massively here for Buriram United.
Buriram United right now opening up with the Herald. The Herald's going to be able to knock on the Tier 1 turret, mid-Tier 1 turret's door, giving Buriram United a little bit more tempo advantage here. And what do they do with that tempo advantage? They are going to be resetting. They are going to be thinking, all right, how we are going to be pushing this out a little bit more. NGX now a little bit on the struggle. They have to be a bit wary on how they're going to be taking these fights here. 1 kill each for Archney, Buriram, excuse me, for Archney, Bank, and of course what the Jess. Buriram seems to be doing really well in terms of the gold differential. 1,800 gold in their favor. We're going to be seeing another Drake there come into play. NGX have been able to score one. Will Buriram be able to score the other Drake, the second Drake of the game, thus catapulting them with not only a little bit more damage, but also a little bit more gold to help them get even more powerful over members of NGX.
I mean, it's quite impressive that in spite of all of that excitement, NGX is still able to keep up their pace with Buriram United, and that's why Buriram is just giving a lot more respect to them this time around compared to that first game. But nevertheless, though, they will still try to find the catch. Drop almost got caught out. They try to turn it around into a counterattack, but then now the tables have turned on them as Buriram tries to fall onto them, almost catching Aaron in the process. But that's only giving them just barely enough space for Colton V to get started in front of Drake, but they do get Arcany caught up there. Not able to bring in a follow-up, though, to take him down. So Arcany is going to be able to slip past. Now Chammy moves in onto the Infernal Drake. Hexate Ultimatum brought up onto Arcany. They really want to take down this Renekton, and they finally do. But Colton V is running amok there, especially with the barrier up. He gets stunned for a little bit, but still NGS continue to fall there, with Draw being the next one to fall.
Alright, so as we're going to be seeing here from Buriram United, not only were they able to be able to score a 3-kill advantage here, they were able to score another.
Bang.
Sorry, they got to be careful that Bang doesn't get caught by Jushi here. Jushi very, very low indeed, so Bang could have actually went in, but the danger is Aaron would have been able to get enough energy, go with the Living Shadow, hit with the spin, and of course the Shuriken toss, and that would have actually put Bank in a bad situation. Let's take a look of this instant replay.
Yeah, Chammy, she was going to let out the exit ultimate. Good shot there onto Arcany. So they managed to get a Renekton out of the way, but it still took them a while before they're able to do so. And by that time, Colton Feet, especially with the barrier up, was just able to just run amok now and force NGS to scatter. And in that confusion, Draw just unfortunately found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. So Buriram just goes ahead and say, hey, that's real estate.
Alright, so looking at this here, Buriram United and of course Nigma Galaxy are actually going back and forth a little bit more, but Buriram United now I think have already knows what they need to do against Nigma Galaxy by the 30-minute mark here. I think Buriram United has got Nigma Galaxy a little bit more figured out, and this could be a 2-0 here in favor of Buriram United if this keeps up. 4 turrets in their pocket already, 4,000 gold, 4,500 gold advantage in their favor, with NGX playing a little bit more pensively, a little bit more, how to say, conservative in terms of how they want to be engaging with members of Buriram United. Then this could be the case for Buriram United to actually push a little bit more aggression, but they have to be very careful that they don't overly, how to say, not to say overly commit, get too excited in terms of the aggressive fights here, because the potential for Nigma Galaxy to turn it around is still there.
Yeah, that's why they still have to pay a lot of respect here to Nigma's ability to fight. So for the most part, they're just mostly keeping their presence and just really backing out should there be should things get a little bit too hot under the covers here. But Buriram has been so far just keeping the pressure going in the mid lane and even in the bottom lane as well, forcing the Camille to actually push out those minions there. And that effectively is just allowing Buriram a lot more control over the whole river area. In fact, they have all the vision in the world in the river here compared to what NGX has, which is mostly defensive wards being placed inside the jungle to hopefully stave off any attempts by Burium to hit them in the back line. But that just goes to show how much control Burium has over this game right now. Literally at this point, it is Burium's game to lose.
Okay, so now looking at how Buriram is actually playing this, I think it is going to be a Baron dance here, and this could be the closing stanza potentially for Buriram United here if they play this right. But Nigma Galaxy may actually have a breath of life if they are able to get not only the Baron, but also get a few kills on top of that and stay unhurt.
Yeah, so starting on the Baron now is Buriram United. What can NGX try to do here is going very, very quickly to their end, and they're already trying to respond, but Arkany is trying to gatekeep them. A taunt is going to be brought out, but then he's still a little bit too tanky as Noel now comes in, trying to interrupt them in this fight. That does give the space for them to get the Baron, but then it's still not done. Chammy brings in a Hexe Ultimatum onto Noel, gets the kill to Akali, tries to find another where in former Cold Feet. This could be huge there to get this lock him down, but it can't really. He just lives right past their fingers like sand, and now NGX is just scrambling to try to find even more kills here. Arkany might be isolated a little bit. They can try to target him down. Gets the stun, gets the kill. That is done. Get away now. There's no sense in trying to stay too long with that turret still up.
I think what Nigma Galaxy really did was they wanted to punish Noel and Archney. They wanted to punish the whole team and try to get an ace, deny and make a waste for the Baron Nashor buff, right? But unfortunately, it's only Noel and Archney that fell victim towards NGX very, very cavalier, very, very aggressive push towards the Baron pit. Though their little victories could be won here for NGX, they still have 3 more Baron buffs to fight with. Take a look at this replay.
Yeah, I mean, Chammy managed to intercept Golden Feet very well. It's just a bit unfortunate she didn't have Hexa Ultimate in that time, so they were kind of forced to continue to chase Buriram throughout, but they didn't really give up, and finally they do find a straggler in the form. Arkany attempted to try to give some space for his teammates, but unfortunately costed him his life. But then in the grand scheme of things, that's just one kill out of a lot that out of a lot that Nigma really needs to be able to do here in order to try to regain the advantage from Buriram United. But then with them going, with that said, they will be able to collapse in on the Golden Feet with the Hexate Ultimatum, bringing the jump straight onto there is Aaron, and he's going to be able to burst down Cold Feet, but not able to get an execute done on him. Instead of Camille is going to be the one taken down. Noel going completely ham now, aims onto Draw, who is attempting to peel away, but gets dragged back into the fray. And now the tier 2 turret is not going to be long for this world, as Buriram United has their eyes on the prize. This could be the last gasps here from NGX, because Buriram is knocking down the Nexus, taking this series 2-0. And what a win here for Buriram United Esports.
Now, Buriram United played it in such a way where it felt like a death grip, right, onto Nigma. Nigma, every time they got into that death grip, they slowly like, all right, give me breath, let me breathe. But I think after a while, right, Buriram United said, okay, he keeps blocking the death grip, let's try to do something else, right? Let's try to change the way we approach this. It was all based on the foundation of we need to time it right, because they do have the Nami, and I think the Nami was very paramount here. Because of the tidal wave coming in, so much of how to say, there was quite a bit of when the tidal wave comes out, it's very wide. Okay, now let's take a look at the replay while I try to explain this a little bit more, right?
Yeah.
So when the tidal wave comes in, the Aqua Prison comes in, I think during the laning phase as well, it has so much potential to just be a very disruptive quality, right? It is similarly a Graga, it's similarly like a Graga's explosive cast, but instead of coming like you throwing it down onto a spot and it just knocks everybody away, if you're able to hit the tidal wave onto people, it's definitely going to knock people up. It's going to get a big slow, and then immediately you know for a fact that everyone that follows up will definitely get the rewards, despite the fact that NGX tried their valiant best to be able to hold on towards some of these advantages early on. It seems that as soon as Buriram kind of like made the troubleshooting, like, all right, we need to do A, B, C, and D, which is land some of our CC really well, catch off some of the squishier targets, and make sure that whenever our marksman, our Lucian, gets in and slings spells, Bank can make
Bank basically can cash out all of those checks. And he's been cashing out checks left and right, if you realize. There were some positional errors here, like how he is here. Not exactly very wise indeed. I normally would like to see the marksmen utilize their range. They never want to be within a range where even a melee champion can catch them. This was where it got a little bit scary for the side of Brilliant United. However, NGX bit off a little bit more than they could chew. Look at that. Bank was still able to get it. They lost two members here for the Baron buff, but that's not all. They were thinking, never mind, we lost 2 members here. As long as we're able to come down, there it goes. The Hextech Ultimated comes off. Even though Chammy was in the middle of the fight, it seems that the follow-up was not enough. The culling comes out. 2 were already down and dusted. And the beautiful part about it was Noel was literally wreaking havoc on the backlines. As soon as the ace came in, we all knew that it was a race for the base.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is that with the performances that we've been seeing from Noel and Golden Feet, as well as Arcany to a certain extent in this game, I think that's probably going to overshadow a little bit of what the Banks really delivered to the team. But then again, the Lucian does get the MVP, so I'm hopeful that Bank will at least get the recognition he really deserves for playing such a key role in not just 1 but 2 games so far for Buriram United. So
I'm honestly thinking it's between Golden Feet and Noel, to be honest. I think Golden Feet's a little bit better in terms of the overall KDA, but there were some really, really impressive moments when Noel was fighting against 3, fighting against 2 alone, and was able to actually be very slick in terms of minimizing the damage that he absorbed and turning some of those advantageous approaches into kills, thus catapulting the team further and further ahead towards the winning condition.
yeah, and inside of NGX, yet again, very much underperforming here are Demon Kite and Draw. I mean, the Lux, tried quite a few times to use the Final Sparks, but he doesn't seem to be able to land them at crucial points, which could have actually helped NGX a lot in their early to mid-game campaign. And unfortunately, that does mean that NGX had to fight a very, very tough encounters there against Buriram United, which further contributed to the downfall, I feel, for NGX.
Alright, so how this works is very, very simple. I do think that the amount of damage that came from Buriram United were very much dependent on the coordination that they had over members of NGX. And to be fair, right, a lot of the times that they weren't able to actually get one up over NGX was because I think the execution was a little bit, was not to say a little bit sloppy. The execution maybe didn't hit the mark, and they were so, I guess, sunk cost fallacy, right? You're so invested into it, you say, might as well. I mean, if we get even a kill or so, it works out, right? So maybe that could be the case. Let's take a look at some statistics here. For statistics, I'm going to be thinking that Bank as well as Golden Feet. Oh my god, Bank 35% damage as well as Noel. So most of the quote unquote carrying damage, the damage that was carrying the game came from Noel as well as Bank. Bank getting the most bang for your buck here. 25,800. That is more than Demon Kite and Draw combined. Demon Kite and Draw combined, that's a total of 27%. Only made about 16,000 plus damage compared to 25,800, 35% more. Even when you combine Demon Kite and Draw, Bank still managed to do more damage. Yeah, what the Jess doesn't do much damage, but what she made up for, what she doesn't have in damage, she made up for in sustain. She made up for in the Aqua Prison. She made up for in the Tidal Wave, which I feel was the biggest issue for members of NGX whenever they got into the fights.
Yeah, that's why what the Jess's combination has been truly strong in these couple of games here. But Bank, I'm kind of glad actually to see that he's actually going to be putting himself up there. I think it's one of the key players here for BRU, and that's certainly some recognition he definitely deserves here. Not to take away from Noel and Arcany's kind of plays here in this second game, but it's still fascinating to see that Buriram are actually able to take down the Titans that were Nigma Galaxy and done it in such a brilliant fashion.
I do think that when we look back at the graphics here, it tells a whole different story. Okay, now here's something that I really like here. We do see very clear instances where Buriram United was struggling to try to get back the lead, right? Nigma Galaxy actually were very prevalent towards the 8-minute mark up until the 9-minute mark, right? But from the 10-minute, maybe about 9-minute, 8-minute, 30-second mark, right? We're gonna be seeing a very slow, steady dip, right? From about 0 to about 2K, 2K to about 4K, and then from 4K, a big drop towards 6K, which was the closing part right after the Baron, which I think that was basically the end of it all.
Yeah, I think that kind of resurgence we saw there in NGX definitely came off the back of that top lane chase that they did against Burium, and certainly gave them a lot more value. So I think if they actually had, transitioned that into more objective takes as opposed to actually trying to start another fight with Burium, perhaps it could have sustained a little bit more, and maybe, just maybe, they would be able to close the gap somewhat. But unfortunately, Burium took them out in the next team fight after that, and we all knew what happened after that. It's just a straight steamroll to the Nexus. But, NGX, just like with that first game, they still are able to keep up on that farm, and I did notice that, especially in that early phase. But, it's still just the absolute perfection that Burium brought to the table here that made it hard for NGX to find any weaknesses to exploit. And look at that, even gold-wise, NGX actually was having a decent
experience-wise,
lead. You mean? Sorry, experience-wise, they were having a decent lead going into the middle spike in the game. So, it looked like they already hit sort of like their targets by that point, but were just not able to convert that to actual tangible objectives on the map.
What's interesting to note is just before the 16-minute mark, there was a big sharp decline here for the side of Buriram United, but they were able to just turn it around here. I think that was just before the Baron take, and I'm thinking that after that fight was basically the end, the beginning of the end. The songs of summer comes to an end as winter has come in the favor of Buriram, because at 16-minute mark here, they were immediately wiped out, and it was the days have gone goodbye for the side of Nigma Galaxy. I do want to wish to congratulate Buriram United here, because it was definitely we were definitely under the impression that the Nigma Galaxy of yesterday would have been here today, but I think Buriram United were just working on a different pace, and I think they just picked one particular it's just as simple as, all right, we pick this composition, we stick to it no matter what happens. We listen to our instinct in terms of making sure we play around our win condition, and we will get Nigma Galaxy on the ground here. It's as simple as Nigma Galaxy is maybe considered the creme de la creme, but BRM maybe the kryptonite.
Maybe, or just maybe they're actually able to match NGX in those performances here, and finally actually had games that worked out well for them, especially in terms of draft. So nevertheless, though, when we look at this, you can't really say that Buriram had a straightforward kind of 2-0 set here, because there's certainly many points in this game here, in particular, where NGX could easily turn things around and actually retaken the lead from BRU. So it was quite both fortunate and cognizant for them to be able to end the game before the 18-minute mark. But I struggle to kind of imagine what would happen if Buriram allowed the game to drag on to 20 minutes. I think they would just literally have lost the game by the point, because NGX clearly was already starting to scale up very hard in that late game, but would just cut short because of Buriram's little push to the Nexus.
I think that was going to be the problem here for a lot of them. If they were going to be cutting it out to a point where, it's not cutting out, stalling it out in their favor, then maybe, just maybe, Nigma could have maybe turned it around. But at the end of the day, right, what we saw from Buriram United was the fact that they just knew exactly how they needed to engage the fight. Yeah, I think the biggest issue was also that Buriram United's Lucian was actually very well protected here. I mean, Akali was basically able to penetrate the backline and do some serious damage before everything else actually just started out. And the fact that Lucian was always within range to give supporting damage is, I think, also one of the paramounts into why Buriram United were able to win it out. I'm not trying to take away anything from Nigma Galaxy, but the Morgana, Camille, Galio, Zed, Lux pickup, I would have maybe liked it if we had a Ziggs, to be honest, instead of a Lux. Maybe that could have changed things, maybe it could not. I mean, what's done is done. Let's take a look at who is the MVP for that match. for the entire series. Ladies and gentlemen, Bank City. I don't know about you, but cash out your cash, baby, because 671.26 damage taken per minute is definitely your lucky number for the lottery today.
Yeah, it's definitely well-deserved recognition here for the role that he played in, especially I think the first game. I think you know he was kind of like sidelined a little bit in terms of that statistics, but certainly his role on the Lucian there paid a lot of dividends, and the fact that he went through the whole game without even conceding a single death is already an achievement in itself. So Bank with a KDA of 12, kill participation of 80%, damage of 1500, a DTPM of 671. I mean, these are really good stats here for Bank, and certainly you know, he could be he should be very proud of having earned the MVP for his team in this game.
Just a specific little quirk to figure out here. If there were 10 fights, Bank was in at least 8 of them.
Yep,
Yep.
exactly.
So that's the whole issue here with Bank, right? I mean, he was everywhere, like the song said, everywhere, right? And I think that's going to be the case here. A lot of people give a lot of emphasis on the Baron, not the Baron laners, sorry, and the Dragon laners to just stay in their lanes, farm up, wait for jungler intervention, right? But it needs to have a little bit more proactivity. You need to have to send either your support or your either marksman to go over to other lanes, to go ward together, because just because you miss out on one wave doesn't mean that you cannot use that time to be able to get more information out of it, because information is priceless, isn't it? You can't put a good price on information, especially if you know how to use it properly.
Yeah, exactly. And the amount of information that they were able to provide by roaming around a lot, Bank together with What the Jess, I mean, that allowed them to basically spot out any rotations or movements, and certainly allowed them to coordinate Burium very well.
All right, so perfect then. And of course, we have reached the end of the segment. We've got one more game to go, but before we go for our break, we would like to thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, that is the way to go here. And of course, our official energy drink, Monster Energy Drink, Unleash the Beast. That's where you want to go. Go to that link to find out even more. And for those of you who want to interact with us, or even the crew and production team, give us a bit of advice over at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. And I do hope that you guys have been enjoying everything that has been going on thus far. If you guys just joined us, we still got one more game. For those of you who've been watching from start to finish, or from start until now, we thank you for your patience, and we hope that you have been enjoying yourself. Up next is going to be a doozy, a potential best of 3 between 2 of the standout Indonesian region teams. He is Victor Cax, I'm Hound, and this is the Snapdragon Pro Series. We will be back shortly. See you in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series here, brought to you by ESL. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is the Hound, and we're going to be casting for you guys the last series for today. It's going to be a long time coming. We did see lots of thrills, lots of spills all throughout the day here today, but now it's going to be coming down to this final match for today. Are you excited, Mr. Hound?
We saw thrills, we saw thrills, we saw spills, but we did not feel chills. We definitely are feeling chills for sure, not because it's cold, because it is going to be our penultimate game of the day, and it's going to be an Indonesian banger for sure. I don't know about you guys, but every time I watch an Indonesian versus Indonesian regional matchup, right, it's bound to be a wild one. Not just in terms of the comments, but also because both these teams are like, okay, Indonesian spirit, sure, but I'm the better Indonesian team right here, you know, and they want to... I mean, it's good for sportsmanship, it's good for competition, right? But it's also very wild for everyone, because who do you support? You know, both of them are from the same region. Both of them are going to be going head-to-head to each other. So we're going to be seeing a lot of familiarity, right?
Yeah.
I'm very sure that they have a lot of experience with each and every one of them.
Yeah, for sure. And then knowing how passionate Indonesian sport fans tend to be, I would expect it to be even more passionate whenever it's their fellow countrymen going up against each other coming into this matchup here. So I'm excited. I want to see how, especially Perseus and Echo Fortier, they didn't really have a good first day. So they're hoping at least a win here is going to be able to put Indonesia back up on the board here. So of course, Echo Fortier and Perseus are currently sitting at the bottom of it because they lost their respective games here. But what a journey it has been, though, I have to say, for Birmingham United. I mean, came in here not really as kind of like the top favorite, but look at the way they've kind of turned it around after the course of 2 days. Now sitting very comfortably on the top there, 2-0. Certainly going to be a lot of targets on their back here, but I'm sure that they will be proud to wear that against their own opponents.
I do like the fact that Birmingham United is the only team to be able to score 2-0 here, and even if Echo Fortis or Perseus Esports win this game, it is going to be Birmingham United that is going to be very comfortable. Each team has at least lost once. Birmingham United not dropping any of these games, and I think they've only went 2-0 across the board here.
Yeah, so already a very good start here for the Thai team. But then for the other regions though, I mean, Cerebus Esports already putting themselves up there thanks to that win. So has Team Flash as well. So it's really the Indonesian squads that need to be able to show up in this challenge groups here if they want to have a chance in this playoffs. So let's go ahead and see kind of like what these two teams will be bringing to the table very soon. And as we have a look at the lineup of Perseus Esports, Perseus of course being a short form of persistent, and persistent are Tufts, Gerald, Tekman Jergy, Dewa, and Tobu.
Alright, so a lot of it really revolves around Dewa here. Reason why he's on the big smiles. His Lux is definitely going to be something that's going to be target banned here. I'm very sure that Echo Fortis already is very familiar with the fact of how to play around it, but we have seen it time and time again. It was particularly Dewa that was such a nuisance that caused, I think, EVOS to actually drop one game, and they were the first team to actually bring EVOS towards the third game. And as you can see here already, 6-7, 81.5% kill participation with a total 696 goal per minute. Not entirely the best goal per minute stats here, but the damage per minute almost 2 times higher to the damage taken per minute. I mean, it just goes to show that when you give Dewa a champion such as Lux, you give him a champion such as a Brand, he is going to be enjoying quite a bit of distance and being able to sling spells. With the cannon though, I'm not entirely sure that he should be picking up the cannon regardless of how he did manage to play the setups here. I would love to see the Lux, but it would be a surprise to see that Echo Fortis would actually let the Lux fall through.
Yeah, I mean, the cannon pick definitely was just a consequence of having a very tough draft there for Perseus. But nevertheless, though, you know, for Dewa to really take the crown as one of the top marksman players, he really needs to show that flexibility no matter what kind of role he's given. Now, naturally, if he does get the Lux, it's certainly going to be a bloodbath by Perseus Esports. But, you know, given who their opponents are, I'm thinking he may not be having that easy of a time here.
It definitely isn't going to be an easy time. I do believe that for Dewa, there is going to be a lot of work cut out for it, as we do see that standing across from Dewa and his team is going to be another Indonesian team, Echo Fortius, Trizel, Dama, Hunyega, Ulexite, and of course Ramle. I do like that Ulexite is a little bit more traditional in terms of his
usage of marksman. He does prefer the Kai'Sa really well, much to the chagrin of a lot of, excuse me, not much to the chagrin, much to the detriment of some of the other teams. However, there were some criticisms of Ulexite here not being at the spot to be able to do the maximum damage that he could, or maybe even taking a little bit too long for him to reach those power spikes, mostly because of the interference that came in when he was going up against Buriram. But then again, Buriram very, very known to be a team that just puts you up against the wall and just hammers the body down. And those are cases where Ulexite was not able to actually be a determining factor here. But in this case of matchup here, I'm predicting it is going to be between Ulexite and, of course, Dewa. Don't know whether or not that's going to be echoed with my feelings in terms of the matchups. So let's take a look at the head-to-head and find that out.
Yeah, Techmaturgy versus Kanyega. This is going to be the mid lane matchup here. KDA of 3 for Techmaturgy, only 1.9 for Hanyeger. That's very statistically significant. Kill participation is pretty much halfway for both of these guys here, so very even across the board here, except for the damage done. Hanyeger tends to do a little bit more, but I think that's also because of his use of the Corki, who tends to be a much more effective damage dealer compared to a lot of other champions regardless. So yeah, I think it's still looking quite close between these two mid laners though, I think.
The goal per minute actually shows the significance as well as the kill participation here. Maybe Techmaturgy does how to say, favor a little bit of a roaming potential here. Maybe that's the reason why his goal per minute is slightly lower than Hanyeger. I mean, people would think, I mean, it's just a difference of 30 gold, right? But it's 30 gold per minute. That means every minute. So it actually adds up here. So a lot of them may not realize that, yeah, your damage per minute definitely will get higher if you get more and more kill participation, or if you stay in your lane, and especially more so if your champion is able to poke from a distance. We can see here from the past 3 games for the side of Persis, it is going to be Jace, Zed, Riven for Techmaturgy, whereas for Hanyeger, it is going to be the Galio, not the Galio, the Gragas and the Corki, stable pickups for those 2 games for Echo Fortius.
Yeah, so for the most part, you know, I think even going into this final matchup here, that I think both Indonesian squads definitely are on par with each other. You know, of course, naturally being the top 2 in the region kind of implies that here. So for both of these guys, it's really going to be a battle more of pride, I would say, as opposed to just a score line alone. So quite frankly, I think there have been a lot of questions about the sort of decision making that comes out from the side of Echo Fortier, but I think in context now, especially having seen what Buriram did in day number 2, you can kind of see that the loss that Echo Fortier sustained during that first day may not be that much so much to kind of like think about now, knowing that, you know, Buriram is that strong to the point that it can even take down titans like Nigma Galaxy. So I think for Echo Fortier, today is going to be a good chance for them to actually show what they got, especially against their fellow countrymen, whom I believe they would have plenty of experience against each other for one. So yeah, I think not going to be a lot that will be surprising each other coming to this draft, I feel.
Every time I see regional standouts go up against each other, it's that Carl Johnson meme. Oh man, here we go again. I mean, you definitely know some PTSD for some of the players who have actually met in the regional circuit. So a bit of revenge is actually going to be on the table as well, because if I remember historically from the previous game, it was a best of 7 between Echo Fortiers as well as Persis. It went the full 4-3.
Yeah.
So be prepared for a back and forth, and I'm very sure it's going to be an interesting one. For those of you who just joined us on the Twitch chat, do remember to cast your votes. Cast your vote in the Twitch chat, and do remember to give us some of your feedback in terms of who's going to win, what type of champion is going to be very, very much picked up here. For all of you who don't know, we are going for Persis Esports. Victor is going to be a little bit more unforgiving to us Echo Fortiers. I do believe that Indonesians just love bringing out the best competition in them. So I'm very sure that it is going to be Persis winning out, but it's going to be closer than most think.
Yeah, so I mean, all across the board here, all of us commentators are
Yes.
very much unanimous in our love for Persis at the moment. But I think, like, especially for me personally, my vote for Persis really was just going off of the form from day number 1. But I think in context, for what happened today, I think Echo Fortier might actually stand a much better chance there that I may have given them credit to. But
Yes.
nevertheless, though, I still think at the end of the day, Persis certainly has impressed us a lot more on that first day comparatively. So that's why they get my vote.
So on our predictions scoreline, our predictions leaderboard, it is going to be led up for Contra and Pondo on first and second spot, first spot, whereas Husky, myself, and Victor were all tied up on a second spot. So I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, it's a very much I think Pondo and Contra right now are feeling like they're Buram, am I right? At the top of the ladder. But all it takes is just one correct prediction on our end, and then we are able to just be having our four-way fights. Our five-way fights for that top spot. But I mean, this is nothing for prizes for us. I mean, it's just a pat on the back, ego. Yeah, I'm better at predicting games than you, kind of stuff. You know, that I mean. Statistically, but of course, all banter and jokes aside, though, do remember, for those of you who just joined us, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're coming to you live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. That's like real Kuala Lumpur right there, if you guys don't know, right? Yeah. Where's KLCC? We don't even know. Maybe it's behind the Monster Energy building somewhere there. But anyway, if we do hope that for each and every one of you guys watching the game, you are excited. Do remember to drop some hashtags and love in the Twitch chat and YouTube chat, wherever you like to watch. Echo Fortiers on blue side, PSO, Persis on the red side. Let's see what the bans and picks are going to revolve around here today in game number 1 for our potential, for our final match, potential best of 3.
I want to see whether or not these teams are going to be using these first round of bans here to make targeted bans against each other, because, like I said, especially for Persis Esports, a lot of attention is going to be definitely paid onto that star player of theirs, which is Dewa, in that marksman role. So I wouldn't be surprised if Echo is going to be targeting a lot of the marksman picks here as far as the bans go. Specifically that Lux, especially, we did see how devastating Persis can be if they allow if the Lux is allowed to come true for the picks for them, and they gave it to Dewa. It seems like it usually is game over at that point. But so far, I mean, the Gragas is going to be... that's a Gragas, right?
Yeah, that's a Gragas, yeah. So Lux already being banned out.
Yeah,
you know for a fact that that's going to be targeted towards Dewa here. Castlane still opened up. I'm very interested to see. I do believe that Indonesian teams sometimes, they especially when they go up against each other, they tend not to play a meta. They tend to play their own little... weird little game amongst each other. Not to say that it's weird, I'm just saying that they just own their own specific regional style, which sometimes can give it a little bit of rigidity, but it can be a heck of an entertaining one indeed.
Oh, I've always loved watching the way Indonesian squads play, because you know, it's not just even not just in Wild Rift. You know, of course we have skirmish and meta going on here, but even in other games as well. I always notice Indonesian players really love to play that hyper aggressive, super action-oriented sort of playstyle, and that kind of excitement, I think, is what kind of builds the passion amongst their fan base. That's why a lot of people, even here in Malaysia, tend to support Indonesian squad a lot, because it's so entertaining to watch, especially when, you know, there's so many close fights that can happen in a game like Wild Rift.
I'm thinking Dewa is actually going to go pick up the Karma. So look at it here from the side of Echo. They really immediately not only banned out the Yumi, they already banned out 2 of Dewa's top champions that he picked out, which is the Brand and the Lux. Karma being banned out here. They don't want to be giving the Karma towards Dewa, and I think this is going to be a wise choice here, because Nasus is still going to be in play despite Senna being banned out. So I think that Persis may actually want to consider how they're going to be going for it here. Jace now being picked out.
Yeah, so the next pick is going to be coming true from Persis very soon. And yeah, like you called it already, they don't want to... they already used up 2 of the bans now, specifically targeted to Dewa. So they were just literally forced to pick up the Karma for themselves. But it still opens up a lot of options from them, as Persis has picked up the Lucian. And Echo's going to respond immediately with a Renekton pick on their end.
Right, I do like what I'm seeing here, Victor, because there is quite a bit of ground to cover with Trizel picking up the Karma, Saddam picking up the
Renekton, a lot of opportunity for him to actually go to the back line. The support has been hovered over by Hunyega, most likely going to go towards Ramley, I feel. Or maybe the set could go over to top side. This is really dependent here. Left side could actually opt to play the Karma. We shall have to wait to see what the second ban phase is going to reveal as the teams are finishing up their first pick rounds.
Yeah, so that Lee Sin is going to be picked up by Persis to complement both the Jace as well as the Lucian. And now it's going to be the next round of bans here. So solid picks all around, but still not really exposing what sort of marksman options they're going to be going with. And unfortunately, there's still going to be another round of bans to go through. So there could potentially be even more targeted bans towards both Dewa and Tobu. So that's still going to be a while away. But the first bans are coming through. Nami is going to be taken out of the pool straight away. No surprise about that. It's been very, very crucial at times, especially in that last game we saw. But Vi going to be banned out. So is Riven for Persis Esports, leaving one more ban to go for Echo Fortier.
Maybe Kassadin could be banned out here, or maybe they could actually pick it out. No, they're gonna go for the Morgana.
Okay.
I think the issue is not exactly the Kassadin on its own. I think it's also the fact that the utility that comes in from the Morgana, whether it's support or whether it's mid-side, is always a huge pain for them to deal with. Ooh, okay, I know what's going on here.
Okay.
Lee Sin is going to go in the jungle. Jace is going to play mid. Dewa is going to play Ziggs. Jill is going to give Lucian to Tufts. That's what I reckon. That's what I reckon. I could be wrong, but my brain seems to think that, you know, I might be seeing something here, or maybe okay. Ulexite actually really likes to play champions that are, not to say not in the meta, but have fallen off quite a bit here, because there are a lot of champions that are similar to Jin that do a lot more than what he can do now, right? And I'm thinking that also his DPS isn't as consistent as maybe like a Lucian, because Lucian, it revolves around the spell rotation, whereas Ulexite's Jin requires not only the curtain call, but also being able to sling a lot of those what's the word for it? Abilities together effectively. So it's going to be Jin rounding off the team for Echo with the Kazakhs. So I think that's going to be indicative of how they want to play. Finally, for the side of Persis, it's going to be Ziggs as well as Mukau Alistar. Alistar now is going to be, I think, in my opinion, a huge pain, especially for the fact that, considering that if Trizel decides to try to come into the fight, alright, with the Slice and Dice, all Tobu needs to do is headbutt Pulverize, and then basically Ramli is out of the fight already. So there's a lot of ground, or there's a lot of cases where peel is going to be very important for the side of Persis. But for Echo as well, they do have quite a bit of range here. The Jin ultimate, the Curtain Call, I feel is going to be good. The Deadly Flourish, if he's able to actually hit it as accurately as he can, the follow-up potential is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting, very dangerous matchup here, but nevertheless, it's going to be first time seeing the Jin and the Alistar in a very, very long time. I haven't really seen, especially the Jin, you know, given how far he's fallen off the meta here. It's quite interesting that Echo decided to go for that pick here, especially for that first game against Persis, but perhaps they know a lot more than we do, because certainly these two Indonesian squads, this is not going to be the first rodeo against each other for sure. They've definitely encountered each other quite a few times, and that's probably informed a lot of decision making that went through this draft here. So I'm also expecting at the same time that, you know, given that they are from the same region, that we're going to see who's going to be able to perfect that sort of like patented Indonesian aggression here. And between the two of them, you know, it's going to be very hard to predict actually who's going to be the one to come out on top here given the day one performance. But nevertheless, it's going to be down to this game specifically where they will make it count.
I want to talk a little bit about range here. Let's go take a look at the graphics here before we go into the game. This is a signifier of what is ahead of you. Echo Fortier is on the blue side, going up against Persis Esports from the red side. It is an Indonesian affair here between Echo Fortier and, of course, Persis Esports. I want to talk a little bit about range for the side of Persis Esports here. They got the Jace. I mean, hyper acceleration gates. Hyper acceleration gates combined with the shock blast will definitely drop Jin down to a very low health, as well as Karma as well. So I'm thinking that's going to be a huge problem. We do see that, yes, Ulexite does possess the Curtain Call. Will be able to do so much damage, 3 bullets in, and that sudden spicy 4th bullet with the fact that it also does percentage of HP damage is definitely going to come into play. Uh-oh.
Giselle is going to be caught up a bit. Didn't quite expect to see Tobu inside the bush there, but fortunately he's able to get away to the turret. But again, this is the early lane pressure trying to pull on this Renekton here. And we know how much they love to play that Renekton here. So let's see whether or not Echo will be able to hold up to that pressure though, as the rest of the lanes continue on their merry way. Alistair is going to be laning with the Ziggs in the bottom lane here. It's going to be a bit interesting, like to the point about your range here. Yeah, there's a lot more melee heroes on the side of, melee champions, I should correct myself there, on the side of Persis Esports. So perhaps that might be a bit of a challenge they had to face, especially against the Jhin, despite the fact that he's a lot more nerfed this time around, especially this patch. But yeah, still going to be down to that execution though, as we continue to watch on and see how this early phase is about to unfold.
I totally agree here. The only range that I see consistently is going to be Tecmaturgy as well as Dewa, who are going to be piloting Jace as well as Ziggs respectively. But when we look at the range that Hunyega is able to pull out with the basic abilities and the ultimate ability, I think that's going to be a little bit more consistently annoying towards a PSO because of the frequency of such spells coming forward. And also, I mean, Ulexite, not the most rangiest of marksman champions away.
Oh, Ramli almost getting caught there, but that's the reason why he stays in that bush, to watch out for anyone who tries to intrude on the jungle here. So he did his job, but unfortunately that means he may concede this glue buff here unless Persis is going to try to go for a gank instead. They certainly could have to set up for that though, with Tecmaturgy already joining them here. And in fact, they do jump onto Ramli though. Bit of an early fight on here as Joe is going to be aiming straight for Ramli, burning down his shield, and is going to try to get the execute down on him. First blood onto the set, and PSO, it immediately peels off. What a victory.
That was definitely a victory to be proud of here for Persis. First blood definitely working in their favor, and I do think that as the game progresses, it's really dependent on how they're going to be playing it out. Look at how they just go into Echo's jungle and immediately pressure them into making a big mistake.
Yeah, I mean, that's still a very risky thing because you literally committed 4 people for that one gank, but that just goes to show how aggressive Persis is going to try to play in this game here. So they constantly want to be able to keep Echo on their toes, keep them worried about any intrusions in the jungle. You can already see a lot of wards being put up there by Echo, focusing on that top lane here, because they know that priority is that they want to be able to suppress this top laner here of Tufts. They don't want to allow the Lucian to be able to pop off once the team fighting starts here. And you know that the Lee Sin is still going to be very hard to pin down either way. So you just want to try to focus in on these on his support system, making sure that the other carries aren't going to have as good as a time when it comes to this phase. But it seems like whatever Echo is doing is not quite working out well, because Tuff is on the verge of getting his level 6 already at this stage, and this could spell a bit of trouble here. Ramli already cleaning himself up in a very forward position here, joins up with Hunyega. They need to be able to keep more pressure going in his mid lane here, but Tecmaturgy is certainly not making that job any easier for Echo. Even though the Ling is coming in, they can't go to lockdown, so Tecmaturgy still slips away.
All right, so Tecmaturgy manages to get away despite taking a little bit of damage in that turnaround. We do see the culling there going out towards Tufts.
Yeah, oh, a lot of damage.
Almost gets Jill there for 3Zel. Got to be careful. Tecmaturgy now in the middle of it. Goes for the chain. Oh, look at that. Shock blast right into it. Tobu comes in just in case 3Zel decides to jump onto Tecmaturgy. So I do like the self-peel that Tecmaturgy has with To the Skies and to hammer him away. Oh, here we go.
Oh, getting the catch there on the Hunyega, but he slips by them. Tobu's not going to let this go, though. Gets the chain links there onto Sir Dum, but now Sir Dum's going to be able to turn the tables on Tobu somewhat, but it can't quite close the gap now. But no, unfortunately, Sir Dum does get close enough to Alistair in order to take him down. In the meantime, though, the Renekton still trying to defend the top lane and still successfully keeps the turret alive. And unfortunately, with the Lee Sin being a bit low, it's not going to be able to finish him out at that point, so he can pretty much breathe a little sigh of relief.
All right, so both of them now 1 for 1. A slight little 1,000 gold advantage here for the side of Echo. 2 seconds left before the Herald as well as the Infernal Drake come into play. Really looking forward to seeing what Echo does with this piece of information.
Persis now starting to give a lot of signals towards the Drake. I mean, it's a Infernal Drake, so it's going to be important to note for them to actually go for it because they are positioning, and it seems that it's going to be a buff trade here.
Yeah, I mean, taking the Drake's obviously going to be a lot easier for the red side, the Rift, more so than the blue side. But the thing that's going to compound the problem is that the tier 1 turret already is a bit low. So if Echo is smart and they're able to kind of like counteract Persis's attempt to take the Drake here, they could easily transition that into a bottom lane push. So that certainly is one of the problems here that Persis is going to have to keep in mind here as they are surrounding that Rift Herald. They already have indicated where exactly they want to get things started as Sir Dum tries to put some hurt onto Techmergy, hopefully keeping him at bay, but that's drawing a lot of unwanted attention here as Gerald, Tobu, and Dewa are coming into the fray now. They realize what is going on here, that Echo is attempting to try to take the Infernal Dragon from under them, so now they want to try to defend this, but Sir Dum doing quite a bit of damage here, but now the Jim brings out his element, and it's going to be go time here on the fight. Gerald's going to be the first one to get popped. Who's going to be next? Sir Dum keeps the chase going there. They get a second one there. That's going to be Techmergy getting taken down. Echo has successfully taken the Drake, and they've taken a couple of kills. This is a win-win for them.
All right, and very nicely done there for Echo. They were able to not only get 2 kills, 2 kills in total. They were able to also score a very, very good Infernal Drake out of that exchange, and if they keep this up, they may actually get another. They may actually get a Herald of 2 for the price of 2 buffs for the price of 2 kills that they were able to score for PSO. Definitely opening up wonders for Echo Fortis.
I mean, that's not even getting paid. That's just literally getting paid to be able to do your job. But TreeZL can't quite perform his job well there, especially when Tobu and Techmergy got him dead to rights. So no way he's going to be able to survive that. But he did manage to take down the turret anyway, though. So, I mean, Grand Calculus thing, that might go a long way, especially with the buffs already up here for Echo. That's pretty much easy for them to try to take that away. But then now Persis is going to be coming for the counterattack now. They already having set up. They already see how low Rambling is, aiming him down, bursting him up. Ulexite gets melted down as well, and it's probably going to be joining him in the dirt. TreeZL is going to try to come in here, but a little bit too little too late, and maybe in a bit of a precarious position as well because he doesn't really have any support around him. But the thing is, Perseus is already having other sights, though, other things in mind. That Khan Techmergy just kind of missed that skill shot there, so it looks like Perseus is going to have to persistently try to find some other way.
Versus looking for more opportunities to put members of Echo up against the wall here. 2 for nothing in terms of turrets, though, for Echo. Let's take a look at that replay again. Beautiful Dragon's Rage onto 2. Look at Ulexite. Ulexite doesn't have any opportunity for it to move. That is why I do not like Jin in this particular meta here. I mean, when you compare some of the itemizations that comes in from PC, and its lack of its appearance in this particular game, champions such as Jin are definitely not as enjoyable to play for now, especially in the professional scene, because they need a little bit more itemization changes and quirks for them to be able to be more viable again. But definitely we're going to be seeing PSO as well as Echo right now may actually set up a deadly bush. A deadly death bush here for Ramli. Ramli now, I don't think they see each other. Oh no, Ramli's got saw by the ward.
Yeah, he got spotted by the ward there, but he also knows that. But then I think they might have some other ideas because Ulexite is coming on the lane here. Dewa goes out here to try to show his presence, and Jin wisely backs off. But really, they're still committing to this little ambush here. But it looks like time is up. They're going to go ahead and jump straight on the Ulexite if they can just lock him down. But they do bring the burst damage. It doesn't quite nail the target, though. And Jin still slips by.
No, the only reason why they wanted to do that is because they wanted to at least burn a flash from Ulexite or at least get him to move away. So this actually puts him in a precarious situation where, okay, I can't fight it out now, so I might as well run to my teammates here, thus opening that mid lane turret, because PSO really needs the turrets. Echo already ahead by 2 with 3,300 gold in their pocket already. Definitely not a way to start the game here for PSO against Echo.
Yeah, even though they already only managed to take down the tier 1 turret, but it's still both of the
Substantial.
side lanes. Both the side lanes are still under a lot of pressure on the Persis side, so they still are a little bit spread out comparatively. As opposed to how they would like to fight, which is actually their full strength, their full squad coming into these fights here. So it looks like let's get a good spot out the Alistair attempting to roam around here, but he's going to be coming back to make his presence known in this mid lane. But it looks like recalls are coming true, so I think the energy is now being saved here by Persis in order to try to take more objectives by the next team fight, because in another 30 seconds, Rip Herald is going to be coming up. This could be a golden opportunity for them to try to gain some ground there in terms of turrets, but in terms of that positioning, though, looks like they already are set up quite well. The set is the only one close enough to that Rip Herald pit, while the rest of Echo will be coming in here. Looks like a big 5v5 is on the cards now. Persis just going to be waiting. They initiated a little bit early there, but unfortunately no follow-up coming true. But Echo really was doing that in order to allow them the space required to secure that blue buff. But for now, Persis still continues to keep the presence in the middle lane. Surdam jumps in straight away, almost melts down Dewa, does melt down Dewa, take out the 6. They do get another one to trade here in the form of Surdam, but just as immediately the fight started, they just peeled off of each other.
That is the way for them to go here. PSO know that all they need to do is just peel back. Surdam already is out from the game, so Jill will be able to go for this safely. He does have the... Oh, wait.
Ramley interrupted.
Ramley.
Ramley, he's still trying to get the steal, but then still PSO gets it. But then Echo is still not quite done yet. They're trying to get some trades in regards to this. They do find a Lucian as well as a Tobu on the Alistair, so they at least aren't going really empty-handed.
Okay, 2 for 2 here. And it seems that turrets now seems to be the losing factor for the side of PSO here. If they don't play this out properly, they need the Herald. They were able to score at least one Drake in their favor already. So don't know whether or not Jill will be able to steal it. No, he will not, unfortunately for him. So he's got to be very careful here. Moving forward as PSO is slowly but surely gathering a 4,000 gold advantage with 3 turrets in their pockets already. We do see Duskblade Adrakta as well as Black Cleaver as a big a BF sword also for Surdam. And I think that's going to be the case here. PSO's Jill, not too dissimilar in terms of the item build, but opting for the Yomu's Ghostblade as well.
Yeah, Ramley almost getting caught there a bit. In fact, he was just trying to aim it a little bit onto Tobu, but now they're going to try and they will be able to take down the turret. Jin brings out his ultimate though, but then is a little bit slow in order to try to bring that damage, which the burst damage potential for Persis is a lot more faster than what the Jin is going to be able to provide with that ultimate, which ultimately means that Echo is going to have to find another target, which they almost tried to do onto Tufts, but can't quite get the lockdown. 3ZL not able to close the distance at all.
All right, though the inability to close the distance here is definitely a bothersome thing for Echo. It seems that they are not resting on the laurels. They are still very much actively trying to open up a lot of these pathways here to make sure that the control of the flow of priority in the mid and bot lane here is still very much in play. We do see that for Techmaturgy, it is going to be focusing on the top side, going to be pushing it out very, very hard, and I do think that that is going to give him a little bit more control over the Baron slash Shelly, or Baron slash Herald as the time progresses.
But the scaling from Echo is still hitting its mark, though. I mean, they're already ahead of PSO, despite the fact they lost out quite heavily in the early phases of this game. So whatever PSO is doing seems to be not enough to keep Echo down. As Surdam gets a jump on the Techmergy just in time with the ultimate coming from Jin, and a lot of damage being done here. Techmergy is going to get taken down, but can they find even more targets here? Unfortunately, Tobu is going to get melted as he tries his very best to keep the rest of Echo back from the line here, and PSO is still able to peel away, but Echo still not quite done with a minion wave coming in. They want to see if they can transition this into another potential push, but with PSO still being able to hold strong in that defense, Echo decided it's probably wiser to just hang back a little bit.
All right, so we're going to be seeing from members of PSO, it really is dependent on how they are going to be setting up
for the next Drake. We do see that Baron is in play, but members of PSO aren't actually going to be closing it out. I think it's going to be a Baron race here because they do need one more turret over to the top side. If they're able to drop that turret, it does give them another ample opportunity to maybe go for Baron, depending if members of Echo do not bite onto that.
Yeah, but I think the problem for PSO is that Echo's Trizel and Sordom are getting quite strong, and in fact, they're already coming around here, continuing to try to find even more kills. A good stasis is going to place there, keeping Gerald out of play for a little bit, while Ramli attempts to try to melt down the rest of PSO, but no one is following at this point. They're just grabbing each other, with Ramli having the barrier completely nullified there. The Jin brings out the ultimate. That damage might be enough with the root coming in. Oh, it was so close, but they couldn't really close it out, though. Just going to be content with only those couple of trades, but still, I think overall, ooh, with the kill onto Lucian, that's a killing spree now for the Jin, and it's still not done. Tekemerji gets caught out in the middle of the turret there. Ulexide, unfortunately, has survived. Oh, but Sordom, that's a bad place to be with the revive there, especially under the turret. Is he going to be able to get away? Oh, it looked like he almost did, but Joe was just in the right place at the right time to end his life.
All right, PSO coming back in here, 3-for-3 exchange. Both teams now very much limping away from that exchange. What is really important also is the fact that Herald is coming into play, and we do see that Dewa is going to be very fast to try to go for the clear. Let's take a look at that fight.
Yeah, I mean, both Dewa and Tekemerji were already quite low to begin with, but that good stasis there allowed Alexa to be caught out a little bit, and I think he actually survived that. But it's really so dumb. Unfortunately, they came a little bit too late to the party there, and unfortunately, it suffered a consequence as a result. But I think overall, these fights, even though as scrappy as they are, they're working out very well in Echo's favor at this point, I think, because it seems like PSO, unlike the form they were showing in that early phase, are a little bit more afraid to actually meet Echo in that open field of battle. And I think that's down to Trizel and Sordom being a lot more stronger than they could give credit to. Now, Ramley is going to get caught out here. He was tanking a lot of damage, but then now Echo is going to try to turn things around. The Jin ultimate comes out just in the nick of time. That's going to force PSO to try to peel out away, but I think it might be a little bit too slow for Tobu because he's going to be the first one to fall. Gerald is going to attempt to try to keep the rest of Echo on the line here because that Dragon is still up for grabs here, and PSO knows that they have only a limited amount of time to try to finish this off as they try to burst it down. So jumps in! Oh my goodness! Echo steals the Drake away! And
but
now,
at what cost?
at what cost though? Because PSO will be able to turn the fight around and continue to melt down the members. They lost Ulexide, they lost Trizel, they lost Ramley, but at least maybe they got a Dragon? Is that valuable?
I mean, it is valuable here, but like I said, you know, like it's the same. Oh wait,
what is
Sordom
what are you doing? Why would you just walk in that way? You can literally go anywhere else. Now Joe is going to have free pickings on the Han Jaeger, and that's a team wipe. That person is done off of that one Drake take.
Oh my goodness, I do not know what Echo was thinking. That must have been a serious mental lapse there. I don't even know. Let's take a look at the fight here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Jin ultimate came out, so that was enough to take down only Tobu, but then still the rest of PSO was very much in fighting strength here. So you can see that they were able to keep Echo at a distance away, and Sordom made a decision to just jump in to get the buff to steal it. But then the thing is, the rest of Echo was still hanging around, so they were easy pickings once PSO was already done, and they realized that they are now on the potential of just wiping them out. And Ramli now, oh my goodness, yet again, going to get caught out very much far away from the rest of his teammates there. Did manage to disrupt PSO's attempt to take the Baron anyway, but I don't think they really need that help in that case, because right now they're just steamrolling a lot of objectives here on Echo's side, and it seems like nothing can stop them at this point.
Yeah, and nothing can stop them here except a momentary lapse of judgment made by Echo. I think I felt that if they didn't do that, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
nice job by Tobo to Han Jaeger, melting down his health, but then Han Jaeger still managed to get a shield out. Trizel and UXI are going to come in here, tries to turn this around, but they can't quite get the focus down, and the stasis is already brought down on Ulexide, and that's his downfall. PSO continues to turn a lot of these attempts by Echo around onto them, and is actually gaining a lot more value out of these fights here. So I wonder if Echo is going to be careful enough to stay in the fight, but no! Trizel gets taken down. just as PSO was thinking about peeling away. Now Echo's going to try to force issue here. Seeing it low, thinking it might be a window of opportunity here to maybe get a trade, but it can't get the lockdowns done here on the PSO, who continue to peel away and still able to rotate so well. Now they focus in on trying to take the attack down. Rami is just only saved by the barrier here, but Surdum, he sees a target on Tobu. He still keeps a chase here, but then he's going to try, he's going to run straight into Dewa. Oh, Dewa almost getting taken out there, but he does jump out of the way just in time. One shot, not gonna help him there. He is still gonna recall back to base.
I mean, when he got out of there, he could have just dropped that one last auto attack and it could have been done for Saddam. But Saddam showing his ability to just survive 8-3 and 4 compared to 8-2-7 KDA between Saddam and Joel. Let's take a look at the minimap on the bottom left there. It is going to be the Infernal, not the Infernal, the Elder Drake. So this is going to be important here. Take a look at how PSO dropped the ball.
Yeah, I mean, again, I wouldn't say there's so much draw the ball. It's just that it was dragged into a much longer fight than we would expect. And Echo tried multiple times here to try to turn it around. They did manage to find the kills, though, to their credit. And Sir Dum literally was almost going to be overextending himself. It would be nice if he actually got the final kill on the Dewa, but you can see the amount of survivability that Sir Dum has. So Echo is just desperate to try to claw back some of that advantage that PSO had been having over them in those last few fights, but with Surdam already on max level and Hung Jaeger maybe just a little away, the Jin also almost at max level here. Echoes really needs to try to build a little bit more strength through these fights here and hopefully get a lot more of these valuable trades.
I do think that for PSO, there has to be another opportunity for them to actually pull it up here, because we're starting to see that Echo right now is opening up with 6,000 gold advantage here. Okay, here we go, curtain call.
Yeah, I think that's mostly to try to defend that red buff and help allow Echo to be able to take that away, and that also prevents PSO from being able to interrupt their attempt to to stop Echo from taking the barrier, which they do anyway. So yeah, I think at this point now Echo needs everything they needs every little bit of help they could in order to try to bring the tide now towards Persis Esports, who has been persistently a thorn in their back in these early opening minutes. But then now Echo has already found his scales. They already found max level here on Surdum and Ulexite, and now they just need to try to start taking even more ejections and hopefully ball out the PSO's side of the rift.
Okay, I think I really want to see PSO actually go for the
Ooh, triple stun there, and then now Echo's going to aim in on Tobu. The barrier is going to keep him alive a little bit, but that's not going to save the turret. Now that's going to be a good position here for Echo to continue to siege. They're going to go ahead and jump in. Look at the amount of damage they're already dealing here. On to Tech Emerging, he's going to be able to come out just in time though, but then unfortunately only to see the rest of Echo just continuing to take out the rest of PSO. No one left to defend this except the one, and not much he could do in this case. The Nexus falls, and at the end of it, that's the victory that they were looking for.
Oh my goodness gracious me. I do not know about you, but that felt like fire. That felt like fire, like smoky, hot, musky fire. Now, looking at it, right, I'm not a big fan of the coin flip aspect of it. There are a lot of... Okay, now coin flip aspect, right? Bear with me, guys. This is going to get a little bit long. Not say a little bit long, but it can get a little bit convoluted, right? A coin flip aspect of a fight is when a team just starts a fight without a necessary plan. If it works out. So I do think that it does add to the wildness and the scrappiness of Echo and PSO, but I felt like Echo could have closed out the game a little bit more, how to say, without that much anarchy. Let's take a look at the replay while I touch on this subject real quick, right? So the chaos that comes from Echo and PSO is that when they see a fight, they just want to try and immediately make something work or force something work. Whereas at the highest level, it's slightly more calculated. You never take coin flip fights where the fights can go either way.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm thinking that PSO had a little bit of that problem as well as Echo, but I felt like the constant flips always worked out in Echo's favor, as we can see in some of these fights.
I mean, the thing is that coin flip fights like this, or rather kind of like long, extended, scrappy fights that we've been seeing as the theme actually throughout this entirety of the first game. Yeah, to your point, it really leaves a lot of uncertainty on the table, and without like a kind of a core plan going into it, a lot of times this just starting these fights can sometimes become unnecessary. But I think it's just down to really how much they can unsettle their opponent through picking up these kind of like coin flip fights here, and just hoping that in the heat of the moment that you'll be able to eke some sort of minor advantage that you can snowball into an even greater advantage through pickoffs. But again, yeah, like I would agree with you that it's extremely risky to play this kind of style, but this is also kind of what the Ignition squads are known for. You know, they love to take these kind of fights. They don't back down from necessarily from aggression. In fact, they try to meet aggression for even more aggression from their side, and that's why we've seen all these very long, very extended fights between these two teams, which are, of course, a blast to watch, but certainly a kind of painful to really comprehend when you're trying to analyze how exactly would the game plan play out for either of these teams.
Sometimes you don't even have to overthink it, right? You don't even have to overanalyze. Sometimes it's just a matter of, I think, Team A is just very confident that they're able to just eke out a win. And sometimes it's just immediately calculated here. So let's take a look at the stats here. Break it down for us, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, Echo, look at that, 11 kills on Sir Dumb's end. It definitely goes to show how strong he got, especially towards the last phase of the game. Hanyeger was also no slouch as well, 14 assists in total. That definitely earns the Karma the MVP here. But for PSO side, I really don't know what much to kind of say about them here, other than the fact that the Jurl and Technology had a lot on their plate to try to deal with, especially with the amount of harassment that Echo's been bringing, and the fact that Echo actually had a good advantage in his skill, to the point where I think when we do get to see the gold and XP grabs, it's going to be very revealing about how Echo was actually technically ahead of PSO a lot of the times, despite PSO winning a lot more fights maybe in the early phase. But I digress. It could be a lot more different once we actually get the real details.
All right, so this is going to be a very interesting one indeed here, very close. And I felt that the push-pull dynamic between Echo and PSO, it's like watching a solo queue match sometimes, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to take away the professional aspect of it, but the game's overall push and pull aspect really felt like, okay, we predicted as such, but we can see now why our predictions might go out the window, because the calculations in terms of how they want to take some of these fights and all that sometimes are based on feel rather than, I know I have X amount of damage to take you down in a 3-spell rotation plus ultimate kind of thing, right? So let's take a look at the numbers here, please. By all means, Victor, break it down for us.
Well, the thing is that Hanyeger definitely was taking the bulk of the damage as well as the damage mitigation there. 34% total damage from the Echo side was all done by Hanyeger on the Karma, so certainly deserves a lot of credit there, and that's why the Karma practically got the MVP that round. But then on PSO side, you know, Tufts did manage to get some good good damage done here at 30%, but overall, I think in terms of kill participation, a lot more evenly spread out for PSO's side. Echo literally does rely a lot on Sir Dum and Hanyeger's sort of plays to actually carry them through a lot of these fights, I feel. And Jin, of course, his ultimate not as powerful as it used to be, but mostly does force PSO to have a timer on a lot of their team fights here, because they know that as long as the Jin ultimate is up and kind of covering their area, they know they cannot afford to stay in there too long, especially if they get initiated upon. So those the decision making, I think, was what kind of made the difference here between the two. And that's kind of like the hallmark of these kind of scrappy games, is that it's all about making the right kind of decision at the right time. And if you just miss out even for just one split second, that's already enough of a window there for your opponents to punish you.
All right, so let's take a look at the graph here. Personally, I did think that PSO did do pretty well, but at the 5-minute mark, it just came crumbling down.
Yeah, I mean, It's quite flat actually from that 6-minute mark, I think, all the way until 15 minutes or so. But that, I think, is just a consequence of both of these teams just constantly scrapping against each other, and PSO kind of desperate to stop the bleeding coming out from their end economically, because at that point, Echo was actually out-farming them and actually gaining a lot more value in terms of gold here, as we can see. But I'm really going to be curious to see what the actual XP split is like, because I think it's going to tell a different story here compared to what we're seeing in front of our faces.
Right, let's take a look at the XP. Maybe we might have a... wow, right. So,
there we go.
Okay, so XP actually tells a whole different story here, specifically for PSO and, of course, Echo. There were moments where PSO were coming back into the game here, especially at the 16-minute mark, but this is totally on an EXP perspective, right? So this could be at those moments where they were fighting for the Drake, and despite the fact that Echo was able to walk away with the Drake, it was PSO that was able to garner quite a bit of kills from that. And also, whenever you get kills, you also get experience as well. So that's the reason why it's spiked. But with the Baron going into play for Echo, it's just going to skyrocket to 90,000 in the opposite direction.
I mean, it really does underscore what sort of a hard-fought game it was actually for Echo, because again, it looked like at that very critical juncture there, PSO was actually on the verge of actually overtaking Echo, despite the lead they were holding in both XP and gold up until the 16th minute. So, I mean, credit where it's due. I think Echo ended the game just at the right time for them. I'm not sure how this will pan out in a much longer fight. Perhaps that is going to be a battle more of like endurance for these two, especially with the amount of scrappy fighting we've been seeing between the two of them. I think that's going to wear them down for sure if this does drag on to a much longer game.
I totally agree on this here. Of course, fatigue and stamina is definitely going to set underway, but then these players are very used to a full best of 7. I mean, it went 4-3 the last time in favor of PSO, so we're looking to see that Echo might actually be saying like, hey, PSO, we're going to get our revenge here. You may have beaten us at the regionals, but right here, right now, we're planning to hamper your progression into the higher echelons of the leaderboard. So I don't know about you guys, but there is a lot to talk about here before we take our break. In terms of the stats that we have seen thus far, it just goes to show that the level of competition between Echo and Persis is actually very, very close together. And I do think that between these two teams, they just have to be very, very wary on how they want to take these fights. If they keep coin flipping, then it's just going to be a tough days. I guess that's going to be it for all the technicalities of everything. We have reached the end of game number 1, match number 4. We would like to shout out to our sponsor, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters. And of course, our official energy drink, Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the beast. Go over and check out the site that is going to be popping out over at the bottom here. And for those of you who do not know, we also have an official Discord. It's going to be popping out at the bottom here. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Drop us your criticisms, your critiques, your analysis, your theories, and of course, all the wild mathematics that you guys wish to share with us. Yeah. My name is Hound. He is Victor. Right here is going to be the upcoming match, which is going to be the possible conclusion between Echo and PSO. Whoever wins this out, if Echo is able to conclude it, they will go 2-0. But if PSO will be able to go 1-1 with them, then we're going to have to go for the 3-game tiebreaker. But until then, like I said, I'm Hound. He's Victor. You are fantastic and beautiful just the way you are. We'll see you guys in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in a long light. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
And welcome back to our potential last game of the match. Potentially, I say, potentially. The Snapdragon Pro Series is here with me, Hound, and to my left, Victor Cax. And we are having a very, very long day indeed. It's going to be very hard for us to just be, how to say? It's just going to be very hard for us to contain our excitement, because at the end of it, we are going to be seeing some of the best from Indonesian region going up against each other. They're going to go back to back for it for sure. But before we go into it even more, let us take a look at the player of the match for the previous game. Hun Jaeger on the Karma, 18 KDA, 90% kill participation, a GPM of 711. So not entirely great, not entirely not great, and a DPM of 1,668 and a DTPM of 705.
That's a power Hun Jaeger on the Karma, isn't it? Then, you know, the 90% kill percentage is, I would say actually is the second highest. I believe the highest one we've actually seen in the stats was 95%, but that was Bank on the Senna, and a very different playstyle for sure for that team. But for Echo Fortis, certainly the Karma pick has paid massive dividends here thanks to the amount of kills that he's been able to set up. So certainly a very much deserving that MVP vote.
Yeah, there is going to be a lot of cases for how Hun Jaeger was actually very it was paramount in terms of bringing the fight towards PSO. And I think there was a lot of poke potential that came out from Hun Jaeger that actually created a conducive, an environment that allowed Echo to actually play effectively. However, PSO, not going to take any of the praises away from them. They played a good game, but I think their tendencies to unnecessarily fight rather than regroup and, regroup and try to re-establish control is starting to show cracks here.
Yeah, mainly the fact that it's really kind of hard for to kind of see a sort of a clear path with them on how they want to approach things, because it seems to be more like they are more focused on winning out fights more than actually having a cohesive plan to go together with it. Now, not to say that it's necessarily a wrong strategy. It certainly worked out well for a lot of Indonesian squads, but and particularly in this game here, given that it's their fellow countrymen fighting against each other, they want to kind of see that sort of battle of wits, I suppose, to see kind of who's a little bit better in playing this kind of style. But then now we're entering into game number 2 here with Echo already 1 game up. It's going to be vital for Persis to be able to eke out the win here if they want to be able to stay in the fight.
I'm really curious to see whether or not Lucian is going to be banned out here for the side of PSO. I did see that for the side of Tufts, Lucian was definitely a huge pain to be dealing with. I do think that for the side of PSO, we might actually see a Lux come through if they are able to get it, but I don't know, maybe we might see a little bit more targeted ban towards Dewa because it did actually stifle his ability to create opportunities for his team to blow them up, to blow the opposition up, and basically get the tempo that they want. With a second ban coming on the way, I'm not going to be surprised if it's going to be a Lux and a Brand. Yep.
Yep, and that's going to be expected pretty much. I mean, you don't, especially given the style that they're playing right now, which puts a lot more emphasis on your fighting ability. You don't want to give the best champions to your opponents here, so it makes a lot of sense for them to continue banning out that Lux. So that does still keep the pressure going here for Persis because they need to find a combination that works out for them. They will ban out the Singe though in response, and now it's going to be Echo's turn to figure out what they want.
I'm thinking they're going to be either letting the Brand go and giving it to Dewa, or maybe they might actually consider banning the Brand as well to make sure that Dewa may not be able to play the champions that he is more used to. Maybe we might see Morgana as well be picked up from the side of Echo. We did see that Morgana was banned out on the second rotation by Echo, Morgana and Nami. So that's definitely targeted to Tobu, Jill, and maybe Dewa. And maybe Techmaturgy in terms of the Morgana flex pick. But I guess it's really dependent on what we're going to be seeing first pick here. Karma being banned out, I think that's going to be a good ban here across the board because we did see that Karma was actually very strong for Echo. So PSO doesn't want to be dealing with that long-range poke, and of course the shields that will be able to negate quite a bit of damage here. We did see time and time again. Nothing but a black bar and suddenly a very thick white grayish bar filling up that black bar, just negating the damage that was coming and basically allowing some of those easy kills to just walk away.
Yeah, some of those barriers were extremely clutch there from Han Jaeger, and that allowed Echo a lot more sustain than they would otherwise have in a lot of these prolonged fights. But yeah, they definitely do want to try to pick up something really good. So the Lucian is already on the cards here for Echo. Jace now going to be picked up by Persis. And they will still have the second pick though, so what would they go to partner together with this Jace?
I think maybe they're going to go for a Ziggs or maybe a Renekton. Yeah,
Renekton.
The Renekton, they're going to be basically taking it away from Trizel, and I think that is actually a very wise choice. The fact that they were able to get the Jace is actually a big win for them. But the Lucian actually went to its Echo, which I think is going to be a flex. It's either going to go to the Elect side or maybe Trizel or maybe even Hunyega, depending on what Techmaturgy decides to pick.
Yeah, so it's still going to be on their side there. And they do manage to get their second pick up so far.
All right, I really like the Shen. The Shen actually has a lot of potential here with the Stan United to turn a 4v5 fight to a 5v5 fight, or maybe even outnumber players here, especially in clutch situations where as you can see, from Tufts as well, especially from the Renekton here, if he goes in for the slice and dice and the Shen is cognizant enough to be aware to proc that Stan United, provided that he doesn't get stunned, we do know for a fact that it is going to be one of those flip the table, shoot from the hip kind of situation that just changes it around. Not entirely a coin flip thing, but it's really dependent on the coordination to make sure that the follow-up allows for the denial of a kill on the opposing team for PSO towards Echo. Really dependent on Shen, but oh my god, we got ourselves a Rakan. Big fan of the Rakan pickup here as well for Hunyega picking up the Nami, going to Ramli.
Yeah, so certainly the Rakan is going to be a little bit excited here because, again, yeah, to your point there, even there is certainly a plan they can try to do here on the Echo side, but
Echo's gonna ban Lee Sin, I think.
oh yeah, I think that would be a good choice for them because they don't. They already have the Jace, they already have Renekton, the Lee Sin together with the Rakan. That's gonna be the end of the world for them.
PSO does.
PSO bans out the Lee Sin instead. So yeah, I mean they already anticipated that. So naturally, Echo is gonna ban out the Ahri here, and now it's gonna PSO's turn to pick.
Alright, so Nami already picked up Shades of Buriram United. We did see that the Tidal Wave as well, the Aqua Prison could actually be one of those flip of a coin, turn your luck kind of thing. Dewa with the cannon. I'm kind of okay with the cannon here. I do like the Splicing Maelstrom, especially if he's able to hit his stacks, but he has to be very careful because we did see him play on the cannon and he did have middling success with it. So it's really important for him to actually coordinate with his team. But Tobu now going for the Kha'Zix. I like this composition that's coming in from PSO. And if they are able to pull this off, this could actually prove a lot of trouble for Echo and may actually force us into Game 3.
Wow, talk about bringing out the big guns here for Persis Esports. Even though Echo is going to have a decent time, I think, especially with the Corki pickup now, that's going to be a very formidable lineup here that they're going to have face off against Persis. So I'm going to be curious to see how they want to try to play this out because it seems to be telling me here that Persis are still going for that super aggressive and like scrappy sort of fighting here that can still work out well, and especially when you got Kha'Zix in the mix, he can certainly play a huge role in hitting that back line there for Echo, which tends to be a sore spot, I think, for their side.
Alright, so we're going to be seeing a lot of these teams now coming into play. We do see that in the top side is going to be Shen going up against the Renekton. I think that is going to be a fairly safe lane for Echo if they play around it really well. The mid side is going to go, the jungle is going to go towards Xin Zhao and Kha'Zix. So that's going to be very important here for Xin Zhao. Early on, I think he does have a level 2, level 3 early gank. I think that could actually work wonders for him, provided that he actually is able to follow up with his team here. I do believe that the Lucian and Nami combo may actually benefit from a very early lane gank here, mostly because Kennen and Rakan, specifically Kennen, doesn't have the same amount of spell rotational damage that Lucian would have. So Echo could actually take advantage of this here.
So certainly they will want to take that advantage as much as they can because they already have that one game already. Persis still looking for Diaz. Is this lineup going to be able to work wonders for them and allow us to go into the third game, or will Echo stop them in their tracks? We're going to be finding out in just a few moments.
Alright, will this be the last game for today, or will we need a third game in order to find out who amongst these are going to be able to move forward here, and who is, at least for the context of this final potential final game of the final match of today, who is the best Indonesian team? PSO already has that one title above Echo, mostly because that they want to maintain that, but Echo definitely will be enjoying a big confidence boost here if they're able to defeat PSO convincingly. Already 1 point, 1 win in favor of Echo, already definitely giving them a huge confidence booster.
A 3-man roam maybe, but then again Tobu and Takamerji will be wanting to stay on this bot lane anyway. But yeah, I mean, the thing is that they are just mostly trying to maintain some good control here. But for the most part, I think we're just really going to have to watch out for when they decide to go for the roam here and start to make some ganks happen. But unfortunately at this point, Hangyeager is going to have his hands full right now, laning against Tecnomergy on that Jace here. In fact, Jace is just not really letting off any of that pressure at all, just taking a huge chunk out of Hangyeager's health. And certainly that is going to be able to keep him on his toes.
Alright, so looking at how the interactions between Hangyeager and Tecnomergy, both of them now exchanging a little bit of
damage between one and other with Techmaturgy, I think, coming out on top here. Hunyega is going to have to wait a little bit more in terms of the scaling. He does have to have his Tear of the Goddess on top of his Essence Reaver, or maybe even his Trin Force. We do see that the exchanges over onto the mid side here may actually benefit Hunyega. And the fact that the changes on Corki's Gatling gun gives him more magic damage, means that it is going to shred. But over to the top side though, we're going to see Jill in a little bit of a jump towards Trizel. But we do see Hunyega now coming in. Tolls in the middle of it all. Gatling gun, but he gets away with the second skill. Unfortunately, it is PSO that opens up with the first blood.
Yeah, and perhaps it will be able to put a lot more damage on a turret, especially with the next minion wave just arriving on the scene now. So they potentially could turn his first blood into a turret take already right off the bat, and this is exactly the kind of momentum the PSO needs to try to build. But Echo's going to try to interrupt that, but getting the kill done onto the Rakan. Turdam is going to try to get the trade there onto Dewa, but isn't able to bring the burst damage there, and Dewa will still survive. So this is still going to be a 1-for-1 trade all overall, but I think the bigger damage is going to be the topside tower, but Trizel is going to try to get some revenge done, gets the kill onto Toast, but still loses his life anyway. Joe's going to try to mop things up here on the Honey again, gets the jump, and gets the kill with 1 bar health left.
All right, it seems that Jill right now is waking up because September is... Oh, no, wait. It's September just started.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I thought that would have been actually really good if this was the end of September here and Jill just woke up. But all jokes aside, PSO right now, I think it's in a better spot here. About 2.4 thousand goal advantage in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, they need to really get the ball rolling. Let's have a look at a replay once more. I mean, Trizel really was just, I think, overstanding himself a little bit here, but that was a really impressive play by Gerald, though, right on the edges, but he knew exactly what the limits would be playing on that Kennex, so he definitely played his cards right and managed to get those kills done. So PSO, at least, they will be able to maintain that lead here. But then, again, I really want to see them be able to build up momentum because they seriously will need it, especially coming to that mid-game.
All right, very interesting to note that they are going to be playing this kind of roaming proxy skirmish pickup here for the side of Echo. Maybe they want to be getting a little bit of a turnaround towards PSO, but they are going to be losing out a little bit in terms of the pressure that is being pressure that is being applied over to the mid side. Oh, wait.
Oh, get a jump onto Rami. Oh, not even the barrier is going to be able to save in that time. Hunyega sustains a lot of damage as well. Tech Emergency continuing to chase and gets the kill done. But he's got to watch out. Sir Dumble's waiting in the wings, and this time around, he has the damage. He is going to be able to get a kill on Tech Emergency. So at least it wasn't just that one kill.
So Dumb there being able to walk away with the 3 talent strike as well to follow up. At the right place at the right time. Dominus has been picked up already. Trizel gets hit. No need for barrier though. That was a little bit of a confusing decision there. I didn't think he needed the he needed the barrier anyway, because even if he got hit with the full spell rotation, he would have been able to heal up because of the honey fruit.
Yeah, so Echo now, they are having their eyes set on the prize here. The objectives are coming up on the map now. We already see the Rakan actually getting a little bit up and close and personal with the Xin Zhao, and that's actually forcing a bit of skills to come out from their end. But PSO really needs to try to get a good setup here on the mid lane because they don't want to expose their turret to danger here while they try to go for those objectives. But conversely, Echo is already getting themselves very heavily defensive positions here around that Drake. So that's going to force PSO instead to go for the next best thing, which is going to be that Rift Herald up on top.
All right. Looking at how Echo will wait before that though. It seems that Echo will be able to get
the Drake.
But PSO responds with the Herald.
And it's one with Herald, and it's trying to respond as well with a take onto Trizel, but didn't quite get him locked down there. They were actually anticipating some sort of response from Echo to force him out into the fight, but Echo is just not taking the bait right now. They're just more focused on honing these objectives here and just really wanting to not concede too much ground to PSO in these early phases because they know they are a little bit behind, not quite the end of the world, but certainly a precarious position nevertheless. So whatever sort of balance of power currently exists right now, Echo's best interest is to try to maintain it as much as possible.
All right, so looking at Echo now, I think they're going to be a little bit wary of the positioning for PSO because PSO is going to be opening up the Herald in mid side. So this is going to be forcing a lot of members of Echo to put in for the resources here. There's going to be a big fight.
Oh, a lot of damage done onto the Rim Herald, but she still gets the shard strike through. But unfortunately, the turret doesn't quite fall, so PSO will have to peel back. They don't have the sustain necessarily to go for the tower dive, but Trizel might have an opportunity here against Technomergy's Jace. Just need to get a couple more hits done. The barrier is going to be able to come out. The taunt comes through, and Trizel finally gets sweet revenge onto the Jace of Technomergy.
All right, so looking at how Trizel is pushing out over the top side here, we'll be opening the turret for the side of Echo for PSO if they are able to get it into fruition here. But looking at how PSO is actually pressuring members of Echo here, they might actually lose another turret.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be losing this tier 1 turret for sure because the Lucian is a little bit too low in order to try to defend it. And Nami and Corki were quite far away, so there's no chance with them to try to force out a trade for champions if they wanted to take that turret. But nevertheless, though, Gerald's going to have plenty of room now to take those buffs, and that's going to only add to the power of PSO here. So still 0 objectives in terms of turrets taken by Echo all throughout so far. They've been able to keep up just mostly by virtue of avoiding unnecessary fights, but I fear that the time might be now for Echo to actually make some serious moves here in order to try to secure the next few objectives, and that all has to start from making, or rather giving more pressure back to PSO, because so far they've just been hounding them in the lanes and getting the minions pushed up so far. So Echo now desperate to try to find an opening here. Dumb is going to be able to jump in, gets a double stun. Can they get a lockdown though? Unfortunately, Tobu still slips by the grass, so they can't quite find the target that they need to burst down. And in fact, they lose the turret in the process of that, so it didn't quite work out in their favor.
All right, so we're going to be seeing for, excuse me, we're going to be seeing for PSO now. It seems that instead of approaching it in a more coin flip manner, they're very more calculated in their approach, and I'm thinking that this could be an opportunity for Echo to actually be on the back foot. Like I said, PSO could actually bring this 2-1. I'm going to be seeing it here from Sir Dum.
Yeah.
Getting the Scuttle Crab because it's only a matter of time before the Herald is going to come into play. So this is going to give them a little bit of information here. 30 more seconds before the Herald comes in. So look for them to push out the mid lanes and top lanes, and then they will converge on towards the Herald.
Yeah, the vision on the river is important if Echo wants to continue to keep some control over their own middle lane here, but more importantly, the objectives, they need to be able to take them away from PSO here. They've already done well to secure that Mountain Dragon, but they need to be able to take even more now, and especially getting the Rift Herald will be useful for them to actually get some turrets on the board here, and that's pretty much what Echo is kind of missing at this point, because despite getting kills, despite being able to meet those fights, in fact, they might be wanting to start the fight now over that Rift Herald because, oh, but Gerald does pick it up, unfortunately though, so now they're going to have to try to go for some champion trades instead, but no, they can't quite pin them down. As soon as they arrive on the scene, PSO peels out so effectively that Echo is just left scrambling, trying to even find targets.
Okay, so looking at how PSO is actually using this tempo to keep Echo in the places that they want to be, right? It's actually very, very wise of PSO to maybe consider the positioning. Okay, like I said, they already opened up the Herald, so that's going to be freeing up the dragon, the Drake. So this is actually a call to action for Echo here. You have to make a choice. Herald is going to be pushing up to the top side. Do you want to be competing with this? Because if Echo loses this fight, the Herald's gonna get big time gains for them.
Yeah, so therefore they will start the fight now, aiming straight onto Tobu, but yet again they're slipping past the grass, momentarily opening the door for them to try to go for that Infernal Drake, but I don't think it's gonna be cognizant for them to stay that long though, because they still need to try to deal with Dewa and Technomergy, who are just closing in onto their position here. Echo needs to finish this fast enough, but it's not fast enough though, as PSO continues to collapse onto Echo here, but then they're still taking a lot of damage inside. Echo might have a chance now to turn things around, getting the kill on the next one. Can they find another one? Yes, they do on the cannon, and then they're going to go ahead get a third one here if they could just lock down Joe, which Sure Dumb does. And they do take another one down. 3 people for the low price of 1 dead Ramley.
I am very, very unsure what PSO was thinking about. They had all the opportunity to turn this around here, and it seems that because they released the Herald very close into base, it was a huge waste. If it was towards past the river at topside or maybe even midside, maybe it could have actually been very, very fortuitous towards PSO to be able to get it. But because of this particular fight that we are seeing right here, Victor, they lost quite a bit of the tempo here for PSO.
That was a really clutch barrier there onto Sir Dumb, and it allowed him to survive long enough here to actually pull in those couple of kills. And the last one, the one that he did on Joe, was just the cherry on top that he needed. But it was a perfect way for them to actually turn the situation on his head, because the expectations from PSO's side is that, Echo will be more focused on trying to defend their lanes. But then instead, Echo saw that there was a huge window of opportunity there with the amount of time it's going to take for the Rift Herald to reach even their tier 2 turret. So they knew that they had to strike at that point there, and it's quite fortunate that they were able to turn it around thanks to a few clutch plays. Now, Sir Dumb's going to continue to try to bring more hurt into Jurl. He is going to be able to melt him down. Jurl is forced to jump away, and that allows the Tech Emerging to get a kill onto the Xin Zhao. The Toby continue to try to hound on Hun Jaeger, but unfortunately, Tech Emerging is going to be absorbing a lot of damage there, and Ramley will be able to come in to bring in the final hit and actually take down one of PSO. Another one's going to get picked up in the form of Dewa as he struggles to try to escape the crutches of Echo 4 tier.
All right, now here's the thing. Why is Ulexai blowing up both Techmaturgy as well as Dewa? Look at the itemization here. He does have the Storm Razor. He does have the anti-healing sword. He also has the Black Cleaver, giving him a little bit more survivability, giving him a little bit more thickness, but also giving him the cleave passive, which gives a little bit of armor reduction every time he hits his basic autos or even hit with an offensive spell. So we do see every time he hits his basic autos or even hit with an offensive spell. So we do see that comparatively, Ulexite is more consistent with pushing out very, very quick amounts of damage compared to Dewa in a blink of an eye. Dewa, though, a little bit more utility across the board here, but doesn't seem to be hitting his mark.
Yeah, and now Echo is not quite done because it looked like they want to try to take the tower now. Finally, they will have the strength to do so. They can attempt to jump in there by PSO, but look at how quickly the armor melts here. Completely broken. It's going to be Dewa. He is going to have to back off, but conversely, Echo has actually sustained a lot of damage thanks to Tech Emerging coming just at the right moment. They're wiping the entirety of that push now. Oh boy, this is big trouble now for Echo because PSO is rolling in.
Big trouble in Summoner's Rift for sure. We're going to be seeing here Trizel will be able to get the kill by himself. He's got to be careful though. Tobu comes in.
Whoa.
Nice little taunt right there. He's got to be careful though. He doesn't want to get taken down. He has to maintain for another 10 more seconds.
Yeah, but unfortunately, PS is already pushed into the base, and Trizel barely makes it to the fountain. But the problem is not quite solved because our PSO is already straight onto the Nexus. They don't want to waste any more time now, especially with the countdown still out for those spawns, and they will be able to end this to make this a 1-for-1 series.
Yeah, we kind of saw this coming either way. We do know that the Indonesian teams are very, very much competitive indeed, and a lot of it really revolved around the fact that PSO just took the initiative. I said it time and time again, Echo just likes Echo and PSO sometimes like to flip coins when it comes to fighting. So I do believe that when they were fighting for the Drake, the power shifted. I mean, like the ball passed on to the ball is in Echo's court, right? But for that brief moment, being a little bit more passive rather than a little bit more aggressive may actually have hurt members of Echo here because PSO was able to regroup. PSO was able to push them out as soon as they were able to blow them up, mostly because the Kha'Zix jungle was such a big turnout here is the reason why PSO won handily against Echo. Not easily, but handily. Let us take a look at the replays and review what we have seen and learned thus far.
Yeah, I mean, early stages of the game was very much a back and forth kind of scrap, and we even saw that from that first blood leading up to the next few kills from there. And for the most part, PSO was really having full reign over the Rift against Echo here, actually gaining massive objectives as well as winning a majority of these early game fights. So yeah, a very, very scrappy sort of way to kind of get that lead, but it did work out well for PSO initially until this point where Echo finally was able to get a bit of footing, and especially with Sir Dumb already scaled up to level 10, he started to become a lot more formidable in these fights. And in this fight in particular, Sir Dumb actually, even though he got stunned, the barrier came out just at the right moment to negate a lot of damage that PSO would otherwise been able to do, and that allowed them to snowball very, very quickly into a series of multiple kills here. Last one onto Jurl, and that allowed Echo quite a bit of momentum actually to keep themselves sustained throughout this midsection of the game.
Yeah, I would have liked actually to see Saddam actually play the Jace instead of playing what's the name of the champion he was playing again? Xin Zhao, yeah. So I do think that the tidal wave there was actually very, very good coming in from that from Echo, but many times already, I think this was one of the fights that where they dropped it. Yeah, this was very unnecessary indeed.
Yeah.
This is what I mean by coin flip vibes. You don't need to fight this. You don't need to fight this just for the tier 1 mid turret. Look at that. Look at how you give a free quadra towards Techmaturgy and it immediately throws the game.
That's why, like, you have to make a balance of like whether or not you want to take the fights or take objectives instead. But in this case, they try to go for both at the same time and bit off way more than they could chew. So you can see from the stats even that like a lot of the stats are a lot more spread out here, and that's a consequence of how scrappy a lot of these fights are. It really is down to whoever is left standing most of the time in order to try to pick up the whatever's left of the scraps, and that does mean that the kills are more or less equally spread out across the board, except for Han Jaeger though. Han Jaeger, instead of getting the kills, has a little bit more assists on hand, but then again, as the Corki, you're more liable to try to stay out of trouble for the most part anyway.
Alright, let's take a look at statistics. A little bit of the number time. 22% from 3Zel, 24 from Saddam. Han Jaeger got down to 19, but Ulexite with 24. I do like that, 12,000, but as you can see, from Tufts there, 25% of it, and of course Jill with 23, and everything else is relatively well spread out across the board here. Variety is definitely there, but I'm thinking that for Echo, it wasn't just about variety. I think it was just about getting the damage to the getting the damage properly delivered to its PSO, and basically trying to make something out of those damage that gets kills. And I feel that for Echo, because of the nature of how they fought that last fight, it was effectively like throwing themselves under a bus.
Yeah, I mean, they're literally trying to throw bodies at a problem, but that is not the way you solve it though. But nevertheless, Echo tried their best. It didn't quite work out for them, but there still is one more game for them to try to prove their worth. Maybe, speaking of worth, maybe we might be able to see the graphs here and hopefully be able to get a little bit more information about how this turned out. Wow!
Days!
Look at that red tide there. I mean, clearly PSO was ahead for the majority of it. So unlike that, unlike what we saw previously, Echo just wasn't actually keeping up that well in terms of that farming pace.
As you can see here, from the start of the game up until maybe 3 minutes, we do see at maybe 2 minutes and 30 seconds, we're going to start to see maybe a discrepancy of 2,000 gold starting to build up. It starts to go down to 3,000. It goes back up to 2,000 again. But I do feel that for Echo, what they needed to do was maybe consider how to tangibly farm up resources and stay within the game here. I don't think it was a problem of killing power. I don't think it was a problem of maybe the goal disadvantage here, because when they took some of these fights, I felt like they were worse off before they started the fight. You know what I mean? They were worse off after they started the fight. They could have done a lot better just by, okay, let's back away, let them give a little bit of priority. We'll be able to switch up over to some of the other lanes, and maybe from there we'll try to make some picks. I mean, with the Xin Zhao, you don't want to be going immediately into everything, right? But let's take a look at the how to say it?
X.
The XP, the experience class, yeah?
Yeah.
So there is a huge jump from 10 minutes, 30 seconds. It goes up to maybe about 16,000 at its highest peak. And then there's this little weird valley here, maybe at the 13-minute mark, where it goes down to 0 again, slightly below 0 in favor of PSO. And then it jumps back up to 16. To about maybe 15 to 16, goes back down to 0, and then a huge drop, 16, 32, 48K, and more.
That's why it really underscores that the importance of what you highlighted, right? Which was the fact that they were so focused more on picking these fights and trying to win those fights here, as opposed to actually trying to play the longer game. And I felt that if Echo actually transitioned to doing that when they were ahead at the 13-minute mark, they could potentially turn this game way around way better here. But they're focused on just trying to just charge headstrong first into PSO literally was their downfall here, because that last fight especially was completely unnecessary. They didn't need to do that. They could just have held back a little bit, already enjoying the advantage experience here, and they continue to try to build on that. But instead, they decided to just go for the fights, and unfortunately, that the coin toss didn't work in their favor.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that for this game here, I do believe that between Echo as well as PSO, it is going to be 1-for-1 across the board. The final game, I think, is going to be a lot more decisive for either team, mostly because I think they don't want to be playing around in terms of unnecessarily fighting. So I'm thinking that maybe we might see a few wombo combos here. We might actually see a little bit of Buriram maybe come into play. I do hope to see that from Echo or PSO, because they do have a little bit of the potential of that. But enough of all the technicalities. We would like to shout out to our lovely sponsors, the Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And of course, our official energy drink, Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the beast. Go over to the link /gaming to find out more. For those of you who are social butterflies who love to interact with the community, go over to our official Discord, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. We do hope that you guys are enjoying all of the content. We would like to apologize if we mispronounce or even come up a little bit short with any of our knowledge, or maybe call out the wrong things. But for those of you who don't know, our final game of today. So for those of you who just joined us, we would like to apologize to you, because he's Victor, I'm Hound, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're going to take a short little break, so don't you dare go anywhere. It's just a short 3-minute break. See you in a bit, people.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by ESL. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is the Hound, and this is it, ladies and gentlemen, the final round of the set here in our final game of the day. If you only just joined us now, I would say that you're just a little bit too late, but maybe just a bit in time here. Fashionably late, maybe that's a better way to put it there for sure. But yeah, now that we're going to be coming into this final games there, any kind of thoughts you'd like to share though regarding what we've seen so far in these two Indonesian squads? Because it's been a lot of very scrappy fighting, a lot of back and forth, but it seems like both Echo and Persis seem to be on the level of each other. But then again, coming into this third game, what do you think is going to be the key factor here for them to get that win?
Key factors, we're going to talk about that after this, because key player, that's what we're going to be talking about first. And of course, it was Jill. I mean, 11 KDA, 84.6% kill percentage, kill participation, excuse me. A goal per minute of 1,050. 1,209 damage per minute, and a damage taken per minute of 992. Jill on the Kazakhs definitely was a persistent threat to all players on the Echo squad. And I feel that for Echo Fortius, they did manage to do really well in some of the junctures here, but they weren't able to solve the equation that is Jill coming in and out and deleting everybody with reckless abandon.
I mean, with a GPM like that, it definitely has got to be majority from those kills, wasn't it? So
yes,
that's crazy for even a Kazakhs player, let alone playing in this level of League of Legends Wild Rift. So very well done. I want to see whether or not Jill will be able to keep this form going into the next one there, because Persis is definitely going to need it coming in this one. It's going to be a very, very long and drawn out one, but finally we are here at this final game, final set of drafts coming in here. And yeah, I mean, coming back to this, what will be the key factors you think in order for either of these teams to get the win?
Key factors, I think they need to simplify their approaches here. Zinzao wasn't exactly a very, very good pickup here, especially considering the Kazakhs are so... I mean, you want you want to be able to close up on those particular fights. And yes, I do believe that for Echo, they had the right idea. But one bad decision literally led to a crumbling of a strong foundation, I felt. And I mean, the foundation was shaky at certain junctures because they kept taking some of these fights that I felt that they shouldn't take. Yeah. There is a reason why that at the highest level, the players at even like the highest brackets or the players tend to be very, very conservative and cautious with how they want to fight it out. You do see that trades happen across the map in almost, in almost unison. If a gank is happening in top side, another gank is happening in bot side. That's what they need to do. Let's go into picks and bans here. PSO on the blue side this time, they do have the first pick, first ban, whereas it is going to be Echo on the red side.
Yeah, so again, it's going to be the final draft of the day, and I think like they would probably still continue some of the patterns we've been seeing from the bans early on. Of course, targeted bans towards Dewa, most likely on the cards here for Echo, but with PSO having the first pick, this is allowing them now an advantage they didn't have in the last two games here. So hopefully they'll be able to make a much better draft for themselves this time around. Gragas is going to be the first one to be banned out here, and then now hands off to Echo here to decide what they want to try to go with. And with that Gragas ban being the first one there, does this tell you that PSO might have some other things in mind?
I don't think so, because across the two games that we have seen, Gragas has always been banned out first.
Okay.
We do see Singe as well as Senna and Karma being banned out on the second and third rotation as well for the side of PSO. Not entirely surprising as well, mostly because maybe targeted towards Echo's capabilities of maybe dispersing the fight with the explosive cast. Yumi being banned out, I think that's going to be a standard script across the board here. Maybe even Lucian being banned out as well. Gragas and Singed. So I'm not entirely surprised here. It seems that PSO is, not to say stuck in their habits, but they do have a certain playstyle that they just don't want to be dealing with. And this includes the Gragas and the Singed.
Yeah, definitely makes sense for them to continue the same pattern in bans. And yeah, they're continuing the pattern as well as Echo banning out the Karma in response to the Singe here. So I'm expecting them to pretty much go for that same kind of flow here. But for the most part, I'm going to be very curious to see what PSO would decide for that first pick. Because that, of course, naturally first picks will always set the tone, right? But then for PSO in particular, they already have shown that the second game there was a lot more favorable to their side, and certainly it feels like all they need is just to be able to pull off one amazing draft here against Echo, and that could already win them the game from this point on. Lucian, next one going to be banned out here by PSO. One last ban to go for Echo Fortis.
I'm thinking maybe Ziggs. I'm feeling maybe Ziggs because I don't see even a single ban of, oh no, it's going to be a Lux here. So that means that there is going to be a first pick of Brand here. They are going to give Brand towards Dewa. I have a feeling.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, that they so far have been banning out consistently the Lux and the Brand, so they definitely want to try to be able to bring that unless they have other plans in mind. They are serving in sweet time. No,
Nope.
They went for the Jace instead, and now hand off the pick now to Echo. So Echo, of course, will be able to counter, and will they actually pick up that Brand for themselves? No, they actually just go straight for the Renekton. So yeah, again, they don't really have a player as strong as Dewa on that burn anyway, so yeah, makes sense for them to go for that anyway.
I think what the reason why PSO didn't want to go for the Brand pickup immediately is because they wanted to secure an even stronger pickup here, which is the Jace. And I do like the fact that the Renekton is going to be picked up, but Senna falls through the cracks here. I'm not going to be surprised that if Brand is going to be banned out on the second rotation by Echo, because they want to be saving the Brand for the second pick rotation for the side of PSO. It really is dependent, because we do see that the trend that seems to be is they always go for either one of their side laners and their junglers as well, and then only maybe they might go for their for their bot lane pickups here. As you can see already, we do see Serdam picking up the Senna. That is most likely going to go to the Elect side, or maybe even Ramli. This could actually signify that a Nasus ban could be potential on either PSO side towards him. But look at that. Sekmaturgy going up for the Leona, coupled up with the Morgana as well. There's going to be stun for days. I think it's going to be the CC chain. Once you get on board, you get stunned for 10 years.
Oh my goodness, I don't want to be stunned for 10 years long. That's a lot of time to be staying stationary though. Set is going to be picked up here by Echo, and now it's going to be the next round of bans here. So yeah, I mean, again, Echo could potentially just ban out the burn anyway at this point now and deny that pick, but I'm not sure if PSO will be looking to go for the burn pick anyway. So let's see what they're going to go for instead. Ashe is going to be banned out here by Echo, and now PSO got their turn to ban.
All right, so now what we can see here is the side laners have been picked up here. It's mostly going to be Renekton going up against the Jace. We do see a double, we do see the Dragon Lane pickups here for the Morgana, most likely the Morgana that could go flex in the jungle, that could actually pick up, that could actually use, that PSO could actually use to reveal a counter pick. As you can see already, Echo already bans out the Brand on the second rotation here, which means that they are very much targeting Dewa. They don't want him to be enabled or actually be spell slinging a lot, because if Brand is able to come online, there is a lot of damage that could potentially be detrimental towards the wishes, towards the best interests of Echo. But now, as we see it here, the final two picks are going to come into fruition. Is going to be the jungle pickup of the Kazakhs that is going to go towards Saddam.
Can the Nasus still work though in this kind of lineup that Echo has? I don't think so. So even though they kind of left that out of the bans there, PSO instead is going to be picking up the Shyvana and the Garen here. So one last pick to go for Echo before we're going to be able to see what the full lineup is. It's going to be the Corki that we picked up here to complement the Kazakhs, the Set, the Senna, and the Renekton.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about the specific pickups here. I do like the fact that, yeah, they did have the option for Senna. They did have the option for Senna Nasus, but I think that Echo isn't exactly going to play it a very patient way, because a lot of the kills are definitely going to be revolving around Saddam. They want to be feeding a little bit of resources onto Hunyega because they need that poke potential. And of course, Trizel is going to be very important for him to at least go even or not die or lose out against the Garen, which I think is going to be a bit tough here because of the first pick for Renekton. Renekton, it allows the Garen counter pick, which is very tough to play against. Not saying that it's impossible, but the odds are kind of stacked against him. So look to see Sir Dam actually go to its top side and try to feed a little bit more resources onto the Renekton, especially with Hunyega being in the mid side. As long as he goes even and scales up with the tier of the goddess and builds up the Mana Mune into all of his items that give him that poke potential, then we could see for the side of Echo another win in their favor. But PSO as well, they've got the Jace, long range snipes, potential damage very, very high. Morgana, a lot of utility. Leona, ultimately one of the best champions that will get into your face with Solar Flare, Zenith Blade, the Shield Bash. That's just so much of stuns on top of stuns on top of stuns. Shyvana with the knockback and a huge amount of AP damage if she decides to build AP. And of course Garen with the drop the Demacian sword execute here. So I do think that Echo has a lot of their work cut out for them, but PSO doesn't even have an easy job too, because there's a lot of CC on the other side. So I don't know about you guys, 1-for-1, it can go either way. Let us know in the Twitch chat. Who is going to come out on top? Is it going to be Echo, Echo, Echo? Or is it the persistence of Persis that will walk away the winner? The final game for match number 4 is underway.
Oh yeah, baby. Let's go. We already see Echo on the red side. PSO is going to be starting on a blue side instead. Garen already on the top lane there doing Renekton and Ramli Honey again with X side. Just like the previous game, going for that 3-man sort of like a stack here onto that mid lane before now retreating to that bottom lane, which is allowing Tobu a lot of space there to farm. So they definitely don't want to give her that good of a time, that's for sure, especially in this final games. But now the thing is going to be settling down a little bit here. Let's go ahead and take stock of how this laning phase is about to unfold.
All right, so a lot of people always often ask me as a caster, right, why do you want to have a 3-stack in mid side? Most probably because you want the priority. You want to be able to push Tecmaturgy, who is using the Jace underneath the turret, so that he's not able to actually freeze or maybe even get into a resource farm and overtake the Hunyega. Why? Because Hunyega wants to get to level 5 as quickly as possible. Sure, early on in the stages here, it's going to give Tecmaturgy a little bit of a level advantage, mostly because he doesn't have to share experiences with anyone else. But the priority will allow Hunyega to at least get that turret pressure and maybe open the gank, because Sir Dam is hanging out over on the red side. But there is a ward near Sir Dam.
Yeah, that's one thing he has to watch out for, because that warrior is coming. But then Trizel is going to try to escape the crutches here from Tubbs, but it's making it a bit hard though. Fortunately for him, not enough damage at level 3 here for the Garen, so he still is able to use a honey fruit to stay alive. But at the moment though, I mean, you see across the board, like these guys are just not backing down from confrontation at all. Health pools are just teeter-tottering around a bit. Nice stun there on the Ramli, and maybe the burn damage might fish him out, but the health is not good enough. Dewa is able to turn it around though, as Alexa is forced to tuck tail and run, and he goes one shot. Oh, that's so close. Maybe could have done it there. Tecmaturgy was able to come in time, but he's already having his hands kind of tied up here in the middle. And Sir Dam jumps in the middle. He has a lot of health here. He's going to try to set things up, but unfortunately PSO is able to turn it around on the other side. Now it looks like they are going to be losing a couple of their members. Hunyega almost dies there, but Juro wasn't able to close the distance, and now it's going to be surrounded by Sir Dam and Ramli. But Sir Dam, he wants to get out of the way of. He can't quite do so, especially with the turret targeting him at that specific moment.
Not a very wise choice there from Jill to be able to go in there. I mean, it's I mean, damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? Yeah. What can you do? I mean, you got to try to make it work, but at the end of the day, he didn't have his flash. That was very unfortunate for him. Some of his cooldowns was on, some of his skills were on cooldown as well. If not, it could have been an easy kill, and it would have been at least a break-even for the side of Echo and PSO. Unfortunately, for the side of PSO, unfortunately, Echo took advantage of it. Sir Dam was nearby, and this is what we were talking about here. Tufts is going to have a hard time. Excuse me, not Tufts. Trizel is going to have a really hard time here going up against the Garen. Garen, so much of sustain here with his passive Perseverance, and as long as he doesn't get damaged by minions or damaged by champion, and he just stays passively, he will be able to just out-sustain Trizel. Look at that. I mean, as soon as Trizel is already on the losing end already, it's only before like give it another 20 seconds to maybe 30 seconds, and Tufts is back to full HP. And you know this for a fact. More HP he has, the faster it is going to go. And at certain points, when he hits, I think level 11 and level 16, his Perseverance will still
proc regardless of whether he gets by minions or not. It's only champions that put it on refresh cooldown. So that adds to the sustainability of the Garen. However, if Tufts builds it up in such a way where I think he's going to go for either the Black Cleaver or maybe even the Trinity Force, then we could see a more aggressive, a more, how to say, bruiser style, assassin style Garen for the price of less tankiness.
Yeah, Set and Senna currently in the middle now. We watch Tobu and Dewa laning alone here. They should be able to clear out this minion, and that minion wave should be able to get through to the turret. But the thing is that they're going to be using that in order to try to leave some of the pressure, allowing them to get the recall back to base. So for the moment, though, it looks like things are settling down a lot more compared to how the burst excitement kind of happened in the first couple of minutes. But now with the objectives coming in here, neither PSO nor Echo wants to be making silly moves that will cost them pickoffs here. Especially with these objectives just about to come out now. Garen's already trying to get some vision over here. They already have vision for days practically on that top side of the river. Now it looks like it's going to be the Mountain Drake that comes out here, and Rift Herald coming out at the same time as well. What is going to be the response here from either side? They're all going to be gathering around the pit here. PSO rolling in. Tobu and Tegamergy trying to keep Sir Dumb at bay, but Sir Dumb's already about halfway done. Gerald's going to be jumping in, getting the stun down. While in the meantime, the rescue squad fights off Ramley and Ulexite on the top side there. Gerald still attempting to try to maneuver around. The Mountain Dragon has been taken by Echo, though. PSO is looking to try to scrape the ground here to try and get some additional kills on the PSO. They found Dewa, they found Sir Dumb. Can they find another one of Tufts? But Tufts is a little bit too tough there. Ramley trying to run away, but then
He gets away!
Gets away scot-free despite his armor being broken at that point. The execute didn't come true for Tufts, and unfortunately he paid for it with his life.
Ramley getting away, not even close, baby, singing it all the way to the fountain. But we do see that for the side of Echo, they played it really, really well here. As you can see, the aggression is starting to play off really, really well. Dewa immediately gets blown up, and look at that. Despite the fact that Tufts was coming in, spinning to win onto Ramley, all it takes was the Alexite to come in with the Piercing Shadow, in order for him to be able to get that heal off on towards Ramley, and it was just done deal for Tufts. Very, very, very big fumble here for the side of PSO, and because they wanted to go for that, they exacerbate their problems here. Not only did they lose the Dragon, they also lose the Herald, and this is the problem here for PSO. I said it time and time again. Why did they take the fight? They could have just optioned for let them take the Dragon. It is just a little bit of extra defense. You can get so much out of the Herald if you time it right.
Yeah, exactly. The timing needs to be perfect here, and they're going to try to time this attack here on the Trizel in order to try to draw in even more, but unfortunately not enough meltdown damage there. The Garen is unfortunately going to fall to the ground. That's forcing PSO to back out of this fight here because they don't have the sustain necessary to fight against Ulexite and Sir Dumb at the same time. Managing to peel away just barely, though, as Gerald is still a little bit low, but unfortunately they still have to stick around, though, because Echo is continuing to bring the push and then already bringing the Rift Herald alongside, and that unfortunately means the end of that tier 1 turret. But then what PSO can try to do at this point is just damage mitigation, try to prevent Echo trying to snowball this into yet another fight or perhaps even another objective.
All right, so Echo doesn't need to overstay over the top side already. They've already opened up tier 1 turret over towards opposing sides of the side lanes. Only mid now is going to be the next thing that they want to be focusing on. And I'm thinking for Echo, they do have the capabilities to run it down mid. They have Sir Dumb that is going to be able to be very, very much a threat onto the sidelines as well as on the flanks here. The fact that Ramley as well will be able to showstopper any of the tankier champions into the hands of PSO is also something to be very wary about. Ulexite immediately knows that as soon as the fight starts, what she does, Dawning Shadow, giving a little bit more shield capabilities, dropping in a little bit of damage just to give a bit more survivability. Ramley is definitely doing really good work here, but he has to be a little bit wary and very more cognizant of the fact that he's the only one that's able to engage the fight consistently with 3Zell, whereas Ulexite will be using most probably his second skill to try to secure some CC or maybe even use it as a getaway in terms of when maybe Techmaturgy decides to come in, or maybe even when Tobu decides to close the distance, then only we might see the second skill from Ulexite, excuse me, come out. But then again, we have seen Echo play a little bit similar to this, and PSO were able to clap back even harder. So do not count your chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, I do have to point out though that Echo's ward placements are extremely aggressive, and that's kind of like nullifying, I think, PSO's ability to make maneuvers here, because they're going to get spotted out immediately. Now, granted, the ward that was actually planted on the bottom side jungle, actually they've already replaced it now. They've just constantly been using that situational awareness, I think, in order to try to counteract any sort of resurgence that PSO can potentially set up for themselves. I mean, after all, PSO is a little bit, quite a bit actually, not a little bit, quite a bit behind. And they will need this kind of like warding here is certainly going to dampen whatever sort of like resurgence PSO could potentially do.
I think what's the smart thing about this is they are, the reason why they're putting down all these wards, and this is just purely based on what we're seeing here, is to enable Hun Jaeger to push it out, and if they decide to go all in onto him, he'll be able to use his second skill. Oh,
nice
showstopper!
Yeah, unfortunately, that spin it to win it is not going to win it there for the Garen, as his soul leaves the body there. Not much the Tusk could do, unfortunately, in that situation, but it certainly opened up a huge gap there on the top. A good route there onto Jurl. That's going to keep him out of the way for now. Tobu still not going to be going overextending himself there. I mean, again, you don't necessarily want to be conceding those kills here. Fertile Drake is coming out, and you already see Echo in position to take it. I think they should be able to get it without too much drama here, because PSO is not really in a position to fight them for that. They're instead going to try to go for that Rift Herald first, but you already see the Renekton already making his way towards Shyvana, so Echo is attempting to try to deny them even this take. Oh, but look at the damage 3Zell does on the Drill, though. He's almost melting him down. That forces the hand, though, and PSO collapses onto Echo as they attempt to try to find those kills. But Tubbs, unfortunately, is going to get lost in that sauce and gets taken down yet again here. The top team time. And we've seen this Garen fall to the hands of Echo for tier.
Lost in that sauce. I'm definitely going to be stealing that one for my next cast, for sure. Anyway, Echo now being able to get another Herald. This is the second Herald of the game that they've been able to score. Two turrets in their favor. Not even a single turret for PSO, and 2 dragons as well. We're going to be seeing Shyvana coming in there. We do see quite a bit of a fight. Herald has been taken down. Ramley goes crazy. Whoa, the triple root comes down. Oh, Techmaturgy now. Whoa, almost hits the rocket. But it's alright. The Herald is still in play. This is going to give them quite a bit here. Look at the amount of damage that comes down there. And that is just big win. This is the Echo.
God, Garen, not again.
This is the Echo pressure that I was expecting that they should have done against PSO in the previous game. Look at this, a discrepancy of 16 kills to 3, 43,000 gold compared to 35,000 gold, about 8,000 goal differential.
And watch out for that triple root. I mean, Gerald jumped in there because he had to as soon as that things came up, but that triple root completely decimates a PSO here. And unfortunately, when you lose 2 turrets like that to just a single Rift Herald, that's going to be so devastating to the confidence now, especially looking at how far behind they are in kills, let alone objectives, let alone the net worth. PSO is in deep trouble here, and I think they definitely know at this point they are going to be struggling now to try to find a foothold, but then whatever they could get, they will have to take.
I think what was really great about the triple root was the fact that Ulexite threw his second skill out, and it takes a little bit of time for it to root, right? But the beauty of it was Ramley made them come together with the face breaker, thus creating a very good environment to just easily drop damage onto his PSO. PSO right now definitely on their last legs here when it comes to the amount of advantages that Echo has been able to garner for themselves. Looking at the itemization as well, Duskblade Draktar, we do see a Last Whisper, we do see a Black Cleaver here for the side of Sir Dum. On the other end of the spectrum though, Jill only with the Divine Sundra, almost finishing up with the Blade of the Ruined King. Just finished up the Blade of the Ruined King. Goes to show that the 2,000 extra gold that goes into the pocket of Sir Dum is actually leapfrogging him way ahead of Jill, but he still cannot disrespect Jill though.
Yeah, so he still has to keep an eye out for that Shyvana because she can still be a threat in these fights. It's just that that threat obviously is being nullified a little bit thanks to PSO being that far behind, but it's still a threat nevertheless. But then for Echo though, they really need to try to amp up the pressure here because again, by keeping these lane pressure up, that's going to spread PSO very, very thin, and that's going to allow them to continue the siege. Oh, good jump there, but then Tech Emergy might be in a little bit spot of trouble. SirDub does nail that final hit there, despite the cover of the turret, and Strizel does tank all of that damage, and then might be a cue for Echo to continue pressing this issue here, but it seems like they will be backing off because they realize that that means with that pickoff done onto Tech Emergy, 30 seconds, that's going to be the window of opportunity they need to take Baron Nashor. And oh my goodness, Churl! That's a little bit too close for comfort though. Strizel is going to try to hold his own, and he does have the sustain though, despite Tums trying to spin his sword around. He doesn't quite get a kill until just that point when he managed to finally find the execute he's been looking for all throughout the game.
And I just gotta say this, I gotta highlight this, right? Elexite, the reason why Senna is just so popular is the fact that she can be across the map and still affects so much in terms of saving SirDub. All he needed to do was just dive in. But if it wasn't for the Dawning Shadow giving a little bit of shield onto SirDub, it would have been a 1-for-1 trade underneath that turret here. So good coordination being shown from the side of Echo here. 14 kills ahead here. I think it's only a matter of time before that 15,000 gold advantage is going to go turn into 20,000.
Aiming straight for Tums, and the burn down coming from Hun Jaeger on the Corki. Whoo boy, pain all around there for that Garen as he stays out for the count for the next 40 seconds. There's 6 kills so far all around there for that Garen as he stays out for the count for the next 40 seconds. There's 6 kills so far that the Garen has conceded here to Echo, and oh my goodness, I just realized this. 707, that's an airplane there that Corki is riding in that KDA.
I mean, it is. 707 definitely with the confidence of an A380 for sure. I do know for a fact that Hunyega is... Oh wait, but before that, oh!
Jumping on the Ramley, they're going to try to burst down the set, and they do get the kill done, and now they're trying to peel away, but then Echo is still in position to continue this siege as Hunyega joins into the mix. Now the Drill is going to have his attention slightly divided here as SirDub keeps the pressure on top of Elexite. Trizel keeps the pressure going in the mid and finally breaks through the floodgates. That is the tier 3 turret already taken down. PSO now attempting their very best to hold out here, just like the last stand at Alamo. This is looking very, very bad for them from the onset, but this is going to be the literal last stand here as they manage to get a good lockdown, a stasis on the Hunyega, but it can't quite finish him off until that point. Good there. Finally, Garrett gets the double kill that he's been looking for, but Trizel is giving good chase here. Trizel can definitely stay some of those attacks, but then he's not really interested in the fight. He backs off and allows Tufts to continue moving on.
3 turrets, almost 2 turrets, 2 tier 3 turrets here for the price of that Baron is definitely a big win. This gives Echo a lot of breathing room, and now the fact that
chase him all the way to the Dragon Pit, and then Trizel is not going to get caught out completely, but he does have backup coming in the form of an X-Site, and they're going to try to keep him alive as long as possible, but Tufts, he is still able to stay around, or rather, he's already backed way off here, allowing Echo to continue taking on this Ocean Dragon here, but then they do lose Jurl in the process though, so they unfortunately are not in a good shape to try to take this Drake.
Alright, so unfortunately for members of Persis, Echo were able to handily get 3 times the number of kills and almost more so almost 10 times the number of turrets here. I don't know about you, but PSO is definitely bleeding non-stop, and Echo is just you know, let me help you, let me just help you clear out, you know, let me just help you go on your way out, because Echo has not stopped putting PSO up against the wall.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even though, by right, statistics-wise, PSO should be, you know, suffering a lot through these fights, you're still actually able to eke out individual kills against Echo, and that's why Echo is really respecting that capability from PSO, which is why they're not constantly in their face all of the time. They are giving them necessary space and just trying to stay out of range of most of their skill shots here. So they know that given the right circumstances, PSO can definitely turn things around, but then they're going to try to get the first strike. Instead, though, aiming coming in on trying to chase down Drill. They managed to melt him down quite a bit, but instead it's going to be Tobu that takes one for the team as the rest of Echo continue to roll on the steamroll through the mid lane. They tried to find another kill, couldn't quite find one except until they found Dewa.
Alright, so we're going to be seeing here for Dewa, immediately assassinated by Sir Dom. Tobu as well. They are down by 2 members here, and this is going to be the beginning of the end. This is, I mean, I don't see members of PSO come back from this.
Yeah, they're going ahead and just going to surround them. Tuff is going to bring in one last swing, but unfortunately he's going to be forced to bring out the revive, and Echo's already surrounding him completely. 5v1, and there's no help left for that Garen. Gerald tries to jump in one more time. That's not going to do anything at all to stop the tide that is Echo from taking on the Nexus, and finally Echo Forge here wins out this set 2-1.
Ah, do you smell that, guys? Do you smell that? The sweet smell of revenge.
Hey.
Oh my goodness gracious me. I don't know about you, but Echo actually were very handy in terms of sending PSO back to a very humbling spot. But remember, this is still the group challenges, yeah? I mean, a win here will be like a nice little, like, yeah, pat on the back. Sure, I do agree on that. But it doesn't really take away the fact that, yeah, you mean you defeated the other Indonesian teams, but what about all the other titans that await you, right? There's just sharks, there's just scary monster titans waiting for you in the background. So I don't know about you guys, but it has been a crazy one indeed, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, the back and forth fights going on here, the sudden unexpected dominations by some of these regions here against powerhouses, and on top of that, the fantastic plays that we've been seeing all day long today and yesterday as well. And sad to say though, given that this is already the last game, we've got a little bit less action to share, except for maybe some of these replays you'll be seeing from back in the past.
Blast from the past. Let us go and see how this blasting happens here. All of this actually started out from the Echo double first blood there. But look at that. I think this was really good there coming in from Jill. But this was where, I mean, damned if you do, damned if you don't. What can you do, right?
Yeah, I mean, you got Sir Dum already coming in from the river, so he knew that if he goes that way, he's going to die anyway, so might as well try to take Ramsey along with him, but unfortunately, he didn't quite have the opportunity to do so. And then later on, we did see Tufts facing a very hard time. He had a real hard time a lot, actually, during this game, not really coming to his own until maybe the final defensive moments, but for the most part, Echo was just basically controlling a lot of these objectives, controlling the terms of many of these fights, and PSO was just left trying to scrap around, trying to find kills, and just struggling to cover all of that ground at the same time, and often leaving themselves a lot more worse off than if they were to not initiate. And then this one here, this is where Jero had to set up. He did manage to jump into the middle of this, but you got to watch out for where Ramsey is. He brought them straight into that triple route, and that allowed the Echo to snowball this into 2 turret takes, which was probably actually the actual kind of point of no return here for PSO, because from that point on they were just playing catch up all the way, while Echo pretty much had all the best cards in their hand.
Yeah, I mean, when you have such good cards close to your hand, you still play close to your chest. This is the score lines that you get, 20-7, and look at look at that. The post-game stats here, 4-2 and 10, 7-2 and 10, 7-1 and 10, 4-1 and 16, 4-1 and 11. I mean, that's just... The assists are all double digits, and even the deaths also are all single digits, not even higher than 3. I mean, it just goes to show that Echo just knew what they needed to do heading into the final game.
Yeah, they knew they had that to rise, especially after that little roll in the mid lane. I mean, they knew at that point they already had PSO in the position. So let's go ahead and look at the statistics here. Oh, Trizel, 27% of the damage came just directly from that Renekton alone. And I think that Renekton certainly played a big role, I think, in a lot of Echo's fights.
Okay, so looking at the numbers here, very, very much Trizel's work here. Saddam as well had some really good moments by Hunyega, yeah, Ulexite as well as Ramley as well. I think Ramley's damage numbers here definitely dropped off, but look at the amount of damage that he's been able to mitigate. And I think most importantly as well, I don't know whether they show this here, but maybe the utility damage. I think the utility score that I felt that we need to have on this particular what's it called? Like the number of stuns that you landed, the number of wards that you put down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know, I think that's going to paint an even more clearer picture here. Because if it's just from damage, right? I don't think that's actually a very justifiable thing to consider.
Its stats is important from ADCs and marksman, definitely, but then, you know, especially for the supports here, especially Excite, it doesn't really show how the performance was. And hey, red tide, what did I say?
Oh my goodness, this looks like the stock market crashing, and you're betting against the stock market and you just lose everything. You lose the house, you lose the wife, you lose the job, everything, because it's just a downward spiral from the 2-minute mark. And it was the beginning of the end here for Echo, because it was just a crash all the way down the 18 mark here. All objectives belonging towards Echo. Not even a single objective, if I'm not mistaken, going over towards PSO. That's actually really, really, really unfortunate. Let's take a look at experience as well.
Yeah, I wonder it's means. Oh, it's just
Oh my goodness
similar.
gracious me.
Yeah, and even worse actually in terms of experience, because Echo, like I said, they already had so many advantages by the time they reached the 9-minute mark, and it's just that like one steamroll that really tipped the balance there. Because otherwise, I think PSO was still going to be able to sustain themselves. In fact, you did see towards the end that they were able to push back somewhat against Echo's strength there, and actually eke out some good kills in the process. But in the long run, though, that was still you know, it's kind of akin to winning the battle but losing the war. And in terms of war, I think that was pretty much already lost by the 9-minute mark.
Exactly. I mean, it behooves upon you that Echo just lived on the fact that I keep winning the battles. Now it's time for me to keep winning the war. I feel like the pressure that Echo played, if they were to play that kind of style against maybe a team like Buriram, they could actually have a lot. They could have better opportunities for them to close out the game. However, I mean, we never really. It's easier said than done, right? I mean, you would say, oh, you know, I mean, like if you're watching a boxing fight, I mean, it doesn't look like they're hitting hard, but when you are ringside or when you're in that experience itself and you see how fast they're moving, how hard they're hitting, you know for a fact that, oh my god, it's just something else, right? And as much as we want the theory craft and look on paper, okay, on paper, Team A will defeat Team B. We will never really know until the draft is done. And even when the draft is done, the first 5 minutes of the game is so crucial that, yeah, there are tendencies that we can see, but it all boils down to execution.
Yeah, exactly. And execution, they had nothing short of good, perfect, actually, coming from the Echo 4 tier side. So, yeah, I mean, for PSO, it's certainly going to be a lot more soul-searching today, I think, compared to yesterday even, because they just literally lost against a fellow countryman, and they didn't really pull out a good or a good even performance by the final game. So, yeah, I think definitely you'll even make the argument that in some senses here, Echo 4 tier kind of outlasted Persis in this kind of battle of endurance here in this this best of 3 series.
And I think this is great to see that the level of competition is actually really good, but the discrepancy of score here actually belies an underlying problem of maybe certain maybe certain strategies get counted so hard because the teams are just so hyper focused on one specific thing. It cripples the team. Not to say that the team is not good, not to say that the team is underprepared, but because they see through the strategy and they know how to play around it, they immediately cripple it. And it becomes, I mean, not for us, but for the players, sometimes it gets very, very demotivating. Because I want to start the fight, but then I know I'm going to lose even if I get a 5-man stun, for example, right? So there has to be certain ways for them to think about that. But we have seen time and time again, like for the case of Enigma Galaxy, right? They were getting smacked left, right, center, back, and then suddenly, oh, Kale has entered the game, right? And yeah, what happened then, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know about you guys, but here's the thing, right? When you play your solo queue games, don't ever give up. Throws are real at every elo, from the lowest to the highest, from the amateur to the professional. Throws are real, like the realest thing ever to exist.
And then to the point, you could even take the way that Persis Esports actually handled that last game as a sort of inspiration as well, because you saw how far behind. But despite that, they still continued to fight. They still continued to show that it was still capable of meeting Echo with whatever battles they were coming. Even though they're all mostly going the way of Echo 4 tier, but still PSO wasn't afraid to meet them in those kind of battles. So yeah, that definitely is really does ring true. Even when you're that behind, you must still keep the fight going. You must continue to struggle on, because you never know when you can start to turn things around.
Yeah, I do think so too. Anyway, for those of you who just joined us, you just missed out on a heck of an action. You are one of those guys that just go, where's the party? Where's the party? And everybody's done, right?
Yeah,
but we still have a little bit of the party here left for you guys. It's a bit of information for you guys. MVP for that match. Let's check it out.
Yeah, ooh, Lexide picking up the MVP here. He did play the Jin in the first game. He played the Lucian in the second one, but it's the third game as Senna that I think he truly came to form. A KDA of 20. Lots of big numbers there. Kill participation was 76.9. Goal per minute of 775. 1,067 damage dealt, and 347 damage only taken here for Lexide.
Oh, hot cakes here. Selling it like hotcakes. You want to know why? Because that deep TPM is very minimal here. It just goes to show that even though he plays a champion, like, I think it goes to show that, yeah, maybe if it was a Lucian and maybe if he played like a Nasus, maybe the DTPM would be a lot higher. But judging from the range that he has and how he's just like stuck with his support like glue, I can see why his DTPM, his damage taken per minute, is very low. Mostly because that he just stays really far, and when the fight starts out, he's gonna be okay, I'm out. Okay, nope, I'm back again with the curtain call.
Wow, but certainly those are the kind of performances that Echo 4 tier definitely benefited way off of, and looks like definitely a well-deserved MVP vote for this round. Let's go ahead and have a look now at the leaderboards here to give you guys a recap of where all these teams stand after day number 2. So Buriram United Esports, they have taken 2 wins so far back-to-back for these 2 days, and certainly are deserving of the top spot right now in the leaderboard. Nigma Galaxy from Philippines, EVOS Esports from Thailand, Cerebus Esports from Vietnam, and Rex Regum Kion also from the Philippines all have, and also Team Flash Echo Fortius. They both won 1 game each, but also lost another one. So they're still kind of up for grabs right now for them to see whether or not they can either get themselves up to potentially the 2nd spot or maybe even higher. But nevertheless, though, for Echo Fortius, that 1 win allows them at least to get 1 position above Persis Esports, who unfortunately has taken the L twice so far this weekend.
But they still have chances, though. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. For those of you who just joined us and at least have a better time tomorrow, we're going to take a look at the schedule in a while. But before that, let's just say that it is a big deal for Buriram United to not drop a game here. It's definitely on day 2 for the challenge, for the challenge group playoffs, right? Play day. I do believe that that's going to be a big case. Tomorrow, RRQ going up against EVOS. Cerberus going up against Buriram United Esports. Team Flash going up against Echo Fortius. And finally, Nigma Galaxy going up against Perseus Esports. A little bit more opportunities for the side of Echo Fortius to be able to win something out of this, though. They are the only ones that are 0-2, and Buriram United is only 2-0 here, but they are going to be meeting up against Cerberus. We have seen some crazy fights in the past here between Cerberus and Buriram United, but Buriram United have somehow or another managed to stay on top. Will they still be able to maintain a no-loss streak tomorrow at the end of day 3? We shall have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think the probabilities with that definitely dropped sharply past the 2nd day and even further on this week. So I'm really going to be excited to see whether or not Buriram will be able to pull that off. But nevertheless, this is the schedule that we'll be seeing on our 3rd day of these challenge group stages, and it's of course going to be around the same time as well. So if you, whatever time you tuned in today, make sure you also set your clocks to the same time as well for tomorrow, because that's where you'll be able to catch all the action here at SPS.
All right, so for those of you guys who don't know, we had 2 games today that went 2-1, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so I guess that means that as the play days progress, right, we're going to be seeing more and more of that happen, which means that a lot of the teams here are going to get better and better. So now, prediction-wise, oh my goodness. Okay, so of course Contra and Pondo are going to be at the top of everything, right? We predicted
Pretty badly.
Yeah. I always get really, really depressed every time I look at it. Yeah. But
Yeah.
anyway, we actually all thought that Persist was the better team, but it seems that Echo Fortius just kind of identified something that Persist didn't do well, and they just kept pulling at the string. It's kind of like pulling at that piece of string on that shirt, on your shirt of yours, and then next thing you know, halfway through, your shirt's all ripped up. Because that little thread, that small little exposed thread that you keep pulling on, unravels, 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 unravels.
Yeah, I think especially for the case of Echo versus Persist, you know, for the most part, I think it was very hard to really judge Echo Fortius' kind of actual real performance here, especially up against a team as strong as Buriram. So nevertheless though, this is going to be the end of our day here. But before we leave you guys, we need to be able to shout out our sponsors here. Snapdragon Elite Gaming for when winning matters. And really thank the sponsor quite heavily here, because without their support, we won't be able to bring this platform that is a Snapdragon Pro Series that provides you all of this Wild Rift action here. Don't forget to unleash the beast as well. monsterenergy.com/gaming for all your energy drink needs. And last but not least, go ahead and jump into our Discord server. That's over at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, because that's where you can join in the conversation when it comes to the Snapdragon Pro Series, not just for Wild Rift, but for all of the games that fall under the Snapdragon Pro Series umbrella. My name is Victor Cax. This guy is the Hound. We've been your commentators all day, but sadly, all good things must come to an end. So with that said, thank you all for watching, especially if you joined us since the beginning, and we'll see you guys in the next one. And until then, goodbye.
Take care of yourself, people. Bye-bye.
Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look.